If Su Ming and Lin Changfeng didn't know each other, she might really consider that plan and use Lin Changfeng to open the Tianfeng seal for them and obtain the imperial weapons, because doing so would not have any impact on her disciples. But now that Lin Changfeng has murderous intentions towards Su Ming, how could she allow this guy with great luck to rise up peacefully? Not only will she not let him rise, she will also find an opportunity to kill him. Below the top, side peak. Su Ming glanced at the distant Tianfeng and felt a certain aura there. He glanced at the dark sky, raised his wrist, and touched it gently with his palm, and the scars on his hand gradually disappeared. The aura on Bai Qingshan's body was not only wrong, but also very strange. When he came into contact with her skin, he could clearly detect that there seemed to be an extraordinarily powerful aura sealed inside her body. This was something Su Ming had not discovered in his previous 5 lives. Because in the past 5 lives, he had never cultivated to this level, and he had no system, so it was naturally impossible to discover the secrets of Bai Qingshan. System: open the task panel. Ding! The task panel opened successfully. Task 1. Create 10 top villain evil forces and make your villain's name feared by the whole world. Current completion progress, 4/10. The host's current villain forces are Zhongzhou Lingmen, Xuanlong Domain Yudian Palace, Tianyuan Sea Domain Sword Immortal Pavilion, and Central Continent Black and White Demon Palace. Task 2. Collect 10 ancient imperial weapons. Current completion progress, 2/10. Chapter 86 Yandere Girl, Feng Qingling's Hostility. Task 2. Collect 10 ancient imperial weapons. Current completion progress, 2/10. The host currently owns the ancient imperial weapons. Black Prison Desolate Emperor Cauldron activated. Recognized owner Emperor Sword of Judgment activated. Recognized owner Ancient Heaven and Earth GN Fragment. Schwantian Mirror activated. Recognized owner. Mission 3. Steal 10 ancient divine bodies in this world by any means necessary. Current completion progress, 0/10. Mission 4. Yin and Yang Dual Cultivation. Find women with special physiques, and improve their cultivation through the Yin and Yang Dual Cultivation method. Every time you find one, you will receive a large amount of rewards from the system after dual cultivation. 5 women in this world have been conquered. Hongyu, the demonic body of the Heavenly Nightmare, the evil cultivator of the demonic path of the Heavenly Nightmare, currently has a favorable opinion of the host of 99. Lu Hanyan, Taiku Hegemon, one of the 3 great immortal dynasties in the Northern Spirit Realm, heir to the throne of the Lu Shi Immortal Dynasty, master of the Immortal Prison, currently has a favorable opinion of the host of 99, and has not yet cultivated twice. Tang Qingyan, the ancient Tianyan demonic body, the Tiankui sect demonic cultivator, the successor of the Tang family imperial lineage, the 3 major hidden families in the central continent, currently has a favorable opinion of the host of 99. Su Qingning, Linglong divine body, the next queen of the Su family of the 9 domains, her current favorability towards the host is 99. Long Xian, bloodline of the ancestral dragon, ancient dragon girl, successor to the throne of the ancient dragon court, currently has a favorable opinion of the host of 80, and has not yet cultivated twice. Task 5. The host can choose to follow the villain plot route. After completing all the villain plots, this system will send the host back to the original world. The host can also choose to attack the Sons of Luck, absorb the luck of this world, snatch all the Daughters of Luck, and become the enemy of the destiny of this world. There is a half chance that they can survive, but they cannot return to the original world. Task 6. As a villain, how can I not tease them when I meet my junior sisters who are girls of destiny? In addition to the first few big tasks, there are many small tasks in the back, most of which involve doing some unethical things, including the task of stealing someone's wife. After all, he is a villain, which is normal. Su Ming let out a breath. The task of creating the top 10 villain forces is actually in conjunction with the second task. The Black Prison Desolate Emperor Cauldron used the identity of the Black and White God Lord to steal it from the ancestral land of a top force after creating the Black and White Demon Palace. As for the Emperor's Judgment Sword, he took advantage of his identity as the leader of the Ling sect, and after the Zhongzhou Judgment Pavilion suppressed its 3 pavilion masters, he destroyed the entire Judgment Pavilion before grabbing it. Now I have only obtained 2 ancient imperial weapons in total. As far as he knows, There are 5 ancient imperial weapons in the Bailing realm. Now he has 2 in his hands. The other 3 are suppressed by the Tianwu dynasty in the Xuanlong domain. He can use the Yudian palace to seize them. The other one is in the Tianyuan Sea, sealed in the abyss hundreds of thousands of meters below the sea. Only as the master of the Sword Immortal Pavilion can he use the power of the entire Tianyuan Sea to open the abyss channel for him and take out the imperial weapons. And the last imperial weapon. Su Ming's eyes flickered. On top of the Shenyang sect's heavenly peak was sealed the last ancient imperial weapon of the northern spirit realm. This was also the key to Lin Changfeng's rapid growth. In the secret realm of Tianfeng, in addition to the ancient imperial weapon, there are also a large number of relic inheritances. In the first 5 lives, these inheritances all went into Lin Changfeng's pocket. The other disciples of Shenyang sect couldn't even drink soup, let alone his senior brother who was disliked by everyone. The main reason why he stayed in the Shenyang sect was because of this ancient imperial weapon. Now, in his eyes, Lin Changfeng was just a fool. If he hadn't been protected by the divine realm behind him, he would have been slapped to death long ago. But don't worry, you can play him to death, and those guys from the God realm actually gave him a judgment order from the God realm. Let's take a good look at who will judge whom. System, open the properties panel. Ding, opened successfully. Name, Su Ming. Race, human race. Bloodline physique. Bloodline of the young emperor of the Shira imperial clan obtained from system exchange. Shira Emperor Eyes, System Reward, Nightmare Demon Eyes, Sign in Reward, 9 Yang Divine Body, Sign in Reward, Ancient Sword Immortal Body, Sign in Reward, Immortal Netherworld Body, earned by redeeming villain points, Nightmare Overlord Body, earned by redeeming villain points, Ancient Divine Glory Body, Sign in Reward, Innate Principle Source Body, Sign in Reward. Cultivation Level. 9th Level Divine Emperor Peak. Each time an Ancient Divine Body is opened, the cultivation level will increase by 200%. Possess Imperial Weapons. Black Prison Desolate Emperor Cauldron, Ancient Imperial Weapon, Killing Emperor Sword of Judgment, Ancient Imperial Weapon, Dragon Soul Bell, Jidao High Level Divine Weapon, Ancient Heaven and Earth GN Fragment. Xuantian Mirror, Low Level Divine Weapon, Kanhuang Halberd, High Level Divine Weapon of Jidao, Bai Xian Sword, Low Level Imperial Weapon. Identity. Master of the Black and White Demon Palace, Black and White Divine Lord, Master of the Ling Sect, Master of the Royal Heaven Palace. Utn Demon Lord, Master of the Sword Immortal Pavilion, White Sword Immortal, Young Emperor of the Su Clan of the 9 Domains, Chief Dragon Demon of the Ancient Dragon Court, Senior Brother of the 7th Peak of Shenyang Sect. Contracted Spirit Beast, none. Villain Points. 90,999 villain points can be used in draws, redeemed for sign-in opportunities, or for items in the system store. Each time a villain mission is completed, or a villain plot is triggered, and the behavior agrees with the villain setting, a villain point reward can be obtained. His eyes swept over the remaining villain points. Unexpectedly, he had spent so much money some time ago, and now he had more than 90,000 villain points left. Su Ming thought about it, spent 200 villain points to exchange for 2 space spirit rings, and spent another more than 1,000 villain points were used to fill both space spiritual rings with spiritual stones. Regardless of whether it is Feng Qingling or Ning Xiaoxiao, starting to practice at this stage, the demand for spiritual stones will be very huge, especially after their physiques are awakened. They are simply 2 bottomless pits, and no matter how many spiritual stones they have, they can absorb them all. Ordinary people can't afford to support these 2 little girls, let alone a small place like Shenyang Sect. That is to say, he can satisfy these 2 girls now. Su Ming held 2 space spirit rings. In the darkness in front of him, the ghost elder with his eyes covered with cloth slowly walked out. He saluted respectfully towards Su Ming. Su Ming spoke softly, "The Tianfeng seal will be loosened soon. When the time comes, first clean up the remaining soul in Lin Changfeng's sword, and then clean up him. Do you need me to snatch the imperial soldiers?" Su Ming smiled faintly, "My 10 ancient demons don't know you. If you are confident that you can survive, you can go." The ghost elder coughed lightly and said nonchalantly, "Since your majesty has arrangements, I just need to take care of them." 10 ancient demons. His face suddenly twitched. 1 head is enough to destroy the world, and 10 heads appear at once. "Your majesty, You don't want to leave a way for others to survive. That's right, after taking the imperial soldiers, they will leave the northern wasteland. Whether these people are dead or alive has nothing to do with them. I obey. After the ghost elder left, Su Ming then returned to his residence. Before he walked in, he felt something was wrong with the atmosphere in the room. Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao were gritting their teeth slightly and looking at Su Qingning, who was as gentle as a big sister in front of them. Their eyes were full of vigilance. Especially Feng Qingling, she instinctively felt that there must be some unclear relationship between this woman and her senior brother. Otherwise, why would she come to his senior brother's residence at night? When she thought of a certain possibility, she became very uncomfortable, and she became even more hostile towards Su Qingning. Su Qingning had a smile on her pretty face. Seeing the two little girls looking wary of her, she couldn't help but look at Su Ming's bed. When she saw that there was only one bed in the room, her face was almost imperceptible. Reddened. I couldn't help but snort in my heart. That bad guy had a good idea. In addition to her, there are two young and attractive little girls on the same bed. Do you want them to be together? Huh, what a beautiful thought. Chapter 87. The senior brother she likes. Two girls, wearing thin obscene clothes, stood in front of Su Ming's bed. Next to them were a pile of fragrant clothes and a purple guqin engraved with complicated patterns. The two women's big, watery eyes were staring at Su Qingning, their eyes full of vigilance. Su Qingning hesitated for a moment, glancing at the young and tender bodies of the two girls who were not yet fully developed, and then asked curiously, "You and him, are you going to sleep together?" What she is talking about here, of course, is referring to Su Ming. After all, this is that guy's place. It's okay to hide a beauty in a golden house, but he still hides two girls at once. He is still a little girl who looks innocent and easy to bully. These two little girls, he must have been deceived by Su Ming. Feng Qingling looked at Su Qingning, who had a gentle temperament and a particularly proud figure due to some strange emotions. She lowered her head and took a look at herself. Although it's not comparable, she is just a little bit smaller, and she can still grow up. Then, she clenched her little fists and asked dully, "Who are you?" "This is my senior brother's residence. My senior brother will be back soon. He doesn't like outsiders coming to his place." Ning Xiaoxiao nodded. "My master said that unfamiliar people are not allowed to enter his room." Senior brother, master. Su Qingning gritted her teeth slightly. She originally thought they were two little girls who had been deceived, but she didn't expect that guy to play such a perverted game. Even his junior sister and apprentice were not spared. Suppressing the emotions in her heart, Su Qingning walked straight to the soft and large bed in front of the two women. She reached out and touched the soft quilt, and sniffed lightly with the tip of her delicate nose. Finally, she felt relieved. Take a breath. It doesn't taste like that. Although the bed was full of Su Ming's scent, this scent was almost covered by Feng Qingling's scent, which meant that Su Ming probably didn't sleep on this bed last night, and the two girls hadn't been raped by that guy yet. Bully. Fortunately. Otherwise, that guy is just a beast. The stone in her heart fell. Su Qingning smiled softly. She turned around and stared at the two girls. "I'm not an outsider. I came here just to wait for him." Feng Qingling glanced at the purple Ling Qin placed next to her. The spiritual power in her body surged quietly, and her body became a little unbearably painful due to the backlash from practicing the spiritual techniques. Her face was pale and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Ning Xiaoxiao was the first to notice that something was wrong with Feng Qingling, and quickly stopped her. This person should be a friend of the master. Let's wait until the master comes back. Stop using your spiritual power first, or you won't be able to bear it. Su Qingning frowned and stared at Feng Qingling with her beautiful eyes. In her perception, there seemed to be something wrong with the technique this girl was practicing. And this time, outside the door, through the window, Su Ming also saw Feng Qingling's pale face. He was startled for a moment, and then he saw the purple Lingqin placed aside, and then he discovered the clues about Feng Qingling. This little girl actually practiced the Tianyan demon secretly. That is not what she can practice now. Even if her cultivation has improved rapidly in a short period of time, it is of no use. It was obtained with longevity. This girl must be crazy. She said she would teach her how to practice, but she actually still so disobedient. The next second, his body flashed, and a cold figure suddenly appeared in the room. He reached forward with his palm and gently grasped Feng Qingling's little hand. A warm spiritual power flowed into Feng Qingling's body along his palm, helping her suppress the counterattack force. Su Ming suddenly appeared. Su Qingling's eyes were filled with joy, while Ning Xiaoxiao and Feng Qingling trembled. Especially Feng Qingling. She felt the warm spiritual power in her body, and the pain in her body seemed to be all of a sudden reduced by half. Then, he looked up in confusion. What caught her eye was a young, handsome and charming face. That was the senior brother she longed for, the only senior brother in the world who was kind to her. The moonlight shines outside the window. In the room, Feng Qingling looked at her little hand that was held by her senior brother. A blush suddenly appeared on her pink cheeks, and her heart was even more confused. Then she remembered that she was wearing thin clothes and she was so close to her senior brother. The warmth almost spread to her body, and her little face suddenly became a little hot again. After a few minutes of silence, Feng Qingling could no longer feel the pain in her body. With her big moist eyes, she stared at Su Ming without blinking, and whispered softly like a kitten. "Call him senior brother." Su Ming glanced down at her, and his eyes inevitably moved downwards. A pair of long, slender white legs appeared in his eyes, as well as two small, glittering feet stepping on the cold floor. Feng Qingling was shy and happy in her heart, but Su Ming had let go of her hand at this time, and the expression on his face was no longer as gentle as before, but rather cold. Her heart suddenly tightened. "Who taught you how to practice?" Su Ming glanced at her and said coldly. This sudden indifference caused all Feng Qingling's excitement and surprise to see him to be shattered in an instant. Her eyes turned slightly red, and the strength in her heart disappeared in front of Su Ming. She was just a need. The little girl who was concerned about her senior brother and needs his love has never seen her speak to her in such a cold tone. I practiced it myself. Feng Qingling was a little at a loss, her fragile and delicate body tensed up, and there was even a glint of tears in her eyes. Su Ming exhaled and looked at the weak and petite girl in front of him. The night wind blew through the window, making her hair fly slightly. The girl's eyes were red, and she looked like she was being bullied by bad guys. He tilted his head. He went to see her and pointed his finger at Ning Xiaoxiao. "Come here, you two little ones are not obedient at all." Ning Xiaoxiao hurried over and said aggrievedly, "Master Xiaoxiao is not disobedient." Su Ming knocked her little head, then raised his palm, and the purple Lincoln flew into his hand. He said expressionlessly to Feng Qingling, "I confiscated the thing. From today on, no one is allowed to do it. If you still don't obey when you practice that spiritual technique, I will send you back to your master to see who will take care of you in the future." Feng Qingling held the hem of her clothes with her little hands. Su Ming's cold tone made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Although she knew that her senior brother was angry because he cared about her, she still felt uncomfortable. She did not dare to go against Su Ming's words, and she did not want to do it again. This made the senior brother angry, so he quickly nodded his head and stared down at the ground, looking pitiful. Facing Feng Qingling like this, Su Ming was still a little soft-hearted. In his eyes, the little girl had always been treated by him as his biological sister. Even if she was not his biological sister, she was still his god-sister. He didn't care if Feng Qingling stepped into the devil's path or she was an evil cultivator, but with this kind of cultivation method that damaged her lifespan, he really wanted to slap this little girl's ass hard. It's best to make her cry in pain. Let's see if she still has a long memory. Senior brother, Ling knows that she was wrong. Feng Qingling admitted her mistake very aggrievedly. Su Ming's indifference made her feel so wrong that she wanted to cry. She didn't want her senior brother to be angry with her, she just wanted him to love her. The little girl stood there timidly like a child who had done something wrong. Her eyes were full of grievance and sadness, and she did not dare to look at him. Su Ming was silent for a moment. Thinking about the original plot, Feng Qingling transformed into a cruel mysterious queen in the later period, and after she was elevated to the throne, she brutally slaughtered hundreds of millions of living beings, turning the entire world into a purgatory. It is difficult to relate to this weak little girl in front of her. They were completely different people. He didn't know if Feng Qingling would be like that in this life, but as his senior brother was so gentle to her, she should not. Su Ming held the purple Ling Qin and waved his hand. The door was immediately closed tightly, and a spiritual formation covered the sky outside the room. He sat down next to the table, put the chin on the table, and then turned to look at the timid person. Feng Qingling. Come here and let senior brother check your body. The words fell. Feng Qing looked up at him intently. When she heard her senior brother's gentle and caring tone again, the loss and discomfort in her heart disappeared in an instant. Her heartbeat also accelerated slightly, and her beautiful little face was filled with tears. She blushed, and the dimness in her eyes gradually turned into a touch of joy. She likes such a gentle senior brother. She also likes her senior brother who loves her so much. Chapter 88 Little Goblin, you have to think clearly about the consequences. Feng Qingling obediently came to Su Ming's side. Looking at her senior brother who was close at hand, her face inevitably turned red again, and then she spoke cautiously, Linger will listen to your senior brother carefully. Su Ming glanced at her and found that the little girl was staring at him with her big watery eyes. He suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. The look in this little girl's eyes was a bit strange. Without thinking deeply, he asked Feng Qingling to sit next to him, stretched out his hand to rub the other person's little head, and said softly, do you know how much damage you will do to your body if you practice like this? If you don't feel bad, I still feel bad. In his heart, he did treat the little girl Feng Qingling as a younger sister. Seeing her hurting his body like this, he was still a little angry. However, when Feng Qingling heard these words, the little girl misunderstood her. When her senior brother said he felt sorry for her, her heart felt as sweet as honey. Her long eyelashes flickered gently, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. Looking at Su Ming. Su Ming flicked her smooth forehead, will you still obey me in the future? Feng Qingling nodded hurriedly, her face flushed, and she said softly in a cat-like voice, Linger only listens to senior brother. Even Su Ming didn't notice that in Feng Qingling's voice, there was a little more affection that made people feel numb. In other words, he didn't think about it carefully. After all, in his eyes, a little girl of 15 or 16 years old, they are not fully developed yet, so how can they understand anything about love and affection? Su Ming's fingertips touched her forehead, and a stream of spiritual power entered her body along the fingers, and then turned into an ancient and obscure spiritual secret in her mind. The supreme immortal refining technique, Feng Qingling murmured, with a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. And this time, Su Qingning had already sat down opposite Su Ming. She held her head in both hands and blinked her beautiful eyes gently. Her eyes wandered from Su Ming and Feng Qingling, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. This doesn't look like his little junior sister, she is clearly his little lover. Ning Xiaoxiao poured tea for Su Ming beside him. Su Ming took the teacup and said casually, you have a very special physique even though you are small. I have to reselect the cultivation techniques. I will give them to you when I have them chosen tomorrow. Ning Xiaoxiao's pretty face also turned red. She nodded gently and said in a weak voice, Xiaoxiao will listen to master. Two little girls were sitting next to Su Ming, one on the left and the other on the right. Su Qingning, who was opposite, suddenly thought of something. A charming smile appeared in her eyes. Then, under the table, a pair of beautiful legs were slightly bent, and she gently used her toes to she gently lifted Su Ming's knees, then moved along the knees to between his legs. Su Ming. The two girls, Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao, hadn't noticed anything yet. Su Ming coughed lightly and grabbed the restless jade foot with his palm. Su Qingning still held her head and stared at him, but in her eyes, there is more confusion that is difficult to conceal. Afterwards, Su Qingning quickly retracted her feet and glared at Su Ming. Then she looked at the two little girls with a smile, one is a junior sister and the other is a junior apprentice. For those who don't know, I thought you were hiding your beauty in the golden house. Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao turned to look at Su Qingning. Su Qingning pointed at Su Ming and said with a smile, I told you, I am very close to him. From now on, you can call me Sister Qingning. This familiar relationship made Feng Qingling feel suddenly nervous. She didn't know what the relationship was between the woman in front of her and her senior brother, but judging from the way she talked to her senior brother, the relationship was definitely not simple. She might even be a senior brother. When she thought of the kind of relationship she had with her senior brother, Feng Qingling's heart trembled, and her heart couldn't help but be filled with loss and resentment. Su Ming glanced at Su Qingling's delicate body, then put away the purple lute on the table. Looking at the delicate appearance of the two little girls next to him in thin nightgowns, he reached out and rubbed the little girls' little ones. With his head, when the two women looked towards him, he retracted his palms and stood up calmly. "It's getting late. You guys have a good rest first. I'll come back to you tomorrow." He and Su Qingning, the little goblin, still have some things to discuss tonight. Of course, the in and out matters cannot be exposed in front of the two little girls, and they will be taught what to do. Feng Qingling gritted her silver teeth slightly and said in a low voice, "But senior brother, you gave up your residence to us, what will you do yourself?" Su Ming smiled. "Don't worry about me, go and rest quickly." Oh, the two women returned to bed obediently. It was not until Su Ming took Su Qingning away and closed the door for them that the room was quiet for a few minutes. Finally, a faint voice came, "I can't sleep." Feng Qingling nodded, "Me too." She looked sideways at Ning Xiaoxiao under the soft quilt. What is the relationship between that woman just now and her senior brother? Ning Xiaoxiao thought for a while and said, "Maybe he is Master's friend, someone who is very familiar with Master." Familiar friend. Feng Qingling frowned. Then do you think senior brother will like her? Ning Xiaoxiao shook his head, "I don't know." Feng Qingling fell silent, feeling extremely tangled in her heart. Ning Xiaoxiao also looked sideways at her. "You probably won't be able to practice that spiritual technique in the future. Master said it will hurt your body." "I don't know either." Feng Qingling exhaled softly. "You don't understand what kind of person my master is. She said that I am not allowed to like my senior brother. If I disobey her order, she will sell me to those outside. The bad guys. You are so pitiful." Ning Xiaoxiao stared at her. "With such a master, she must have beaten you since you were a child, right?" Feng Qingling turned around and stared at the ceiling. The scenes of being beaten by her master with a whip seemed to reappear in her eyes. She had long been accustomed to these. However, that night, the appearance of her senior brother, his warm words, the embrace made all the grievances suppressed in her heart burst out. At the same time, the seventh peak, on top of a certain side peak. In the quiet night sky, under the charming moonlight, Su Ming was lying on the grass, staring at the stars. Beside him, Su Qingning's graceful and proud figure was sitting quietly on her knees. Her pink cheeks were rosy, and her beautiful eyes were looking at the man in front of her lovingly. Then, she reached out and took off the outer dress, and untied the hair tie that bound her hair. Her long black hair immediately fell down and fluttered in the wind. Her whole person exuded an extremely charming imperial sister style. The cold jade hand gently caressed Su Ming's cheek. Finally, she pouted slightly and moved it to Su Ming's ear. She opened her red lips and exhaled softly, "Husband, do you want Ning-er?" Without waiting for Su Ming to answer, her beautiful little face pressed against Su Ming's chest, and then moved down slightly to rest on Su Ming's lower abdomen. Her eyes became blurred and charming, as if she was feeling something. Su Ming lowered his head and looked at Miss Yu's little face attached to his body. He stretched out his hand, pressed Su Qingning's little head, and whispered, "Little goblin, you have to think clearly about the consequences." Su Qingning broke away from his hand, leaned forward with her soft upper body, pressed her forehead against his, blushed, and took a bite on his warm lips. Chapter 89 Nine-Tailed Demonic Fox. The moonlight is just right. The girl's waterfall-like black hair fell down just enough to fall on Su Ming's cheek, blocking his sight. The next second, a soft squeezing feeling continued to come from the body, and the alluring fragrance of her hair lingered on the tip of his nose. Su Ming stretched out his hand to lift a strand of her long hair and tucked it behind her ear. His other hand passed through the girl's slender waist and held her in his arms. Looking at the girl's slightly confused eyes, he said softly, "Be good, let me hold you for a while." Su Qingning pouted slightly, caressing her beloved's face with her cold jade hands, her eyes filled with resentment. "I don't want it, you haven't been intimate with me for a long time." The night wind was a bit chilly, but it couldn't stop Su Qingning's fiery and confusing affection. Su Ming could feel the heat on his body. He suddenly stood up and half sat on the grass. Su Qingning sat on him, wrapping her hands around his neck and wanting to kiss him. Su Ming pecked her soft lips, then looked at the silver-white night sky behind him, and said with a smile, "You are the lime fairy of the 9 realms, a noble and cool goddess in the hearts of many men, can you be more reserved?" Su Qingning glared at him. "My intimacy with my husband has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to be ungrateful." As she spoke, she lifted Su Ming's chin and kissed him forcefully. Su Ming, he hasn't reached the age of being like a wolf yet, and he is obviously a young girl, so why does he feel like he is almost overwhelmed? It's definitely not that he can't do it. I was squeezed too much last night. Let's look at the moon for a while first. Su Qingning exhaled gently. "I don't want to look at the moon, I want to look at my little husband." Su Ming. A blush appeared on Su Qingning's cheeks, and her charming little face looked even more beautiful and attractive. She stretched out her jade hands to untie Su Ming's clothes. Su Ming grabbed the little hand and said, "Don't move it." Su Qingning puffed her lips. "I've already set up the barrier, and no one can spot us." Having said this, she arrogantly unbuttoned 2 of Su Ming's clothes, reached in, and caressed the strong muscles. Her cheeks suddenly became even more alluring. Su Ming had given up resisting and let her go. Anyway, this passive feeling was quite good. At least, it wouldn't be so tiring. Under the Tianfeng Peak, in the dark and damp thatched cottage. It's such a fast cultivation speed. The cultivation method that the Ghost Elder gave me is so powerful. It is much more powerful than the Master's cultivation method. If this continues, I will definitely be promoted to Spirit Master in a few days. By then, there is no other disciple in the Shenyang sect who can compare with me. Even that Su Ming will be beaten hard by me, and Zhang Mengxuan, when I am promoted to the Spirit Master, you will be the first to settle the score. Then you will see how I will kill you." Lin Changfeng's eyes were blood red, and his whole body was filled with lingering black spiritual power. There were countless spiritual stones floating in the air, and the spiritual power in these spiritual stones was being sucked into his body like a whale. Compared with the cultivation method taught by the Sword Master in the past, the cultivation method now is truly hardy. Lin Changfeng almost smiled crookedly. There are no side effects, and he can practice so fast. In his opinion, that the Ghost Elder is probably even more mysterious and powerful than the Sword Master. "Boy, I feel something is wrong." An old voice suddenly came from the long black sword inserted on the side. Lin Changfeng's heart stirred slightly. He quickly gathered his breath and said calmly, "Master, what happened?" The Sword Master concentrated on saying, "Such a weird cultivation method has never been heard of by my master. I'm afraid that old guy has ill intentions towards you." Hearing this, Lin Changfeng shook his head and smiled, "Master, I'm too worried. Elder Ghost's cultivation method has no side effects on my body. Didn't you say that if my disciple wants to grow up quickly and avenge his clan, I should seize every opportunity? This is my opportunity, Master, I don't need to think too much." Having said that, Sword Master hesitated, but before the Sword Master finished speaking, Lin Changfeng exhaled, "It's nothing, Master, no matter if it's my chance or not, I will take it by any means necessary. As long as it's in my hands, it's mine." The Sword Master originally wanted to say something more, but the next second the black sword suddenly trembled violently, and the Sword Master's soul emerged, and then entered Lin Changfeng's mind. Someone is coming. Hearing the heavy voice of the Sword Lord, Lin Changfeng was shocked. He quickly looked up and saw a slender figure walking towards him with elegant steps in the darkness outside the thatched cottage. As the footsteps get closer, Lin Changfeng stretched out his hand to hold the sword. His eyes were cold. "Demon." That's right, in his eyes, behind that slender figure, there were actually 9 tails intertwined with each other, waving strangely. After a few seconds, the first thing that entered Lin Changfeng's eyes was a pair of slender, snow-white legs. Lin Changfeng took a breath and looked up uncontrollably. Next to the door of the thatched cottage, I saw a woman covered with a veil, wearing a pink Taoist robe, with an extremely plump figure. The woman's face was not clear, but her pair of peach blossom eyes were extremely attractive, as if anyone could just look at it. At one glance, You will be completely addicted to it and unable to extricate yourself. Lin Changfeng's eyes glazed over. Such a charming woman. The sword master shouted coldly in his mind. Are you stupid? She is a demon. Even my master did not expect that there is a big demon in this Shenyan sect. Lin Changfeng was awakened by the sword master's shout, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead unconsciously. At that moment, he was actually confused by this woman based on his character. Master, can you deal with it? The sword master pondered. I don't know. Lin Changfeng. He had rarely seen the sword master so unconfident, which meant that the woman in front of him probably had extremely terrifying strength. Taking a deep breath, Lin Changfeng stared at the woman. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he could clearly see the disgust for him in the woman's eyes, which made Lin Changfeng a little stunned. The next second, the woman stopped, raised her eyebrows slightly, and then a tail behind her suddenly stretched out wildly, and instantly whipped Lin Changfeng's body away. Cough. Lin Changfeng coughed up blood and was horrified. This woman was so terrifying. Master, save me, sword master. He rolled up his soul and controlled Lin Changfeng's body to get up from the ground. His cold eyes looked directly at the woman. My disciple has no enmity with you, why did you attack him? The woman said nothing. He just slowly retracted his tail, grabbed the fluffy red tail tip behind him with his jade hand, and stroked it gracefully. The sword master was no longer calm. It is indeed a nine-tailed demon fox. Chapter 90. The sword master regrets, the queen of the fox clan. Legend has it that among the fox clan, a nine-tailed demon fox with pure bloodline is born every few thousand years. Thousands of years ago, when the sword master was training outside Bailing, he met an encounter with the queen of the fox clan. The queen was a nine-tailed demon fox. She was so beautiful, noble and arrogant that even his cold nature could not help but be tempted. That startling glance made him always remember the fairy face of the demon fox queen in his heart. Unfortunately, not long after, the nine-tailed demon fox clan encountered turmoil. It is said that the demon fox queen was seriously injured during the suppression of the turmoil, and was then rescued by a mysterious man. From then on, no one saw her again. The sword master even rushed there, specially in the realm of ancient demons. In the end, on a desolate ruins, the figure that he was longing for could not be seen. This was also a big regret that sword master had in his heart when he was young. Now that he saw the figure of the nine-tailed demon fox in the Shenyan sect, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turned out that the familiar demonic energy he sensed before entering the Shenyan sect actually belonged to the nine-tailed demon fox clan. Breath. But, why is there a nine-tailed demon fox in this place? Master. Seeing the sword master staring at the woman across from him, Lin Changfeng couldn't help but remind him, we'd better tell Senior Ghost about this banshee. The sword master was silent for a moment, then waved his hand gently, no need. As he spoke, his cloudy eyes were still looking at the woman opposite him, and he spoke slowly. I once had an old relationship with you, the queen of the nine-tailed demon fox clan, but I don't know when the blood of the nine-tailed demon fox flowed to the northern wilderness. A place like this. Hear the words. The woman's face was still expressionless. She gently stroked her tail, and finally slowly raised her head. Her charming eyes seemed to be shining with a moving light in the darkness. The sword master raised his eyebrows slightly. At this time, the woman raised her jade finger, and her fingertip pointed at Lin Changfeng. She did not speak, but her eyes were full of indifference, and even had a hint of obvious murderous intent. But just when the sword master thought she was about to take action, the woman seemed to sense the existence of something inside Lin Changfeng, then she smiled jokingly and tapped her fingertips. Aha! A ray of spiritual power pierced a hole in Lin Changfeng's body, and his whole body suddenly felt severe pain, as if he was bitten by something strange. The pain was so painful that even his skin was riddled with holes. Lin Changfeng took a deep breath of cold air, and the next second he knelt down in pain, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Master, save me, he gasped for air, his eyes full of horror. The sword master frowned. As a result, the next second, the figure of the charming woman disappeared strangely, as if she had never appeared before, but Lin Changfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, still felt lingering fear. Master, who is she? Why did she attack me? Lin Changfeng gritted his teeth. The sword master sighed. The nine-tailed demon fox will not appear in the human world easily. If we see its true form, it will either repay a favor or take revenge. Judging from the evil look of this demon fox, I guess it is looking for revenge on you. Lin Changfeng choked. Looking for revenge on me? He said angrily. I didn't offend her. Why should she come to me for revenge? She didn't know what she did to me just now. When I see her next time, I will kill her to death. Sword Master. Don't be so harsh. Think carefully. When you were practicing in the past, did you accidentally offend anyone from the Fox clan, or did you do something to the Banshee of the Fox clan? Lin Changfeng quickly shook his head. Absolutely not. How could I do that to the Banshee? The Sword Master was confused. That's strange. Could it be that the Banshee likes you, but it doesn't seem like it? Master, can you catch her? The Sword Master was silent. Catch her, it's already good enough to save your life from her. You still want to catch her? If you can't afford to mess with the nine-tailed demon fox clan, you'd better not mess with them. Otherwise, if you mess with them, why? I'm afraid the teacher can't protect you either. Lin Changfeng's expression turned ugly. Master, you don't even dare to provoke these monsters. The Sword Master nodded. But Master, you just said that you had an old relationship with the demon fox queen. Ahem, that was in the past. Don't mention the past. Let's practice hard tonight. Tomorrow we will go find the woman with the ancient ferocious beast. When the teacher uses some means, she will be obedient to us. Used. The long night passed. The watery moonlight sheds the last ray of light. The summit of a certain side peak. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes and waved away the surrounding barrier. On his chest, a soft and weak body was pressed against him, sleeping peacefully in his arms. He gently caressed the beauty's snow-white skin in his arms, which was as smooth and delicate as silk, and used his fingers to push away the scattered green hair on Su Qingning's forehead. Then he smiled slightly, lowered his head and kissed her gently on the cheek. Not only is he a little goblin, he's also a clingy spirit. He couldn't help but think. If she and Su Qingning were to be separated from each other in the future and no longer be by her side to protect her, I don't know what this woman would do. When she left the 9 regions, she even abandoned everything she owned in the 9 regions and came to the north alone. Looking for him in the wilderness, this kind of woman, once a man lives in her heart, basically will not change her whole life. Feeling the sweet and soft body in his arms, Su Ming stretched out his fingers and carefully traced the soft lines on her cheeks. On Su Qingning's forehead and hair, there were even fine beads of sweat, which were moist. The dye made her skin look like washed mud and fat jade, making people unable to put it down. Su Ming's eyes were as quiet as the sea, but in the depths of his dark eyes, a touch of tenderness flashed, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He carefully looked at the peaceful sleeping face of the person in his arms, and couldn't help but smile. Yes. Aren't you too tired last night? Hear his laughter. Su Qingning groaned in his arms, and finally slowly opened her eyes. Those moist and blurred beautiful eyes were like a pool of crystal spring water, clear, transparent and charming. She frowned and pushed Su Ming's chest. Slenderly Su Ming's slender snow legs also moved restlessly, and he said coquettishly like a little girl, "Bad guy, you woke me up." Su Ming gently stroked her long hair with his hand. "When I hurt you last night, you called me good brother. Now that I don't hurt you anymore, just call me bad guy, right?" Su Qingning's face was red with embarrassment. Her jade cheeks were dizzy. She rolled her eyes at Su Ming shyly. Her whole body was full of charming tenderness. Her watery and shining eyes were slightly shy. She lingered on Su Ming. She enjoyed the feeling of being enveloped by Su Ming's aura, which made her feel happy. She stretched out her jade hands to hold Su Ming's face, and gave her a gentle kiss. Her delicate red lips were slightly raised. Together with her upright and beautiful soft body, she looked gentle and charming. A real woman always has a more charming charm than a girl. "Then will you stay with me today?" Su Qingning asked him softly. Su Ming thought for a while. "How can I accompany you?" Su Qingning stared at him. Her eyes were full of him, and ripples appeared in her pure and clear eyes. She poked Su Ming's chest and said with a smile, "I don't care, anyway, you today belongs to me, I won't let anyone come." So domineering. Su Qingning snorted coldly. "I learned this from you. Who told you to do this to me in the first place? Su Ming scratched her nose and asked, are you stupid? Su Qingning pretended to bite him, you are stupid. Su Ming couldn't help but smile. In fact, every time he stayed with Su Qingning, he felt very relaxed. In the past, he might have approached Su Qingning with the purpose of taking advantage of her, but now, he really likes this girl. And when a ray of golden light appeared at the end of the horizon, in the sky that was still extremely far away from the Shenyan sect, there were several figures flying towards here on thunder cranes. These people have powerful auras and clear goals. They wear uniform clothes. They all come from a huge family force in Wangcheng. Chapter 91. If you don't want me, I won't want you either. In the clouds and mist, thunder cranes screamed. Senior Sister Junyi, you have arrived at Shenyan sect. A man with a crown-like face controlled the thunder crane to stop in the sky above the Shenyan sect. He looked at the woman in white with a cold face beside him. With a wave of his hand, dozens of thunder cranes all stopped behind him. On the back of the thunder crane, a series of eyes immediately glanced towards the sect below. The man's eyes flashed with spiritual light, hiding a scorching gaze. He moved away from the woman in white, looked at the Shenyan sect below, and chuckled. The Great Elder is a little too cautious. The Shenyan sect established a sect in the northern wilderness territory. How can it be related to evil cultivators for hundreds of years? The woman in white has a graceful figure, and although her face is cold, she is also extremely beautiful. Not only the man who spoke glanced at her from time to time, but even the young men standing on Leihe's back couldn't help but stare at her concave and convex figure. Flashed across the body. After the man finished speaking, the woman in white said indifferently, the Great Elder already knew about the Xuantian sword sect yesterday, and even Su Qingning from the Feishui sect came. I would like to see what that woman is doing here. Hearing the three words Su Qingning, a bright light suddenly flashed in the man's eyes. He could not help but think of that beautiful figure who could not eat the fireworks in the world. At first, just a quick glance, he fell in love with that fairy-like person in his heart. Son, and in the past few years, he has often used the identity of Wangcheng Thunder Crane Guard to run to Feishui sect. Of course, you have to be thick-skinned when chasing women. He asked himself that he had become the commander of the Thunder Crane Guard at this age, and was one of the top 3 figures in the last Tianzhou list in the Wild North Territory. In this place, besides Chen Zi, who else could be worthy of him? You have to go to Su Qingning. It's a pity that until now, he hasn't been able to say a few words to Su Qingning. He was willing to put down his body and chase her, but they didn't give him a chance. Every time he went to Feishui sect, Su Qingning was practicing in seclusion. He had no chance. While practicing in the deserted city yesterday, I accidentally heard that Su Qingning had left the Feishui sect. It happened that the elder of the Bai family found out through the ancient sun crown in the deserted city that there were countless evil cultivators hidden in the direction of the Shenyan sect. The leader of the Yan sect had his arms chopped off by a mysterious strong man, and the Xuantian sword sect's most precious treasure, the Xuantian mirror, was robbed. They, the Leihe guards, were sent to help investigate the matter. Also coming together was Bai Junyi, the previous chief disciple of the Bai family. This is a person who was called the White Fairy by the men in the entire northern wasteland. She was the number 1 in the last Tianzhou list in the northern wasteland, and is now the core protector of the immortal prison. After joining the immortal prison, she rarely returns to the northern wasteland territory. I didn't expect that when I returned to my family now, I would be sent by the Bai family's elder to handle the matter. Bai Junyi glanced at Chen Zi, and the crystal shimmer reflected her fragile yet cold face. She thought for a moment before casting her gaze downwards. I heard that you often go to Feishui sect during this time. Chen Zi smiled coquettishly and said, Sister, I'm joking, it's all for the sake of doing things. He thought to himself that it was one thing to like Su Qingning, but it was also another thing to covet Senior Sister Bai. In terms of appearance and talent, Senior Sister Bai was no worse than Su Qingning. She was even known as the most beautiful woman in the deserted city. Love everyone has a heart for beauty. He likes both of them, wants both of them, and the best thing is, he can get both of them, hugging him from left to right. That's really cool. I don't know how many people can die from envy. Bai Junyi said calmly, When she was ranked on the Tianzhou list, Bai Qingshan voluntarily gave up her ranking and came to join the Shenyang sect instead. Without the resources of the immortal prison, her current cultivation level in this sect is at most the peak of the Nirvana realm. Bar. Chen Zi nodded. Senior sister Qingshan's talent is no worse than ours, but staying in a small place like Shenyang sect limits her cultivation. According to the news received by the family, she has not even broken through to Spirit Master. Bai Junyi frowned. I want to see if there is anything in this Shenyang sect that is worthy of her. She would rather give up the opportunity to join the immortal prison. If she had followed me at the beginning, how could she only be a cultivator in the Nirvana realm now? 4. Although it is difficult to break through on the road of cultivation, it is without top-level resources. If there are inexhaustible cultivation resources, even a person with poor talent can break through in just a few years. At several major realms, the only one she could consider as an opponent in the Bai family was Bai Qingshan. But she couldn't figure out what Bai Qingshan wanted to do when he came to join the Shenyang sect. Although the Shenyang sect is one of the 5 major sects in the northern wasteland, how can it be compared with a place like the immortal prison if there are no resources? In her opinion, what Bai Qingshan did back then undoubtedly ruined her future. On the road of cultivation, I am afraid that I will only be an elder or peak master in this sect for the rest of my life. Bai Junyi felt it was a pity in her heart, but Bai Qingshan was a disciple brought back from outside by the head of the Bai family, and was not a pure bloodline of the Bai family. If not, even she would not have been able to agree to Bai Qingshan coming here in the first place, and she would definitely pull her to dominate the list of geniuses, join the immortal prison. Senior sister, are we going to see her? Chen Zi asked warmly, with a sunny smile on his face. He was always concerned, knowing that Bai Junyi had been practicing hard since he joined the immortal prison. Even now, he has no favorite person to become the protector of the immortal prison. Of course, there are many people chasing her, and she is the first to get the moon. Apart from Su Qingning, she must also take off Bai Junyi, otherwise she will feel itchy every time she sees her. Let's check the affairs of Shenyang sect first. Bai Junyi waved his jade hand, and his delicate body swept down from the thunder crane. He stood in the air and sensed the aura in Shenyang sect. A flash of green light flashed in his jade eyes, and then he frowned. He said with an eyebrow, "Sure enough, something is wrong. There are still several hidden auras in this sect. It seems that the Great Elder is right. There are people here who have been promoted to the spiritual master by relying on evil cultivation methods." Chen Zi took a breath, glanced at the cloud peaks of Shenyang with his bright eyes, grinned and said, "Then have come to the right place, under the nose of my Lei Heiwei. No evil cultivator can if you escape. Senior sister won't need to take action when the time comes, just let me handle it." Ever since he took charge of the Thunder Crane Guard in Wangcheng, he had killed many evil cultivators and demon cultivators. Now that he had the opportunity to perform in front of Bai Junyi, he would not let it go. After finishing speaking, Chen Zi touched his chin and whispered to Bai Junyi, "Senior sister, do you know Su Qingning?" Bai Junyi glanced at him and said, "I know him, but I'm not familiar with him." When Su Qingning first came to the northern wilderness territory, they fought against each other once. She later found out that Su Qingning came here to find someone, but she didn't know why she stayed in Feishui sect, and she didn't know what she was looking for. Was that person finally found? Su Qingning came here suddenly yesterday. Something must be wrong. Is there any connection with Shenyang sect? Chen Zi smiled lightly. I can sense her aura. She should be in Shenyang sect. He could see Su Qingning and led Lei Heiwei to show off in the Shenyang sect. If he really found out that there was an evil cultivator, he would be able to show off. If he thought about it, he might have a chance then. Being able to win Su Qingning's favor. When he thought of that kind of goddess-like figure being held in his arms with a shy face, he became very excited. In the entire northern wilderness region, whoever dared to snatch a woman from him, Chen Zi, Su Qingning and Bai Junyi, would definitely to be taken down by him. The 7th peak, on a small road on the side peak. Su Ming took off a pair of cold jade hands wrapped around his body. Looking at the resentful eyes of the girl in his arms, he said in a funny way, "Just walk properly. If you insist on pestering me, won't it be hot to hold you like this?" Su Qingning was hugged by Su Ming. She vaguely scratched Su Ming's neck with her little paws, then breathed into his neck and asked with a smile, "Does it itch?" Su Ming stared down at her. "How old are you?" Su Qingning puffed her lips. "I'm not that big to begin with, but I'm still a young girl." Su Ming lowered his gaze, and then nodded deliberately. "It's indeed not big." Su Qingning reacted. Her cheeks turned red immediately, and then she tickled him angrily. "Don't you know whether he's big or not?" "Huh, bad guy." Su Ming grasped it with one hand, and the soft and tender feeling was indeed a bit admirable. Looking at the crimson cheeks of the girl in his arms, he deliberately teased her. "It will grow up in the future, I like it very much." Su Qingning raised her head in his arms, staring at him with moist eyes without blinking, and then her voice trembled slightly. "Then do you like me?" Su Ming didn't hesitate. He hummed, his eyes burning, "I like it." Hearing these two words, Su Qingning felt as sweet as honey. What she once feared most was that Su Ming didn't like her and would abandon her. When she learned that Su Ming had left the 9 realms, she didn't even follow her. She said that she didn't know how wrong she was. Su Qingning looked at Su Ming aggrievedly, clinging to him like a clingy spirit, and coquettishly said to him in a soft and waxy voice, "You said you like me again, then why did you leave me alone in the first place, big liar?" It was difficult for Su Ming to explain this matter. After all, he only approached her for the villain mission. He put his fingers against the girl's moist and soft lips, caressed them gently, and said with a smile, "We were not familiar with her at that time. Unlike now, everything is already cooked." Su Qingning flattened her mouth, deliberately bit his finger, and said vaguely, "If you dare to abandon me in the future, then I won't want you anymore. Anyway, you only have this one chance anyway." Su Ming nodded with a gentle smile. "I will cherish it. No matter what." I really felt sorry for her at the time. Chapter 92. The Sword Way of Devouring Love, the Thunder Crane Guard in the Deserted City. On the top of the 7 peaks, in the attic filled with fragrance, Bai Qingshan held her chin in her hands, sitting quietly at the table, with a pair of phoenix eyes fixedly looking at the scroll on the table. As she looked at it, her cheeks turned slightly red, and there was a hint of red on the corner of her mouth unconsciously. A gentle smile. On the scroll, there is an extraordinary and handsome young man in white. The young man stands at the top, with exceptionally clear facial features, especially the pair of bright star-like eyes, which are clear and heart-stirring. This is what Su Ming looked like when he was 18 years old. She copied it secretly, and even Su Ming didn't know it. Bai Qingshan pursed her red lips and stretched out her jade hand to caress the young man in the painting. Her mind immediately recalled the scene where Su Ming got along with her tenderly on her bed last night. Leng Gui's beautiful cheeks became a little hot. Deep in my heart, there was a faint sense of shame. Su Ming was the apprentice she raised by herself. She was Su Ming's master. Now that she was thinking about those embarrassing things in front of her apprentice's picture scroll, she felt a little shameless. "No, I can't think about it anymore." Gently patting his hot cheek, Bai Qingshan stretched out his hand to pull up his hair, took a deep breath, his beautiful eyes became a little resentful and dim, and sighed quietly. "The seal of Tianfeng will be loosened soon, and it will be removed when the time comes. How could I cruelly leave him here alone after getting rid of the imperial soldiers?" Putting away Su Ming's scroll, a flash of hesitation flashed across Bai Qingshan's beautiful face. After a moment, she gritted her teeth gently, murderous intent surging in her phoenix eyes. "Don't worry, Ming, before Master leaves, I will definitely help you kill Lin Changfeng. If you like Mu Qingyan, Master will help you, but in the future." At this point, she didn't know why, but her heart suddenly felt a slight sting. The thought of Su Ming being with another woman and being occupied by another woman after she left made her feel uncomfortable. When Su Ming bullied Mu Qingyan, she was angry with Su Ming on the surface, but in her heart, she was even more angry that Su Ming would rather bully other women than get close to her as a master. Elder, it is naturally impossible for these emotions to be expressed in front of Su Ming. At this moment, a leisurely female voice floated slowly from behind. "Tisk, tisk, look at you, you're not really trapped in love, wake up, that's the apprentice you raised with your own hands." But having said that, Su Ming is indeed better looking than countless young heroes in our clan. If it weren't for the clan's regulations, I wouldn't object to you taking him back and raising him. The shadow of a woman in a long skirt condensed behind Bai Qingshan. Under her veil, her silver eyes flickered, her whole persona was charming, and her vaguely exposed appearance was also particularly gorgeous. Bai Qingshan's face turned cold and he said calmly, "Don't worry about my affairs." The woman with silver eyes shook her head and sighed softly. "I just want to remind you that the time given to us by the clan is running out. Since we will be separated sooner or later, why do we need to do these things? Also, if you fall in love with him, your sword will definitely be affected. If I remember correctly, the love-devouring sword technique you practice is quite special. You can be in love with him until death, but if he has no affection for you, every time you improve your sword intention in the future, you will suffer the pain of 10,000 swords gnawing at your heart. If you ask me, it's not worth it at all. Your apprentice is wandering around and hugging you. If you have true feelings for him, he may not like you. After all, men are all the same. They like to be young and charming like his little junior sister. Weak girl, in his eyes, you are just a master." Bai Qingshan's chest rose and fell slightly. She waved her jade arm suddenly, and the terrifying sword force instantly twisted and sealed the void around the silver-eyed woman. "Ming'er and I have a master-disciple relationship, which is pure and innocent. If you are slandering me like this, don't blame me for being merciless." The silver-eyed woman nodded slightly. "Whatever you say, anyway, my mission is only to help you obtain the imperial weapons. When the time comes, I will not interfere with Su Ming's affairs." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure turned into an illusory light point and gradually disappeared. After the silver-eyed woman left, Bai Qingshan suddenly sensed the appearance of the Thunder Crane guard in the sky, as well as the beautiful figure in white. She raised her eyes and looked into the void outside the attic, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Shenyan Sect, the main peak. The great elder Qi Yuan led several peak masters and a group of elders to see the majestic Thunder Crane guards outside the main peak hall. In front of these Thunder Crane guards, there was a woman in white who amazed all the male elders. The last chief disciple of the Bai family, the most evil fairy on the list of geniuses in the northern wasteland, Bai Junyi. Behind Bai Junyi, the leader of Lehei Guard, Chen Zi, glanced at Qi Yuan lightly, and then chuckled. "I am Chen Zi, the leader of the Lehei Guard. I heard that Master Du of the Shenyan sect was injured by a mysterious strong man, and the disciples of the sect also robbed the Xuandian sword sect's treasure. I hereby lead the Lehei Guard to investigate. I also hope that Elder Qi will tell me carefully what happened yesterday and don't miss anything." He looked stern, like a big shot who was superior to Qi Yuan and the elders of the Shenyan sect. He also looked down upon these elders of the Shenyan sect. After all, with his current strength, these elders of the Shenyan sect were indeed not enough in his eyes. Look, he has the capital to despise them. Several elders behind Qi Yuan gritted their teeth slightly. The way Chen Zi spoke like this meant that he really didn't take them seriously. However, considering Chen Zi's identity, the top forces in Wangcheng were not something that they, the Shenyan sect, could offend. When I got up, I sighed secretly in my heart. Qi Yuan also squeezed his palm gently, then slowly let go, and recounted some key points of what happened in Shenyan sect yesterday. When he heard Qi Yuan say that Su Qingning helped them deal with those spiritual masters, Chen Zi immediately asked urgently, "But that young elder Su from Feishui sect?" Qi Yuan's face looked strange, but he nodded slightly. Chen Zi felt relieved. Su Qingning had indeed been to Shenyan sect. He asked again, "Then where is she now?" Qi Yuan shook his head. "I don't know, I only know that Elder Su left the sect with a disciple of my Shenyan sect, and then never saw them again." Chen Zi sneered, "Old guy, how dare you lie to me? I can clearly sense her aura in your sect." This Qi Yuan's face darkened. He still couldn't see that this guy came to their Shenyan sect in the name of investigating, but in fact he was probably here just for that Su Qingning. Damn it, he was another guy who only had women in his mind. Qi Yuan smiled awkwardly. "Maybe, you sensed it wrong." Chen Zi snorted coldly, glanced at Bai Junyi who was silent in front of him, and saw Bai Junyi's eyes sweeping toward a certain peak of Shenyan sect. He followed the glance and then stared at Qi Yuan again. "You just said, Su Qingning took away a disciple of your sect, male or female?" Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment and then said, "Male disciple." The boy who made Zhan Tianjing recognize his master. Chen Zi's eyes were already a little cold and forbidding, changing from the sunny and gentle image in front of Bai Junyi. Qi Yuan was surprised. Doesn't this Chen Zi have any special relationship with Su Qingning? If that were the case, wouldn't Su Ming be in some danger? He explained that Elder Su may have taken a fancy to a disciple of my sect, so he wanted to accept him as a disciple. Chen Zi frowned. Is this really true? Qi Yuan nodded. It should be. The other elders and peak masters of the Shenyang sect also had strange faces. Did Chen Zi come to their Shenyang sect to investigate, or was it because of a woman? But having said that, a fairy-like figure like Su Qingning is indeed not something ordinary men can come into contact with. In the northern wilderness territory, there were countless young geniuses who wanted to pursue her. Chen Zi's behavior is understandable. Chapter 93. As long as it hurts, it will be fine. Of course, in Chen Zi's eyes, he was born with a kind of superiority and arrogance over the elders of Shenyang sect. As influential figures who were once on the list of geniuses in the northern wilderness region, veteran spiritual masters like Qi Yuan and Du Kanghai, he really didn't take it seriously. With a wave of his hand, the Thunder Crane guards behind him received the order, and each drove the Thunder Crane into the sky, and then occupied the high altitude. Countless Thunder Cranes screamed loudly, carrying thunderous sound waves that covered the entire Shenyang sect, and it was like a huge seal. Like a spiritual formation, it isolated Shenyang sect from the outside world. Qi Yuan's old face darkened. The elders and peak masters at the rear also looked a little unhappy. Many disciples of the Shenyang sect also discovered this scene in the sky and raised their heads in shock. Then they saw the scene of the Lehei guards with cruel and cold faces sealing off the entire sect. They were shocked and looked at Chen Zi, and Bai Junyi's eyes trembled slightly. It's the Thunder Crane Guard from Wangcheng. What are the Thunder Crane Guards doing in our sect? Aren't they specifically designed to capture and deal with evil cultivators for Wangcheng? There are no evil cultivators in our sect. Who knows what they are here for? Anyway, Lei Heiwei has always been arrogant and domineering and doesn't take anyone seriously. I don't know if the elders and the others can handle it. Countless disciples were frightened, because the Lehei guards in Wangcheng would only take action when arresting evil cultivators, and their methods would be bloody and extremely cruel. Now that their Shenyang sect has come and sealed off the entire sect, how could they not be afraid? Chen Zi rode the Thunder Crane and descended slowly. He looked at Qi Yuan with a smile. The Xuantian mirror is the most precious treasure of the Xuantian sword sect. How can it fall into the hands of a junior? Since I am here today, I will take care of it. Bar. Qi Yuan's brows twitched, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. His voice became slightly colder. I wonder how Chief Chen plans to deal with it. Chen Zi looked at Qi Yuan and said indifferently, if a small disciple occupies the magic weapon, he will definitely attract outsiders to covet him. If he knows the truth and gives the magic weapon to me, others will naturally not dare to have any ideas. Then if Xuantian sword sect comes to visit me again, he will tell me the name of Lehei guard. Qi Yuan, he couldn't help but want to curse. Damn it, he thought he was really here to check things out, but what the hell did it turn out to be? Now that the divine weapon has recognized its master, if he takes it away by force, it will definitely damage Su Ming's cultivation foundation. It will turn him into a useless person. These guys are not good people. Chen Zi glanced at the unsightly-looking elders below and said with a smile, Elder Qi, does what I say make sense? That disciple is called Su Ming, right? So today, I will be here waiting for his return. At this time, Bai Junyi frowned slightly and glanced at Chen Zi lightly. She felt a little weird in her heart. She found the name Su Ming very familiar. After she came out of seclusion and practice, she seemed to have heard several other guardians of the immortal prison mention it, but at that time, she didn't pay much attention. But no matter what, if Su Qingning can come here, and it is possible to accept Su Ming as a disciple, this disciple must be very talented. In the entire northern wasteland, the magic soldiers can take the initiative to recognize the master. But there were not many people, so she felt a little curious. Bai Junyi raised her beautiful eyes slightly, and glanced coldly towards the direction of Shenyang sect Tianfeng. Sensing Bai Junyi's gaze, Chen Zi smiled warmly and said, Sister Junyi, it seems that the mysterious strong men who injured Sect Master Du are not from the northern wilderness region. Now that they have left here long ago, it is difficult to investigate. I don't know. Senior sister, have you discovered anything? Bai Junyi tilted her head and looked down at the main hall of the main peak. In her eyes, an extremely charming figure appeared. It was a woman in red whose appearance was not inferior to hers. She was leaning lazily on a willow tree in front of the hall. Below, that concave and convex, plump and proud figure even attracted the attention of many thunder crane guards in the sky. The woman in red had a lazy appearance and didn't seem to care about their arrival. What surprised Bai Junyi the most was that she couldn't even see through the cultivation of this woman. Following Bai Junyi's gaze, Chen Zi also saw Hong Yu. His eyes were dull for a moment, and then he quickly came back to his senses, with a deep look of surprise in his eyes. What a charming woman! Her body seemed to be filled with some kind of fatal charm, which actually made Chen Zi himself couldn't help but look at her a few more times. With such a charming woman, I'm afraid not many men can resist her attraction, right? Chen Zi sighed secretly in his heart. He had never discovered that Shenyang sect had such a beauty before. If he had known about it earlier, he might have found an excuse to come to Shenyang sect from time to time. There is something wrong with the aura of this woman. Bai Junyi stared at Hong Yu, a faint coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes. The technique she practiced was quite special, and she would have a unique feeling for those who practiced evil. Sensing power, the woman in red below gave her a very uncomfortable feeling. Chen Zi was slightly startled and subconsciously said, Evil cultivator. If this woman is really an evil cultivator, it would be a pity. Whether it is a deserted city or a fairy prison, people who are evil cultivators will never be tolerated. If it is verified, they will be arrested and imprisoned, or beheaded. Below, the master of Yifeng, Zhang Ting, noticed that Chen Zi was staring at Hong Yu. He felt slightly anxious. Then he thought for a moment, appeared in front of Hong Yu, and said to her in a deep voice, Elder Hong Yu, the Thunder Crane guards in Wangcheng came to investigate the affairs of the sect master. Now that you are in charge of Tianfeng, you should go back and guard the seal. Hear the words. Hong Yu glanced at Zhang Ting. She said nothing, but the coldness in her eyes made Zhang Ting feel bitter. He had been chasing Hong Yu for so long, but she never even gave him a good look. However, yesterday, when she treated that disciple Su Ming, she was so gentle that she seemed like a different person. This made Zhang Ting feel crazy. Su Ming is just a disciple. Apart from being younger, how can he be better than him? Hong Yu raised her eyes slightly, and her eyes met with Bai Junyi's in midair. Bai Junyi frowned. Sure enough, something is wrong. The strong feeling of repulsion in her heart told her that there must be something weird in the skills practiced by this woman in red. Perhaps the evil cultivator's aura that the elder of the Bai family suddenly sensed yesterday came from her. It was omitted, but the great elder said that the evil cultivator's aura was very young and immature, but also extremely powerful, as if she had just entered the evil cultivator, but this woman didn't look like it. Glancing at the group of Thunder Crane guards in the sky, Hong Yu felt no interest in them. She withdrew her gaze, then turned around calmly and left in a familiar direction. Zhang Ting stared at Hong Yu's back, feeling complicated and full of jealousy. The place Hong Yu went to was exactly in the direction of Kaifeng. In the sky, Chen Zi looked at Hong Yu's graceful figure as she left. He turned to look at Bai Junyi. Seeing that the senior sister didn't say anything, he breathed a sigh of relief and then said coldly, Lei Heiwei, listen to the order. From now on, the sky will be sealed and no one will be allowed to leave the Shenyang sect. Elder Qi, since sect master Du is injured and cannot come out, I will go and see him personally. By the way, there are some things that I need him to tell me personally. The other side, the news that the Thunder Crane guards in Wangcheng had sealed off the entire Shenyang sect spread throughout the sect within a quarter of an hour. Lin Changfeng, who was practicing under Tianfeng, also got the news, and he suddenly became pleasantly surprised. Now that the sect is in chaos, he has a good opportunity to get close to the female disciple Zhou Yaoyao without anyone noticing. With the sword master's methods, he will definitely make Zhou Yaoyao feel cold while practicing. When the time comes, he will send warmth. After conquering her, Are you still afraid that you won't get the ancient ferocious beast in her body? This is a good opportunity, Master. It's time for us to take action. Once he refines the ancient ferocious beast, with that powerful spiritual power, he will definitely be able to break through to the Spirit Master. By then, the youngest Spirit Master in the entire northern wilderness region will be born. Su Ming will not be crushed by him at will. Press. 7 peaks, halfway up the mountain. In the maple forest, 2 little girls, Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao, were beside a stream not far away. Su Ming was quite free and looked at the 2 young girls indifferently. Su Qingning, who was beside him, reached out and poked Su Ming's chest, glared at him, and then stepped forward, smiling at the 2 little girls holding their chins in a daze, and stretched out his hands to take care of their hair. Su Ming looked at Feng Qingling's soft and cute appearance just after she woke up from sleep. He couldn't help but smile. This little girl was a little uneasy. If he hadn't come back in time yesterday, I still don't know what will happen. I have never seen her be so extreme in the past. Has Xiaonizi been stimulated in some way? Even if she is going to turn into a cruel and cold-blooded female devil, it will only be after she breaks up with the male protagonist in the future. Now I feel that something is wrong with this plot development. Su Ming was thinking. The next second, a familiar female fragrance came from the nostrils, and a soft and charming figure boldly grabbed his waist from behind, and her restless jade hands were still gently teasing his waist. As soon as Su Ming turned around, a pair of lustrous and attractive red lips gently pressed against his lips and bit him tentatively. Don't make trouble. Su Ming had no choice but to think that Su Qingning was still not far ahead and Hong Yu was so boldly intimate with him, and a faint sense of excitement surged in his heart. Hong Yu opened her mouth and let her go. Her moist and charming eyes were full of temptation, and the expression on her pretty face was particularly soft and harmless. When Su Ming turned around, she glanced at Su Qingning beside the stream. Then he held Su Ming's waist tightly with both hands, and huddled in his arms aggrievedly. Ever since that woman came, you don't love me anymore, she accused. With the warm and fragrant nephrite in his arms, Su Ming reached out and scratched her nose, and said with a smile, "When will I stop hurting you? I'm afraid that by then, some people will cry out in pain and keep begging for mercy." A blush suddenly appeared on her red and jade cheeks, and she glared at him angrily. Su Ming felt funny in his heart. Regardless of how charming Hong Yu is in normal times, she is actually very soft in bed. Maybe women are all the same and it would be better if it hurts more. Chapter 94 with senior brother here, who dares to give you away? Why, you can't help but want to come and see me. Su Ming said teasingly, looking at Hong Yu's charming cheeks in front of him. Her plump waist felt extremely comfortable to the touch, and the intoxicating fragrance of her body lingered between his nose. This woman is already charming, and she becomes even more attractive when she acts coquettishly. Hong Yu punched him and hummed, "I don't want to see you, a little rascal." In terms of age, Su Ming is indeed much younger than Hong Yu. After all, he is the elder and he is the disciple. If the matter between the two of them spreads, I am afraid they will inevitably be judged by the disciples and outsiders of the sect. No matter what, the elders and disciples of the sect having sex is considered a taboo. However, Su Ming didn't take these things to heart, and he didn't care. He even dared to imprison the queen, and he didn't even bother to cover up any taboos. But now in front of Su Qingning, if you can restrain yourself, you still have to exercise some restraint. Hong Yu glanced at Feng Qingling behind her, her eyes swept over the latter's young and attractive face, and then said, "I came to see her. She was really promising yesterday, and she even took advantage of my absence. She quietly ran back to her residence and stole the magic piano. Most of the people who came from the sect today were also attracted by her." Speaking of Feng Qingling, Su Ming couldn't help but think of how pitiful and well-behaved she looked when she was bullied, and how she relied heavily on him. Although she would become the Nine Heavens' mysterious Empress who destroyed the heaven and earth and ignored all things in the future, now, she is just a cute little girl. "I've already punished her," Su Ming said. Hong Yu rolled her eyes at him. "You must feel sorry for her. Keeping her by your side will be a disaster sooner or later. It's better to find a random demon cultivator sect and give her away." If this was the case, then the little girl might even hold a grudge against him. Although she had not had much contact with Feng Qingling in her previous lives, he also knew that once this girl had a grudge against someone, she would probably hate him for the rest of her life. Su Ming gently stroked Hongyu's silky hair and said with a smile, "If you love her more, she might even listen to you when she grows up." Most of the shadows in Feng Qingling's heart were caused by her years of getting along with Hongyu, which led to her being withdrawn and fearful in front of outsiders. In addition, she was ostracized by several senior brothers and sisters she came into contact with, so she longs for someone to care about her in her heart. Now that senior brother Su Ming cares and loves her, she has regained some of the lively personality of a girl. If she really gives her away like Hongyu said, I am afraid this will be a lifelong psychological shadow for her. She has only been raised by you for a few days and she is already so spunky. If she finds someone she likes and wants to get married in the future, will you be reluctant to let her go? Who can say clearly what will happen in the future? Su Ming turned around and stared at Feng Qingling. In fact, he knew very well that once all the cultivation and memories of the Nine Heavens' mysterious Empress were awakened, Feng Qingling would most likely become for another person. At that time, she would not be as cute as she is now, and she would just ignore everyone. And this time, Xiao Nizi, who was holding her jade cheeks with her two little hands by the lake, suddenly felt the gaze directed towards her from behind. She hurriedly tilted her head and smiled at Su Qingning, who was tying up her hair. With big, watery eyes, he looked back eagerly. Then, there was only the shadow of one person left in her eyes, and except for the fragments of light and joy, it was all him. That was the only person in the world who was good to her, and the most important person in her young heart. She wanted to see him all the time. Senior brother. The girl's sweet voice, with a trace of undisguised joy, slowly sounded in the air. Hearing the voice, Su Ming waved to Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao beside her. After tying up their hair, the two little girls couldn't wait to come to him in just a moment. Hongyu felt a little dissatisfied. Seeing Feng Qingling being well-behaved by Su Ming, she hummed softly, "You are really promising now. Now you dare to steal things without telling me." Suddenly hearing Hongyu's voice, Feng Qingling realized belatedly that she had only been looking at her senior brother just now and didn't even know when the master came. Now that she heard the master's reproachful words, her delicate body trembled slightly. Trembling, there was also some panic in his eyes. Hongyu threatened in a cold voice, "I have thought about it. Keeping you disobedient will be a disaster sooner or later. It is better to just find a demon cultivator to send you out. A delicate little girl like you, they are the worst. Like it. I don't want." Feng Qingling's two big eyes instantly turned red, filled with tears. Her heart was full of fear and terror, and she hurriedly looked towards the senior brother she relied on the most. "Senior brother, don't put it in your eyes. Ling is giving it away. Ling will definitely listen to senior brother's words in the future." Hongyu pouted, "It's useless for you to look at him. I am your master. I will give you to whomever I want." Tears welled up in Feng Qingling's eyes, and she felt unprecedented fear in her heart. Before she got Su Ming's care, her whole world was gloomy, but now, with her senior brother's care and love, she just wanted to stay. "When I'm with my senior brother, I don't want to go anywhere." Seeing that the little girl was about to cry from fright, Su Ming glanced at Hongyu strangely, then stretched out his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of Feng Qingling's eyes, and said softly, "Why are you crying? Senior brother is here, who can I dare to give you away?" This gentle caress made Feng Qingling's heart, which was originally full of fear, calm down little by little. She looked at Su Ming blankly, and the sweetness and love in her heart seemed to become more intense at this moment. Intense and hot, she then hid weakly behind Su Ming, not daring to look at Hongyu. Su Ming was a little funny and couldn't help but rub her little head. Hongyu was jealous and glared at Su Ming, "It's okay if you don't want me to give her away. She stole the magic piano yesterday. If you bring the magic piano back to me tonight, I will consider it and not hold her responsible." "Su Ming, are you going to give away the magic piano? I'm afraid if we go, it will be a bloody battle." Thinking of Hongyu's charming body, Su Ming felt a slight pain in his back. He had indeed been a little indulgent in the past few days. Hongyu glanced at Su Qingning, who was also staring at her curiously, and then glanced at the location of the main peak. Then she fixed her gaze on Feng Qingling and reminded her softly, most of the people in Wangcheng were attracted by this little girl. If you don't find her, those people will definitely not give up. Su Ming hadn't spoken yet, but Su Qingning raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled softly. If you don't like it, let it go, so what? There was a touch of cold indifference in her beautiful smile. Su Ming almost forgot that Su Qingning's sweet, docile and charming side would only show up in front of him. This girl would be the queen of the 9 realms in the future, holding the lives of all the creatures in the 9 realms in her hands. She used to be in the 9 realms. When she was in the domain, she was an iceberg beauty that no one could melt, and she was merciless in killing people. Chapter 95 Senior brother really knows how to play. The Thunder Crane Guard sealed the sect. In the sky, countless thunder chains instantly filled the sky. The thunder cranes occupied all directions, their cold eyes staring down emotionlessly. Especially the main peak hall. No disciples are allowed to approach, and even several elders from other peaks have been blocked. As for what Chen Zi, the leader of Lehei Guard, said to Du Kanghai after entering the main hall, no one knew. Even Qi Yuan, the great elder, was isolated from the main hall. All I know is that after Chen Zi came out of the main peak hall, he took a deep breath, and then stood outside the hall with his hands behind his hands. There was no expression on his face, but when he looked at Zhongting and other peak masters, his eyes flickered slightly. I heard that the master of Taishuan sect has been here. Chen Zi glanced at Qi Yuan and said indifferently. Qi Yuan smiled lightly. Their sect master and our sect master have been friends for many years. Is it normal for us to come and see our friends? Chen Zi nodded. I've asked you clearly what you want to ask. The woman in red who left just now is the elder of your sect, right? Du Kanghai said that she has a female disciple who is a once-in-a-100-year evil cultivator. Physique, is there such a thing? His tone was neither urgent nor slow, but the joking meaning in his eyes made Qi Yuan's brows jump. After what happened last time, Du Kanghai, almost all the disciples of Shenyang sect already knew that Elder Hongyu had a female disciple with an evil cultivating constitution, and she was explicitly prohibited from practicing in the sect. Now that Chen Zi has come to the sect to investigate the evil cultivator, he will naturally find out Feng Qingling. When the time comes, the Shenyang sect will not protect her, and Hongyu will definitely not care about her. And now she and Su Ming have left again being close, it is inevitable that Su Ming will not be implicated. As for Feng Qingling being found to have an evil cultivator's physique, Qi Yuan has no control over what Chen Zi wants to do with him, but Su Ming cannot be implicated. Once it is found out by Lei Heiwei that she has something to do with an evil cultivator, even he can't be saved. Su Ming. Qi Yuan hesitated. Chen Zi raised the corner of his mouth and said, it seems to be true. Your sect is really brave. You dare to take in people with evil cultivators. If this matter spreads out, you want to be known by the powerful people in the entire northern wilderness region. Spurn on. Qi Yuan had a dark face and was accused by a junior in such an arrogant and indifferent tone. Naturally, he felt uncomfortable. He snorted coldly and said lightly, it was Du Kanghai's intention to take in that female disciple, and among our Shenyang sect, inside, she is not allowed to practice. Chen Zi glanced at Qi Yuan disdainfully, but just now Du Kanghai said that she had practiced in your Chunyuan Hall in Kaifeng, and a male disciple took her there, and that male disciple seemed to be the one you mentioned to me. The former Kaifeng senior brother, Su Ming, right? Qi Yuan suddenly frowned. Damn that idiot Du Kanghai, he really talks about everything. He doesn't think that Chen Zi's Thunder Crane guards will go to Lingmen for him to avenge him, right? It would be nice if these guys wouldn't be scared to shit when they heard Lingmen's name. Chen Zi asked lightly, what's the name of that female disciple? Qi Yuan's old face moved. Before he could speak, among the many elders and peak masters in front of him, Zhongting, the master of the first peak, stood up and said, Chief Chen, that female disciple was brought into the sect by Elder Hongyu. Her surname is Feng and her name is Feng. Qingling is not yet an adult yet, she is a lonely little girl, but for some unknown reason recently, she has become very close to Kaifeng's senior brother Su Ming. Feng Qingling. Chen Zi smiled slightly, it is indeed a rare surname. And the Kaifeng senior brother Su Ming you mentioned, I heard a lot about him from Du Kanghai. It is said that this great senior brother has bad conduct and often bullies his fellow sect sisters. Such a person, even if he has the talent to make the magic weapon recognize his master, how could he possibly fall in Su Qingning's eyes? Hearing that Su Qingning came to Shenyang sect specifically for a man, Chen Zi felt a little uncomfortable. Now that he heard about Su Ming, he felt even weirder. Anyway, Su Qingning, a person with such a cold temperament, would never fall in love with a guy like Su Ming, even if he were to become a disciple. In his eyes, this Su Ming was just a joke. As the great elder of the Shenyang sect, how could Qi Yuan not know about the bastard things Su Ming had done? But now that Su Ming's talent was there, and he had to be recognized by the divine soldiers as his master, the sect needed him, so Qi Yuan naturally to defend him. Chief Chen is joking. If you are not a romantic person, you will waste your youth. But I can guarantee that I, the senior brother of Kaifeng, have absolutely nothing to do with that female disciple Hongyu. I also understand the rules of your Lehei guard. If it is found out that Feng Shi will naturally let you handle Qing Ling's affairs. Qi Yuan said. Chen Zi glanced at Qi Yuan and smiled softly. Elder Qi, don't be nervous. We Lehei will not wrong anyone when we work. It just so happens that my senior sister has a good relationship with the peak master of your 7 peaks, so let her put that you can hand over Feng Qingling, or I can go to Kaifeng myself. Not only did he want to find out about Feng Qingling, he actually wanted to see Su Qingning as soon as possible. As for Su Ming, he was just a disciple of the Shenyang sect. Even if he accidentally got the divine weapon to recognize him as his master, he would not let him go at all. In the eyes. If Su Qingning really wanted to accept Su Ming as her disciple, he could consider letting Su Ming go. Even after finding out what happened to Feng Qingling, he could clear up the relationship between him and Feng Qingling, which would be regarded as giving Su Qingning a break. It's a small favor. With this favor, I will be able to have better contact with Su Qingning in the future. Chen Zi raised his eyes lightly, glanced at the thunder spiritual formation arranged by the group of thunder crane guards in the sky, and then waved his hand. Remove the spiritual formation, you can just stay here and guard it. He still had to go to Kaifeng himself. After all, he also knew Bai Qingshan. After all, he was also a friend of his senior sister Bai Junyi. He had to go and meet him. The most important thing is that when Bai Qingshan was in the Bai family in Wangcheng, his talent and appearance were not inferior to Bai Junyi's, but he hadn't seen her for many years. Now he wants to see if the person who was equally as good as Bai Junyi is still there now. Not that stunning. When Chen Zi entered the main peak hall just now, Bai Junyi had already left the main peak and headed for the 7th peak. Chen Zi knew that his senior sister was going to see an old friend, so he smiled flatly and said, Elder Qi, please lead the way. Qi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. After all, he is also the great elder of Shenyang sect, so he is actually allowed to lead the way. The expressions on the faces of the elders and peak masters behind him were not very good either. This Chen Zi really didn't take their Shenyang sect seriously. His indifferent and joking eyes and the tone in which he summoned his servants could be heard. They were furious. Qi Yuan waved his sleeves and snorted in his heart. Chen Zi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Zhang Ting hesitated for a moment, but finally stepped forward and said, Chief Chen, I will take you there. At the same time, halfway up the 7th peak, 2 female disciples came to Su Ming's residence to spread the message. Only, when they saw Su Ming, one on the left and the other on the right, accompanied by 2 delicate and soft little girls who were not even adults yet, the eyes of the 2 female disciples were glazed over for half a minute. They had known for a long time that their senior brother had a romantic streak, but when he was in Chunyuan Hall last time, wasn't there only one Feng Qingling? But now, looking at the 2 pretty little girls staying by his side obediently, the 2 people's hearts are becoming weirder. Those 2 little girls must not be adults yet, right? In the past, the senior brother often bullied the junior sister Mu Qingyan. As far as they know, the junior sister is not yet an adult. This senior brother really knows how to play. Chapter 96. Stop asking about senior brother's affairs. Eldest brother. Master summoned and said that some adults have come to Wangcheng and they want to see you. The 2 female disciples stretched out their hands to smooth the long hair in front of their foreheads, and whispered to Su Ming, who was sitting on the edge of the stone platform. The breeze blew by, and a few maple leaves fell from before my eyes. Su Ming slowly raised his head and stared at the two beautiful junior sisters. With a clear and elegant smile on his lips, he nodded gently. The cheeks of the two junior sisters turned red instantly. Senior brother is so good looking. It's a pity, why is such a good looking senior brother such a kind of person? It would be great if the senior brother was a dedicated and good man. In the past, when the senior brother was not bad, he cared about and loved these junior sisters. At that time, there were countless sisters around them who wanted to make peace with the senior brother. Where is the couple? Even they. But now, the two of them shook their heads secretly. Although the senior brother had not bullied them as before after being punished in the fairy prison, the impression of the past period was too deep in their minds, especially the originally lively and cheerful junior sister Miu. Since being bullied by their senior brother, they have become taciturn, and they are still a little angry in their hearts. That warm senior brother has long gone forever. Seeing the faint changes in the eyes of the two junior sisters, Su Ming smiled and said, I understand what master means, thank you for your hard work, junior sisters. He took a look at the dishes containing pure spiritual power placed on the stone table, and then said, this is the most nourishing thing in Lingshan Hall. Why don't you two junior sisters come over together and eat some with your senior brother? The two women blushed and shook their heads hastily. No need, senior brother, we go back to practice first. As soon as the words fell, the two of them ran away like rabbits. Su Ming, is he that scary? He can't eat people. Feng Qingling snickered beside her. Su Ming knocked her little head. Senior brother, I was wrong. Feng Qingling opened her innocent eyes and hurriedly begged for mercy. I don't know why, but this little girl became more and more lively and bold when she stayed by Su Ming's side. Ning Xiaoxiao, under Su Ming's guidance, closed her eyes slightly, kept breathing, and condensed and absorbed the spiritual power from the two spiritual stones in her hands into her body bit by bit. The first spiritual breath was truly condensed in his body. Not long after, wisps of breeze appeared around Ning Xiaoxiao. These breezes were mixed with a touch of cyan spiritual power, flickering slowly around her body. The two spiritual stones in her hand were all turning into spiritual power and entering her body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Ming stared at her childish little face, and his heart moved slightly. She was indeed a top-notch fairy furnace physique, and she was a person with 99 fates. With such a speed of cultivation, she could refine two pieces in an instant. Most people can't compare to her when it comes to spiritual stones. Most importantly, the speed at which she can absorb spiritual stones is beyond the reach of ordinary people. In the plot of the first 5 lives, after Ning Xiaoxiao embarked on the road of cultivation, she needed a large number of spiritual stones for cultivation, and no one in the northern wasteland could satisfy her, not even the male protagonist Lin Changfeng. She had so many spirit stones, which caused her early cultivation progress to be extremely slow. It was only after she left the northern wasteland that she truly awakened to her terrifying cultivation speed. Moreover, Ning Xiaoxiao can be regarded as one of the biggest black boos in the later period of this fantasy world. After awakening the memory of the ancient era, he also had a fight with Feng Qingling. From this look, it seems that there are 2 time bombs planted around him. The same thing, the kind that can destroy the world with one explosion. Last night, Su Ming taught Feng Qingling the supreme immortal refining technique, which is currently the most suitable spiritual technique for Feng Qingling's cultivation. Just now, he taught Ning Xiaoxiao the 1,000 spirits technique. The 2 little girls can be regarded as real as we embark on the path of cultivation. We just wonder whether the 2 of them will be as obedient as they are now. However, Ning Xiaoxiao was able to reach this level after practicing the 1,000 spirit art for the first time, as if she was already very familiar with it. Su Ming also had to lament his extraordinary talent. If we move to the northern spiritual realm or a place outside the northern spiritual realm, once her and Feng Qingling's cultivation talents were known, there would probably be many old monsters rushing to recruit disciples. Su Ming retracted his thoughts and found that Ning Xiaoxiao was staring at him closely with a pair of bright, moist eyes blinking, with a faint desire in her eyes. Su Ming's face was calm. You've been aiming too high since you started practicing, right? 2 spirit stones are enough for today. If you have more, your body won't be able to bear it. After you advance to the Guiyuan realm, I won't restrict your use of spirit stones. Ning Xiaoxiao nodded, her eyes on Su Ming, unwilling to leave at all, with a sweet smile on her pretty face. Su Ming gave her and Feng Qingling a space spiritual ring each. Except for some spiritual techniques that they could practice, the rest of the spiritual rings were all spiritual stones. However, the space spiritual rings currently have restrictions. When they first started practicing, Su Ming restricted them to only take a small amount of spiritual stones every day. The restriction could be lifted after the foundation was solid. Such a large amount of spirit stones were given directly to two little girls. If the other junior sisters and brothers of Shenyang sect knew about this, they would be jealous to death. You must know that in this place in the northern wasteland, spirit stones are an extremely scarce resource, each one is precious. Feng Qingling gently held her jade cheek with one hand, and put the other hand in front of her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were staring straight at the ring that exuded a warm light, with some inexplicable emotions flashing in her eyes. Senior brother, you gave us all the spirit stones, what will you do if you practice on your own? Feng Qingling thought for a while and couldn't help but ask. She had been with Hongyu since she was a child and did not come to Shenyang sect. I have seen many people get into bloody fights over just a few spiritual stones. Su Ming smiled lazily and stretched out his hand to scratch her nose. Don't ask about senior brother's affairs. Feng Qingling's pretty face turned red instantly. Although she enjoyed the feeling of intimacy with her senior brother, Ning Xiaoxiao looked at her strangely, and she was still a little shy. Su Ming took a second look at her. The little girl had practiced in advance under his guidance just now. You could still see some fragrant sweat on her forehead, reflecting the crystal luster. At such a young age, she was becoming more and more energetic. If he hadn't known some of the plot, who would have thought that such a sweet and well-behaved little girl would become the domineering empress who reigned over the 9 heavens, and even the future empress? Xiaoling Su Ming stared at her with his deep eyes and said leisurely, from now on, you are not allowed to touch those things you practiced yesterday without my permission. Do you hear me? He himself began to practice by relying on the method of yin and yang dual cultivation, and he does not reject evil cultivation. However, Feng Qingling's practice will seriously damage her lifespan. This girl does not care about her life at all. I don't know what stimulated me. And in Shenyang sect, she will meet Lin Changfeng sooner or later. I wonder if those bullshit rules of heaven will affect her in this life. As for the Thunder Crane guard in the deserted city, in Su Ming's eyes, he was just a clown, and he didn't bother to pay attention to him. But if the clown really jumped up to him, he wouldn't mind and slapped him to death. However, this woman Bai Junyi is quite interesting. I had heard of her when I was in the immortal prison. She seemed to be the successor of an ancient divine body. She would have contact with Lin Changfeng in the future, and even betrayed the immortal prison and was killed by the immortal together with the male protagonist. The strong men in prison hunted him down. When it comes to immortal prison, I can't help but think of that Yandere Lu Hanyan. That woman is overbearing and ruthless. She probably doesn't want to see him being intimate with other women. Now that Su Qingning is by his side, it would be a bit bad to meet him. Do it. Chapter 97 Su Qingning. Don't eat behind my back. 7 peaks, above the top. There was a faint fragrance in the air. In front of the house, a graceful figure of a woman in a snow-white dress slowly stopped. She raised her hand, and a jar of strong-smelling wine appeared in her hand. Bai Junyi's face was cold and moving. She looked at Bai Qingshan who was standing not far away. She pushed with her palm and the wine jar flew directly in her hand. Bai Qingshan caught the wine jar and then hung a strand of long hair by his ears. A plain smile appeared on his mature and attractive cheeks. You really brought me wine. Don't you want to try it? Bai Junyi glanced at her. Bai Qingshan's eyes flashed slightly. Next time, I'm afraid you didn't come here just to have a drink with me. Of course. Bai Junyi nodded lightly, showing a faint smile for the first time in front of others. Such a smile made her already cold and charming face seem to become even more stunning and beautiful at this moment. I heard that you accepted a disciple named Su Ming. Su Ming. Bai Qingshan's eyes were strange. What are you doing with my disciple? Has he been to the immortal prison? Bai Qingshan frowned. This has nothing to do with you. Bai Junyi turned to look at the top of the mountain. A cold light flashed in his eyes. I am helping you. There is an aura of evil cultivators in your 7 peaks. As for your disciple, I don't believe he can rely on his own strength. He came out of the fairy prison in such a short time. Therefore, she suspected that Su Ming was also normal. In addition, the divine soldiers of the Xuantian sword sect also took the initiative to recognize Su Ming as their master, so there might be something weird in it, and she needed to find out. If calculated in terms of age, she and Bai Qingshan are not much different in age. Su Ming is considered a junior in front of her, and with Bai Qingshan's relationship, Su Ming has to call her Aunt Bai in the end. She doesn't know how the Bai family is allowed to have anything to do with any evil cultivator. Whoosh! In the sky, Chen Zi's figure suddenly appeared here, and then slowly came down. His aura was rich and domineering, his eyes were shining, and his eyes passed directly over Bai Junyi, and then stared straight at Bai Qingshan. Sister Junyi is right, we must not condone those who practice evil arts. Chen Zi's eyes flashed with domineering thunder, but Bai Qingshan's charming and cold figure was reflected in his eyes. His eyes were somewhat stunning, and then he smiled calmly. I wonder if senior sister Qingshan still recognizes me. Sensing Chen Zi's gaze, Bai Qingshan frowned slightly. Chen Zi hurriedly apologized and said with a smile, Senior sister Qingshan, don't worry, it's me who was rude. I am Chen Zi, currently the leader of Thunder Crane Guard in Wangcheng. I once had a relationship with senior sister in Wangcheng. After saying that, he raised his head with a smile and looked down at the top of the mountain. Now that I have come to Shenyang sect, in addition to inquiring about Sect Master Du and those powerful people from outside the territory, I have also come here on the orders of the great elder of the Bai family. When it comes to investigating evil cultivators, senior sister, don't worry, I will definitely investigate them before taking action, and I won't wrongly accuse senior sister's disciples. Bai Qingshan glanced at him coldly. My disciple, is it your turn to investigate? Chen Zi touched his nose and said, the mission is here. Please forgive me, senior sister. Your disciple should have returned to the sect. I can sense some of his aura. As he said that, he turned his head and glanced at Qi Yuan, who appeared slowly in the air, and said with a smile, You think so, Elder Qi Yuan? Qi Yuan's face turned a little dark. He looked at Bai Qingshan and said, Since Su Ming is back, call him to the main hall quickly. After Leader Chen and others find out, Yu Kaifeng will be fine. Chen Zi's heart suddenly moved. He suddenly sensed a very familiar wave. It was the spiritual aura of Su Qingning. He could not mistake it. This meant that Su Qingning was also in the Shenyang sect, or in other words, she and Su Ming have both returned. He has some inexplicable expectations. In his heart, Su Qingning is a goddess-like existence that cannot be desecrated. Although he also likes beauties like Bai Junyi and Bai Qingshan, Su Qingning's weight here is the most important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been pursuing it for so long. The key is that he still couldn't get it after asking for it, and he felt somewhat unwilling to do so. With this in mind, Chen Zi released powerful soul power, covering the entire Shenyang sect together with the 7 peaks. The powerful aura belonging to the Spirit Master made all the disciples of the Shenyang sect turn pale in an instant. No need to trouble senior sister Qingshan, I will go there myself. Chen Zi smiled and disappeared instantly. Bai Junyi tilted her head slightly, and her cold eyes also looked at the top of the mountain. There were white clouds covering the mountainside there, and some of the auras in it also made her quite curious. At the same time, Lin Changfeng, who has been practicing in Tianfeng, is also ready to take action. He can sense the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Zi. The aura is much stronger than Qi Yuan. He is definitely among the top fighters in the deserted city, Force. Lin Changfeng secretly left the Tianfeng peak and looked towards the top of the 7 peaks with stern eyes. In his flashing green eyes, he could even see a stunning figure in white. The sword master transmitted a message in his mind. The aura on that woman's body is very terrifying. At least she is at the peak of Spirit Master's cultivation. There is basically no such strong person in this place in the northern wasteland, and the spiritual power in her body is also very terrifying. It's quite strange, so it's probably from the immortal prison. Immortal prison. Lin Changfeng gritted his teeth slightly. That was a goal in his heart. If he wanted to break out of the northern wilderness territory and go to the wonderful world outside, he must first obtain the qualifications to join the immortal prison, otherwise he would just have to. If he could stay in this remote place for the rest of his life, how could he seek revenge and go to the more distant central continent to find his mother? The appearance of Bai Junyi made Lin Changfeng have some thoughts. Since this woman came out of the immortal prison, if he could contact her in advance, he would definitely save a lot of trouble. However, when thinking of Bai Junyi's terrifying cultivation level, Lin Changfeng was agitated and hesitated a little. This kind of woman is different from ordinary little girls. She is not so easy to conquer. If she is not able to, it is very difficult to conquer her by crushing her strength and means. However, for him, Lin Changfeng, the thing he is not afraid of the most is difficulties. He has faced life and death dangers. Why is he still afraid that he cannot conquer a woman? Master, take advantage of the chaos in the sect and start taking action. That Zhou Yaoyao is a disciple of Yifang. The ancient dragon demon in her body is bound to be captured by the disciples. If you have no choice, you don't have to show mercy. Lin Changfeng turned around and said again. He set his target on Zhou Yaoyao, whom he had coveted for a long time, and calmly spoke in his heart. It's just a pity for a delicate little girl. The sword master smiled lightly. In the maple forest, a cup of crystal clear tea was gently placed in front of Su Ming. The clear fragrance of tea came to his nose. Su Qingning tied her hair casually and sat opposite Su Ming. Her bright eyes stared at the man in front of her without blinking. The jade finger gently hooked his finger, and faintly said, "When we were in the 9 regions, you always disliked the tea I made for you, but you didn't know that I had only done this kind of thing for you in my life. If you dislike me again, believe it or not, I won't ignore you." Her clear and alluring pretty face has both a hint of a woman's mature charm and a hint of girlish resentment. The two temperaments are blended together, yet they look particularly moving. Su Ming raised his head and stared at her. In front of him, this eternally stunning beauty who had attracted countless male cultivators to admire her was nothing more than a coquettish and jealous little woman in front of him. Su Ming took a sip of tea and shook his head deliberately. Su Qingning refused, staring at him with beautiful eyes. "You dislike me again?" Su Ming shook his head. "I don't mind it." "Liar." Su Qingning snatched his teacup back and took a sip in front of him, using the place where he drank. "It's obviously much better than before." Su Ming was amused by her expression. "I told you I don't dislike you." Su Qingning puffed her mouth, trying to pinch him. The two were arguing for a while, and Su Qingning felt warm and a little reluctant. If possible, she didn't want to take over the position of the queen. She just wanted to stay by Su Ming's side, and she just wanted this man to be as indulgent as he is now. He cares about her, loves her, and she doesn't care about anything else. "Didn't two little sisters come here just now and say that someone wants to see you? Why don't you go?" As Su Qingning spoke, she stretched out her slender snow-white jade feet and lightly kicked his knees. "I'm warning you, don't eat behind my back." Su Ming, he has always been above board. Chapter 98 Jealousy. While Su Ming drank tea, he looked at Su Qingning, who had a pretty face and a flawless white face. The latter had smooth green hair and her eyes were full of delicate tenderness towards him. "If one day you find out that I am a bad person, will you be willing to follow me?" Su Ming smiled casually. Su Qingning held her chin and stared at him. "You are my husband. Whoever you are, I will naturally be who you are." Her voice was soft and sweet, but also contained a touch of determination that no one could shake. "I'm afraid no man would dislike such a woman." Su Ming reached out and pinched her pretty face. Su Qingning glared at him. "Don't pinch it, it will break." "Then I'll pinch it somewhere else next time." Su Ming let go of her with narrow eyes. Su Qingning's cheeks turned red. This bad guy knew how to bully her. Don't think she didn't know what he was talking about. Su Ming. However, not long after, a particularly shocking sound suddenly came from the sky. Qi Yuan and several elders appeared in the air at some unknown time. There were longing figures and a solemn atmosphere. The corners of Qi Yuan's mouth were twitching slightly. What did they just see? Su Ming, a disciple of his sect, actually stretched out his hand to pinch Su Qingning's face. The key point is that Su Qingning is the elder of Feishui sect, and she is the goddess who cannot be desecrated in the hearts of countless young strong men in the northern wasteland. How decent are they like this? Qi Yuan's eyes were twitching wildly. Not only him, but the elders behind him also had complicated eyes. He felt in disbelief and even particularly dreamy. They couldn't believe it even to death. Su Ming, a brat, dared to molest Su Qingning. Su Ming, senior brother of Kaifeng, was just a young libertine. When Su Qingning came to Shenyan sect, wasn't she going to accept him as her disciple? In shock, Qi Yuan hurriedly clasped his fists towards Su Qingning and said, "Elder Su, this disciple of mine is used to doing things freely. In addition, he is young and spends his days wandering. If he has been offended in any way, please don't take it to heart, Elder Su, I will definitely discipline him." In Qi Yuan's opinion, this Su Ming is really courageous. Even if they used to molest the sect's junior sisters, they could turn a blind eye, but now they dare to molest Su Qingning. If this woman is angry, they will Shenyan sect is facing a real disaster. Later, when he saw that the expression on Su Qingning's pretty face had turned cold, Qi Yuan could only bite the bullet and yelled at Su Ming, "You bastard, why don't you apologize to Elder Su quickly? Who is Su Qingning that he dares to tease?" Qi Yuan didn't know that the reason why Su Qingning's eyes turned cold was because their appearance disturbed her relationship with her husband. In Qi Yuan's eyes, it looked like the way she became angry after being teased by Su Ming. The aura on her body was originally very cold, but now the coldness projected in her beautiful eyes scared the elders behind Qi Yuan to the point where they did not dare to take a breath. Su Ming's eyes were calm. He raised the teacup leisurely, took a sip, then turned his head to look at Su Qingning, and said with a smile, "You heard it, our great elder told me to stay away from you." Su Qingning couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Qi Yuan felt like he was about to be pissed off by Su Ming. This brat even dared to tease Su Qingning. If he offended Su Qingning, I'm afraid the entire Shenyan sect would suffer as well. Who is Su Qingning? What is his status? How could he fall in love with a brat like him? It's all because Bai Qingshan indulges him so much in daily life and develops his dissolute temperament. Several elders, please come down and have a cup of tea. If you have any questions, sit down and chat. Seeing Su Ming's nonchalant look, Qi Yuan and several elders all fell silent. They turned their eyes and looked at Su Qingning involuntarily. Then, they saw a scene that shocked them all their lives. Su Qingning, who was unattainable in their hearts and treated everyone coldly, actually sat quietly in front of Su Ming. When Su Ming put down his teacup, she personally added some tea for him. Tea. At this moment, the air was silent. The scene in front of them was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea, setting off a storm in the hearts of all the elders, making them unable to calm down at all. To these people in the northern wilderness, Su Qingning is an extremely mysterious and distant existence, which also means that the background behind her is powerful and terrifying. Such a woman is an unattainable goddess in the eyes of others. Here, Su Ming actually tenderly served him tea. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Qi Yuan felt that everything in front of him was about to overturn his understanding. Su Ming was just a young disciple of his Shenyan sect. Even though there were divine soldiers who recognized him as the master, he had not grown up yet, so he could actually let Su Qingning treat him like this. Elder Su. Qi Yuan swallowed and tentatively called Su Qingning. However, he disturbed Su Qingning's relationship with her husband. Su Qingning didn't even pay attention to him. She just looked at Su Ming softly with her beautiful eyes and said as if no one else was there, "There are many people here and it's noisy. I don't like it." Su Ming smiled gently and said, "After today's affairs are settled, I will take you out to play." Su Qingning looked at him with the same smile, her eyes full of tenderness. "I heard that there is an ancient moon city outside the holy land of Taichu. At night, you can see the moon that existed tens of thousands of years ago there. I have wanted to see it for a long time." This moment, Qi Yuan and the others in midair felt a little tormented in their hearts. At the same time, they wanted to know the relationship between Su Ming and Su Qingning. Logically speaking, Su Qingning's age should not be much different from Bai Qingshan's. She is so many years older than Su Ming, so it is absolutely impossible for her to be in that kind of relationship. Plus her surname is Su, could it be? Qi Yuan's eyes trembled. Su Ming. Su Qingning. Both of them had the surname Su. According to the information he knew, Su Ming was brought back to the Shenyang sect by Bai Qingshan since he was a child. His name was already there when he was brought back. No one knew about his life experience. Now Su Qingning came to the Shenyang sect and asked Su Ming by name. The relationship between the two of them was a little unusual. So, is it possible that she is Su Ming's blood sister? Qi Yuan had to doubt. After all, Su Ming's life experience is a mystery. Su Qingning only came to the northern wasteland a few years ago. Calculating based on age, his guess is very possible. If so, Su Qingning and Su Ming's performance, it makes sense to have to be a little more intimate. It is normal to abandon Su Ming in the northern wasteland when he was young, and now want to find him back. In this way, if Su Qingning is really Su Ming's blood sister, then his father, who should I be with my mother? Qi Yuan began to think about it in his heart. If Su Ming knew what Qi Yuan was thinking, he might slap this old guy to death and return his blood sister. Su Qingning would almost have his blood relatives in her belly. However, soon, all the elders in the air were shocked. Even Qi Yuan suddenly sensed a particularly terrifying and powerful aura. All the elders couldn't help but open their eyes and looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of them in shock. The leader of Lehei Guard, Chen Zi. He just appeared without any fluctuations. His indifferent eyes filled with thunder immediately glanced at the cold and beautiful figure below. His whole person was filled with innate arrogance and nobility, but when he looked at Su Ming, but in his eyes, there was a hint of jealousy and anger that could not be concealed, and it came out bit by bit. At this moment, the aura emanating from Chen Zi made Qi Yuan and others feel a little scared. They were suddenly frightened. There should be no one in the Shenyang sect who offended this leader, right? Chen Zelei's eyes were fixed on Su Ming. The latter's calm appearance made him grit his teeth inexplicably. He had been pursuing Su Qingning for so long. When had he ever seen Su Qingning so gentle? Sighed. And this kind of tenderness was not given to him, but to such an unknown brat. Damn it. Chapter 99 Ancient Talisman Master, Dark Thunder God. Chief Chen. Behind Qi Yuan, several elders hugged Chen Zi. However, Chen Zi was not in the mood to pay attention to them at this time. He narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Su Ming with thunderous eyes. Are you Su Ming, the disciple of my senior sister Qingshan? It just so happened that I came to your sect today, and I heard that Xuantian mirror is in your hands. That thing was originally the treasure of Xuantian's sword sect. Now that I'm here, leave it to me. As for what to do with it in the future, then it's not something you can touch anymore. Chen Zi lowered his body, raised his fingers towards Su Ming, and said with a cold smile, "You are still young, you cannot control something like a magic weapon." The words fell. Qi Yuan and all the elders suddenly turned blue, and the expressions on their faces became even more ugly. This was not what Chen Zi said just now when he was in the main hall of the main peak. Since the divine weapon has recognized its master, it naturally belongs to Su Ming, and is equivalent to belonging to their divine Yan sect. How could it be handed over so easily? Many elders were worried that if Su Ming handed over the magic weapon, it would damage his cultivation foundation, which would have a lifelong impact on the future. Everyone's eyes turned to the figure who had been sitting next to the stone platform, drinking tea with his eyes lowered, as if he didn't care about everything in front of him. Su Ming's eyes were so calm from the beginning, and there was no disturbance at all because of Chen Zi's terrifying aura belonging to the spiritual master. His behavior did not look like that of a 19-year-old boy, but Qi Yuan was shocked. He was somewhat unpredictable with the elders. Chen Zi glanced at Su Ming's side with his peripheral vision. I saw Su Qing's eyes as bright as autumn water, her pretty face as white as crystal, and her beautiful side face shimmering with moving luster. She had smooth black hair, dressed in snow clothes, and exuded an ethereal and transcendent temperament. She was sitting quietly on Su Ming's back. Next to her, even after he arrived here, she did not raise her head to look at him. In her eyes, she seemed to only have the man in front of her. Chen Zi squeezed his palm tightly. This is impossible. The other side, Su Ming gently put down the teacup, and Su Qingning asked him softly, "Do you still want to drink?" Su Ming shook his head. Su Ming never cared about Chen Zi and the group of Thunder Crane guards coming to Shenyang sect. What he pursued in his life was just to be free and easy and do whatever he wanted. He could do whatever he wanted and not care about other people's eyes. Before Chaos Qinglian appeared in the world, it was rare to have some peace and quiet. There were many things that I wanted to stay out of the world. I just swatted some flies in front of me. As for what people like Shenyang sect would face, he couldn't care about it, and he wasn't in the mood to care about it. Sensing Chen Zi's gaze full of jealousy and anger, Su Ming raised his head calmly and glanced at him with his dark eyes. His gaze became interesting. You seem to be very interested in the things on me. His tone was unhurried. However, from this voice, Chen Zi could not hear the slightest respect for him. Knowing his identity as the leader of the Thunder Crane Guard, no matter which top sect he went to in the northern wasteland, others would either respect him or bow down to him. Ku Chi, as for the boy in front of him, he really doesn't know how high the sky is, or is he just pretending to be stupid? Chen Zi grinned. Why, I want to take away the magic weapon, do you have any objections? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying aura belonging to the powerful spirit master rushed directly towards Su Ming. Even the maple forest around him was rustled by the strong wind. Su Ming's eyes were dark and he smiled faintly. Facing the overwhelming terrifying aura, he still looked calm and calm. However, in the shocked eyes of Qi Yuan and many elders, he turned around to look towards the path in front of the maple forest. He whispered, "Let those two little girls go do something. If they can't do it for so long, let's see how I punish them when we get back." He ignored Chen Zi directly. Chen Zi's face suddenly turned pale. Su Qingning grabbed one of Su Ming's arms, squeezed it gently, and said with a smile, "They are still two children. If you are so cruel to them, be careful that they will hate you when they grow up. It's good for them to be stricter now. If they dare to hate me, I'll spank them." Su Qingning's cheeks turned red and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him again. This guy was an unreasonable bad guy sometimes. He wouldn't even let those two little girls go. Qi Yuan and all the elders looked at each other in confusion. Finally, they were completely speechless at the scene in front of them. They were only filled with shock. They couldn't believe it to death that Su Qingning could be so docile in front of Su Ming. Is this still the transcendent and cold goddess? Even if the relationship between the two is unusual, is this relationship too extraordinary? Ahem. Qi Yuan was choked and coughed. Su Ming glanced at Qi Yuan and the group of old guys from the Shenyang sect. As his eyes fell, he said lightly, "Elder Qi, take everyone back. I don't have what you are looking for here." Chen Zi took a deep breath, stared at Su Ming, and sneered, "After all these years, you, a young brat like you, dare to talk to me like this? You really don't know how to live or die." This leader now suspects that Su Ming, a disciple of the Seven Peaks of the Shenyang sect, secretly practiced the evil clan's skills and colluded with the evil clan to steal the Xuantian sword sect's treasure. The Lehei guards obeyed the order and captured this person and brought him back to the deserted city to face trial. Chen Zi waved his hand, and his voice filled the sky, and then thunder flashed across the sky. Dozens of thunder cranes suddenly fell from the sky, and a huge thunder net came towards Su Ming from all directions. Su Ming finally shook his head and slowly stood up from the stone platform. However, the first thing he did after getting up was to put his arms around the slender and soft waist of Su Qingning next to him. Then, Chen Zi's eyes turned red, and even with fierce and angry eyes, he smiled slightly and said, "Sometimes, ignorance is also a good thing." As his voice fell, next moment, under the huge thunder net that swept over, it was like the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed in an instant. A majestic and terrifying spiritual power burst out from the void. The whole sky and earth flashed with thunder, and all the thunder cranes' Wei's expression changed drastically in an instant. Boom! Su Ming tapped his finger lightly. The terrifying thunder runes flickered at his fingertips. The thunder absorbed all the thunder nets in front of him. The breath in it expanded to the extreme in an instant, and then turned into a huge shadow in midair with thunder flashing all over. On the phantom's body, countless thunder talismans were swallowing spiritual power. The flashing runes even caused spiritual turbulence within 100 miles. Chen Zi's eyes suddenly widened and he stared at the terrifying runes on Thunder Shadow's body, with streaks of blood in his eyes. Spiritual talisman and forbidden curse. Impossible, Absolutely impossible. You are only in the Nirvana realm. How can you be a spiritual talisman master? How can you use the forbidden spiritual talismans from ancient times? Talisman master. Suddenly hearing Chen Zi's words, Qi Yuan and all the elders were completely stunned. There was a storm in their eyes. Spirit talisman masters, are those spirit talisman masters that only existed in the ancient dark ages? Su Ming is a spiritual talisman master. How can this be? Not to mention their northern wilderness territory, even in the entire northern spirit realm, in this era, it is probably difficult to find a spiritual talisman master, let alone a spiritual talisman master who can use the ancient thunder forbidden spell. Laugh. And just when they were still shocked by the thunder phantom in front of them, the phantom was already like a dark thunder god, looking down at the lower world from high in the sky. Just an indifferent look in his eyes made everyone below tremble. Countless thunder cranes screamed and feared, and actually got rid of the thunder crane guards on their backs, then turned into lightning and fled in all directions. Chen Zi was confused. The next second, the thunder crane guards he brought were all engulfed in the terrifying black thunder, and their flesh and blood were evaporated alive by the thunder. Chapter 100 The Spiritual Talisman Emperor, by Junyi's Moving Face. Spirit Talisman Masters are people who are superior to all cultivators. Spirit Talisman Masters who have cultivated to the extreme are like gods. Even those legendary god emperors are powerful saint realm masters. Under such a spirit talisman master in front of them, they will all look eclipsed. It's a pity that such spiritual talisman masters only existed in ancient times. Since the turmoil in the dark ancient era, spiritual talisman masters have almost disappeared until now. Even the most ordinary spiritual talisman master has the strength to rival the peak spiritual master. Because this is a group of ancient demon cultivators who can cultivate their spiritual power to the extreme. They can transform any spiritual power in the world into runes that they can control. These runes can then trigger the power of the ancient dark god, just like with Su Ming in front of him like this, a terrifying thunder god shadow formed at the snap of his fingers. The dark thunder god is a person who really existed in ancient times. Even if the talisman master can only activate 1/10,000,000th of his power, it is not something people like Qi Yuan can bear. The strength of a spiritual talisman master depends on the purity of the power that can be mobilized by the dark gods. A spiritual talisman master who has practiced to the extreme can even make those dark gods that have long been annihilated in the long river of time reappear in the world and obey their orders. Order. The entire sky was filled with dead silence. The phantom of the thunder god looked down from the sky. Chen Zi was like a tiny ant in front of it. The latter's face was already pale, his eyes were dull, his whole body was wet with cold sweat, and he couldn't even lift his head. Stand up. Qi Yuan and all the elders looked at this scene in shock. Although they did not know Su Ming well, they also knew that this disciple had never shown such an extraordinary side. He had even been beaten by countless junior brothers and sisters in Kaifeng before. They were disgusted, but everything now has completely subverted their understanding. Qi Yuan's old body was trembling slightly. Until this moment. The doubts in his heart were finally solved. Why did Su Ming behave so calmly and even calmly when he faced the powerful spirit master of Xuantian sword sect? Why did Xuantian mirror not recognize its master for decades, but the moment she saw him, she took the initiative to recognize him as her master? Why was Su Qingning, such a cold and arrogant person, so docile in front of him? This is not only because of his extraordinary talent, but also because he has enough strength to control all of this. Spirit Talisman Master, what a shocking name this is. Qi Yuan's heart was about to beat out. How old was Su Ming? He was only 19 years old. He was a 19-year-old spiritual talisman master. I'm afraid that if this spread outside the northern wilderness territory, there would be a huge storm in an instant. I don't know how many. The top powers were all vying to accept him as their disciple. Gulu. All the elders swallowed deeply. Chen Zi looked at the thunder crane guards whose flesh and blood had been evaporated by the thunder in an instant, and watched them die miserably in painful wails. His whole body was cold, and he suddenly felt an aura of death coming over him. Chen Zi couldn't care about anything else. In front of the phantom of the thunder god, the spiritual power in his body became chaotic, and he could not perform any spiritual techniques at all. Senior sister, save me, senior sister Junyi, save me. In the face of death, Chenzi didn't care about any face. He hurriedly turned his head and roared into the void behind him. At this moment, he was really scared. Buzz. Not long after his roar fell, spiritual power condensed in the void, and a cold figure in white clothes slowly emerged. Her beautiful eyes stared at Su Ming with complicated expressions. Did you learn the forbidden spell of the Thunder Talisman in my immortal prison? Bai Junyi said faintly, and the ethereal voice contained spiritual power that spread below. However, in this voice, it seemed quite moving. Learned it in immortal prison. Qi Yuan and all the elders hurriedly turned to look at Bai Junyi. They knew to some extent that Su Ming went to the immortal prison to be punished not long ago. Could it be that it was at that time that Su Ming came into contact with other spiritual talisman masters in the immortal prison, and then he learned talisman and forbidden spell? So, there are also spiritual talisman masters in the immortal prison. As if she knew what Qi Yuan and the others were thinking, Bai Junyi stretched out her plain white hands to clasp her long hair, tied up the loose black hair, then still stared at Su Ming intently, and said softly, "As far as I know, the fairy tens of thousands of years ago, in the forbidden area of the prison, a spiritual talisman emperor fell. He was an existence that could frighten the heavens in ancient times. His inheritance, countless top powerhouses in the immortal prison have spent tens of thousands of years unable to achieve it. Snoop even a little bit." Speaking of this, Bai Junyi looked deeply at Su Ming's extraordinary handsome face with her beautiful eyes. She gritted her teeth and said with some emotion, "So, you should have acquired some inheritance from the great spirit talisman emperor, otherwise you can't explain what happened today." Hearing this, Chen Zi seemed to understand something. His eyes were full of resentment, and he stared at Su Ming with gritted teeth. "You brat, you just got some inheritance due to good luck. That inheritance was obtained from the immortal prison, and it belongs to the immortal prison. Yes, how dare you embezzle it privately?" Facing Bai Junyi's gaze, Su Ming just smiled, and then looked into Chen Zi's eyes, which were plain but also revealed a touch of superior indifference. "In my eyes, there is no difference between you and those jumping ants. Just kill them." His last words were spoken to the phantom of the thunder god in midair. Regarding this Chen Zi, Su Qingning had mentioned it, and said that if he hadn't allowed her to kill people casually, the guy named Chen would have been destroyed long ago. Su Ming smiled and tilted his head, taking a look at Su Qingning's beautiful, crystal-clear face next to him. "Didn't you say that this guy has been annoying you, and he won't do it anymore in the future?" Su Qingning was hugged by his slender waist. Not only did she not resist at all, but she was also filled with deep sweetness. She stretched out her jade finger to poke Su Ming's chest and asked him with a smile, "Are you jealous?" When she thought of Su Ming being jealous for her, she suddenly felt a little happy in her heart. Why did this bad guy not be nervous about her at all on weekdays? Su Ming shook his head, "No." Su Qingning puffed her lips and pulled away his hand. "You are telling the truth, you are obviously jealous, I don't believe you." Qi Yuan and all the elders widened their eyes. Bai Junyi's eyes were complicated and strange. She had known Su Qingning a few years ago, and she had never seen this woman acting coquettishly in front of a man like she did today. Is this still the woman who was cold and indifferent to any man? Has she been taken away from her? Also, didn't she say that she came to the northern wilderness to find her husband? But now, she hasn't found her husband, so she has turned to Su Ming, a young man who is younger than her by who knows how many years. Bai Junyi fell silent. The next second, the phantom of the thunder god in midair locked directly on Chen Zi. With one finger, it triggered the nine heavens thunder. The endless black thunder enveloped Chen Zi from all directions. In endless fear, the latter could only watch those thunderbolts evaporate his flesh and blood, finally revealing the ferocious white bones. He wanted to make a sound in his throat, but the flesh and blood in his neck had been evaporated by the thunder in an instant. All the elders of Shenyan sect were trembling. Is that a genuine spiritual master? He didn't even put up any resistance and was directly evaporated by the thunder. The spiritual talisman master is indeed so terrifying. From the beginning to the end, the expression on Bai Junyi's pretty face did not change much, and she was not moved at all about Chen Zi's death. In her eyes, cultivation is the most important thing. Chen Zi, a junior brother, is afraid that it's not even comparable to a spiritual book. Su Ming's figure was reflected in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Bai Juni restrained her breath, breathed out gently, and spoke slowly. Thunder Heiwei are from Wangcheng after all. If they die in Shenyang sect, they will more or less die. Causing some trouble. I can help you deal with today's matter. I just need you to solve a small problem in my cultivation. I can also hide the news from the immortal prison for you that you have obtained the inheritance of the great spirit talisman emperor. In her opinion, when Su Ming became a spiritual talisman master, he must have obtained the inheritance left by the great spiritual talisman emperor in immortal prison. Otherwise, how could he have used the ancient forbidden thunder spell? She didn't know that when she was in the restricted area of the immortal prison, the spirit body of the talisman emperor, who had survived in the underground abyss for tens of thousands of years, knelt down in front of Su Ming. Regarding Bai Juni's words, Su Ming just shrugged indifferently and said with a smile, "No need. Bai Juni, she hasn't even said what this guy is about, so she doesn't need it. That thing will be good for him, okay. If it weren't for seeing that he can use the magic talisman and forbidden spell, she wouldn't be disgusted with him. She doesn't like this kind of thing. So ashamed to speak." Chapter 101 How Can You Help Me? Bai Juni took a deep breath. Her snow-white dress fluttered gently in the wind, highlighting her mature figure that looked like a fairy. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in the northern wasteland 10 years ago, and she was also the first genius. In this place, her influence is undoubted, and she naturally has her own arrogance in her heart. Being rejected by Su Ming made Bai Juni even more curious about Su Ming. As for the deaths of people like Chen Zi, she was indifferent, but under the gazes of Qi Yuan and many elders, her mature and attractive body slowly descended. The skirt corners were flying, the lotus steps were moving lightly, and the beautiful figure quietly came not far in front of Su Ming before stopping. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Qi Yuan and the elders behind him did not dare to speak, and their eyes kept flickering over Su Ming, Su Qingning, and Bai Juni. Everything that happened today shocked them too much. Now, in the eyes of all the elders, Su Ming is no longer the uneducated senior brother from Kaifeng who only knows how to bully his junior brothers and sisters. Bai Juni squeezed it gently with her beautiful hands, and stared straight at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes. "If you think clearly before rejecting me, it is not a good thing if the inheritance of immortal prison is in the hands of outsiders." Su Ming made eye contact with her, and could see in Bai Juni's eyes the kind of indifference and alienation that was as cold as 10,000 years of ice, the kind that no one could melt. He knew that this woman had the same attitude towards everyone else. It's just that with the blessing of the rules of heaven, the so-called son of destiny has the opportunity to truly contact her frozen heart. He, a villain, should be stopped by the destiny of heaven. Su Ming smiled. Bai Juni was indeed beautiful and mature enough, but her personality was a bit too cold. He wanted to know if he could peel off this woman's cold exterior with his own hands. Would she be warm enough inside? He was never a good person. In this life, you should do whatever you want, otherwise you wouldn't have provoked so many women outside. At this time, many disciples followed the movement and wanted to come here. Su Ming sent a message to Qi Yuan. "Don't let any disciples come near this place. I don't like to be disturbed." Qi Yuan's old face changed. Su Ming's tone was very calm, but for some reason, he was always trembling in his heart. Thinking of the tragic death of Chen Zi and the group of Thunder Crane guards just now, he hesitated for half a minute, and finally nodded through gritted teeth. With a wave of his hand, a huge space spiritual formation condensed on the 7 peaks, isolating the atmosphere here from the outside. The disciples outside the maple forest could only see a huge spiritual curtain suddenly falling from the sky, blocking their eyes, their footsteps. The old guy is still very aware of current affairs. Su Ming smiled, sat back lazily, picked up the crystal teapot on the stone table, poured a cup of tea, pushed it to the opposite side, and said without looking back, "Since you are asking for help, you should have an attitude of asking for help. Come over for a cup of tea and let's chat slowly." While speaking, he sent a message to Qi Yuan. "Take everyone back and do whatever you need to do. You will take over Du Kanghai's position in the future." The tone of his words sounded as if he was the one in charge of the Shenyang sect, and Qi Yuan was just a disciple. Qi Yuan's eyes were shocked when he mentioned Du Kanghai. People who can live to his age are not fools. Why was Du Kanghai suddenly attacked by a mysterious strong man from outside the territory, and why was his arms suddenly crippled? If you think about it carefully, he had offended someone before he was attacked. Su Ming. Think of what happened today. Qi Yuan's body trembled violently. He finally understood and smiled bitterly in his heart. When the magic weapon recognized its master, it was probably Su Ming's method. So from the very beginning, Su Ming was hiding his clumsiness, or in other words, he was hiding his clumsiness. I didn't want to hide it, it's just that people like me were stupid and didn't notice it. At this moment, what made him most fortunate was that Su Ming was still a member of their Shenyan sect. Now that Lei Heiwei was in trouble in the Shenyan sect, there was no way to solve it if they only relied on old guys like them. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan waved his hand and suddenly shouted coldly at the elders behind him, "You have all seen what happened today. The Lehei guard used force to suppress others, and the disciples of our sect were forced to fight back. It is not a pity for these people to die. Our Shenyan sect neither causes trouble nor is afraid of trouble. You and others will return to the peak according to the previously assigned tasks and lead the disciples to practice." The elders looked at each other with trembling eyes. They couldn't help but look at Su Ming below. Seeing his cold back, they couldn't believe that this young man who was not yet 20 years old had killed someone with just a few clicks. Chen Zi of the spiritual realm. Is this still the senior brother of Kaifeng? The elders slowly dispersed with confusion and shock, and returned to the peak. Qi Yuan also followed him back to the main peak. Although they had many doubts in their hearts, they also had many questions they wanted to know from Su Ming. The answer, but today, is obviously not a good time. After Qi Yuan and others left, Su Ming was the only 3 people left in the entire maple forest. Su Qingning looked at Bai Junyi not far away, and saw that this woman's eyes had been staring at her husband. She blinked her eyes, playfully sat next to Su Ming, hugged his arm, and said coquettishly, "Husband, you are all here. I blame you for tossing me so much last night. My waist almost hurts. Can you rub it for me?" Su Ming, who transformed into a tormenting little goblin yesterday. Who tormented whom? He held his slender waist with one hand, smelled the alluring feminine fragrance on Su Qingning's body, and glared at her gently, "Don't act like a baby." Su Qingning was not afraid of him. She pouted and leaned forward, biting the corner of his lips, and complained with an aggrieved look on her face, "Don't hurt me." She leaned in Su Ming's arms, clinging to him like a kitten, and kept stroking him with her cold jade hands. Su Ming had a headache, but he couldn't be cruel to her, so he had to let her go. He gently touched the white jade ring on his hand. It was given to him by Su Qingning. It was said to be a token of love and he was not allowed to take it off. In fact, it was a space spiritual ring with many heavenly materials from the 9 realms in it. Earthly treasure, the best spiritual stone. Su Qingning will be the queen of the 9 realms in the future, and she can be regarded as a little rich woman in this fantasy world. This net worth is nothing to her. The two were blatantly intimate. Bai Junyi was silent. When had she ever seen such a sultry Su Qingning? The next second, she took a deep breath, walked forward slowly, and sat across from the two of them under Su Ming's narrow eyes. She raised the teacup and stared at the tea in the cup. "Don't worry, it's not poisonous." Su Ming also raised the teacup and shook it slightly, but before he drank, Su Qingning took a sip from his teacup and then opened her moist eyes. Staring at him without blinking. Su Ming took a sip from the place where she drank. Su Qingning then smiled broadly and arranged his clothes. "Bai Junyi." Su Ming put down the teacup and looked at Bai Junyi. His eyes swept over the woman's plump body, and finally smiled slightly. "There is indeed a problem that needs to be solved in the technique you practice, but why should I help you?" He looked lazy, but within this laziness, there was a hint of true indifference. He indeed showed no concern for Bai Junyi. Bai Junyi held the teacup tightly in her hand, and her fingertips were turning white. She had not been able to solve the problem of her cultivation for more than 10 years. She once read in an ancient book in the immortal prison that there was only the spiritual talisman master has the ability to help her solve this problem, but who is the spiritual talisman master? It is not something she can see if she wants to. When she sensed the aura of the magic talisman on Su Ming just now, although she was calm on the surface, no one knew the shock in her heart. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would have left here long ago. How could she stay and drink tea? Bai Junyi gritted her teeth, and for the first time in front of a man, she put down her cold and arrogant attitude. How do you want to help me? She knew that if the problem of Kung Fu was raised on Su Qingning, this man would help her solve it without even thinking about it. But she was not Su Qingning, and she did not have such a familiar relationship with Su Ming, so Su whether Ming helps her or not depends entirely on the latter's mood. Chapter 102 I am a good person. Bai Junyi stared at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes. I won't tell anyone what happened today. She didn't know why, but she felt very complicated. The Su Ming in front of her didn't look like a 19-year-old boy at all, and it gave her a very mysterious feeling, not even like Bei Ming. The people in the wilderness are like the powerful young men from the top forces. You must know that every one of such characters is a real genius and monster. When they come to a place like the northern wilderness, they are like beings who cover the sky with one hand. Su Ming looked at the cold and mature woman in front of him. Since ancient times, beauty has brought disaster. No matter who caused this kind of woman who brought disaster to the country and the people, it must be up to no good. In the plot of the previous 5 lives, even the Son of Luck was killed because of her. Are the powerful men from immortal prison chasing you for hundreds of thousands of miles? Su Ming raised a finger and said, ask a question. Bai Junyi frowned and looked at him. How old are you? Bai Junyi. She felt a little uncomfortable all of a sudden. In terms of seniority, Su Ming was still Bai Qingshan's apprentice, that is, her junior, a junior, but to ask her age so blatantly was simply disrespectful. Although Su Ming's identity has indeed become mysterious in her eyes, as a junior, he still needs to have the respect he deserves for his elders. Taking a deep breath, Bai Junyi stood up decisively, frowned and said, your master and I are still friends. If you don't want to help, then forget it. She was still a little unwilling. She finally met a spiritual talisman master, but it turned out to be Bai Qingshan's apprentice. She couldn't do it for a lonely and cold-tempered person like her to humble herself and beg a junior. Oh, forget it then. Su Ming smiled nonchalantly. Bai Junyi gritted her teeth and stared at him. This little bastard was teasing her on purpose, right? She didn't know why, but she couldn't help but feel angry when she saw his calm look. He snorted coldly. Bai Junyi turned around directly, and before leaving, she reminded her in a cold voice. The prison master of our fairy prison has been searching for news about Emperor Ling Fu for more than 10 years. If she knew about today's incident, do you think she would let it go? I would like to remind you that the prison master is not a soft-hearted person. No one who falls into her hands can escape from the fairy prison alive. When the time comes, no one can save you. After saying that, she left without looking back, and her delicate body turned into a stream of snow-white light and disappeared into the sky. Su Ming stared at the place where Bai Junyi left, tapping the stone platform with his fingers. Su Qingning was beside him, and she put a pair of jade hands on his forehead. The cool breath brought Su Ming back to his senses, and he grabbed the little hand with his backhand. I know what you are thinking. Su Qingning gently scratched his palm and looked at him with a smile. Su Ming shook his head. There is still use in keeping her. Su Qingning raised her eyebrows. Why, do you like her? Su Ming flicked her smooth forehead and said, I told you, don't be jealous. The next second, Su Ming's hand left her forehead and slowly slid over the side of her pretty face. Su Qingning's face suddenly turned red. This little rascal. Su Ming's palms became more and more irregular. Although Su Qingning didn't resist, she was still shy, especially in this place, where Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao might come back at any time. There was a warm, delicate and soft touch in his hand. Su Ming was slightly absent-minded while sitting next to the stone platform, and then he laughed dumbly and murmured in his heart. After practicing it myself, I understand why there are so many Yuji controllers in this world. Who can withstand such a gentle and obedient person? Sensing that Su Ming's gaze became a little strange, more blush appeared on Su Qingning's pretty face, and her delicate body became slightly warm. Staring at Su Ming's sharp-edged face that became more and more handsome, she felt in her heart my liking for him seems to have grown even more. It's just that the look in this villain's eyes always made her fearful. Su Qingning opened her mouth slightly and took a breath of cold air, then looked at Su Ming weakly, helplessly and pitifully. Su Ming. Sister Qing Leng suddenly turned into a pitiful and alluring look. How could any normal person withstand this? He stopped teasing her, let go of her jade cheeks with his palm, and said with a smile, "In the future, do you dare to do it again seducing me?" He hasn't forgotten how Su Qingning, the little fairy, teased him when Bai Junyi was here just now. After hearing Su Ming's words, Su Qingning's face turned red and extremely attractive. "I didn't seduce you," she retorted harshly. Su Ming pinched her white chin, with a dangerous look in his eyes. "Think carefully before you speak, otherwise I will ask you to bite something and see if you can still be tough." Su Qingning reacted, her cheeks flushed, and she finally gritted her teeth and slapped his hand away. "Don't even think about it, I won't do that kind of thing." "What kind of thing?" Su Ming's eyes narrowed. Su Qingning slapped him. "You can't say that. She has never done that kind of thing. Anyway, she firmly disagrees." Su Ming sighed. Su Qingning was obedient at all times, but she refused to agree to this matter. It was Hongyu who used some tough tactics to succeed in the end. The two had a quarrel for a while. Su Qingning said quietly, "I know your character, and I will definitely not let Bai Junyi go so easily." Su Ming stared at her and said in a low voice, "Ling Ning baby, I am a good person." Su Qingning, "Liars are just fine." Then, Su Ming suddenly thought of something and stood up slowly. His dark eyes looked at the distant sky, where there was a towering mountain peak shrouded in clouds and mist. On the top of the mountain, a snow-white silhouette was looking at him quietly. Su Ming sighed inwardly. After speaking to Su Qingning, he flicked his fingers and his spiritual power turned into a flying sword in front of him. He walked with the sword and appeared on the mountain peak not long after. "Senior brother." The soft voice came gently along with the breeze. Mu Qingyan looked at Su Ming with a pair of beautiful eyes. She had just finished today's practice and couldn't wait to run here. She just wanted to see her senior brother. Su Ming clasped his hands behind his back and said with cold eyes, "If you don't practice well, why are you here?" Seeing Su Ming's cold eyes, Mu Qingyan suddenly panicked again. Obviously her senior brother's attitude towards her was much better yesterday. Why did she become so cold today? Is it because of the woman below? Thinking of it here, her heart was tingling even more fiercely. Squeezing her little hands tightly, Mu Qingyan lowered her head and said weakly, "Elder brother, my father sent someone to deliver news to me. They said they wanted me to go back." "Oh." Su Ming smiled indifferently. "Very good, then you can go back." Mu Qingyan was startled. She suddenly felt that her heart had never been as painful as it was now. She had just seen her senior brother and another woman making love to each other, and her heart had been severely stabbed. Facing Su Ming, another indifference made her feel even more painful and almost suffocating. Chapter 103. The possessed little junior sister. Her illness can only be cured by the senior brother. "Elder brother, do you just don't care about me?" Mu Qingyan's eyes became red, and tears gathered in her eyes. She had thought about cultivating hard, and she wanted to stay by her senior brother's side. She wanted to be with him for the rest of her life. She knew that she had broken his heart before, but in the future, she will spend her whole life making up for it. Why doesn't the senior brother even give her a chance? Why? Su Ming stared at her calmly. The plot of this life has gone completely wrong. He will never forget how Mu Qingyan hated him in the previous 5 lives. Now the younger junior sister's script seems to have undergone some changes, but it still says the same thing. Mu Qingyan is in his heart, she has always been just a junior sister. Moreover, he likes mature girls, and if he really messes with such a young girl, it will probably cause even more headaches. When you came here to practice, your parents didn't agree with it. Now it's just right. There will be chaos in the northern wasteland soon. No one can protect you by then. Go back as soon as you have time. The world in Mu Qingyan's eyes seemed to have lost all its color at the moment Su Ming's words fell. Su Ming's words also deeply touched her heart, causing more and more tears to condense in her eyes. Su Ming's face darkened. "Why are you still crying? Are today's little girls so prone to crying?" I won't leave. She gritted her teeth and stared at Su Ming with tearful eyes. Even if you never like me, I will still stay with you. I don't need anyone else to protect me. Just die, I'm not afraid. Su Ming, this little girl is quite stubborn. If you die easily, is your brain sick? Mu Qingyan gritted her teeth and said, yes, I am sick. Only senior brother can cure my disease. Su Ming had a dark face. This crazy girl has never been so crazy before. Is she being stimulated by something? Could it be that she was stimulated by Su Qingning? Su Ming sighed. I don't want to interfere with your affairs. I don't want you to care, Mu Qingyan said with red eyes. You won't care about me now anyway. I can do whatever I want. If you think my cultivation is low, then I will practice for you. No matter what method you use, I don't care at all. Su Ming, is this girl afraid that she won't be able to cultivate and become a demon? He stared at her coldly. What method do you want to use to practice? Mu Qingyan's face was full of stubbornness. It's none of your business. Su Ming choked on her. Mu Qingyan finally turned her head and stared at Su Qingning at the bottom of the mountain. Her fingernails were dug into her flesh, but she seemed not to feel any pain. She only knew that her senior brother was about to be snatched away by the woman below. If you don't improve your cultivation quickly, how can you compete with others for senior brother? Su Ming didn't wait to speak again. Mu Qingyan suddenly turned around, her spiritual power surged around her body, and she left here directly. Her young and petite back turned into a spot of light, looking particularly stubborn under the sunlight. One day, I will let senior brother understand Yan Yan's intentions. As soon as Su Ming turned around, he saw Su Qingning's faint eyes staring at him. What's wrong? Su Ming said. You are really a big liar. Tell the truth, and you have deceived so many little girls. Don't make trouble, I still have something to deal with. Feng Qingling and the two little girls will come back soon. You can help me keep an eye on them. I will take care of it soon. Su Ming left Kaifeng. Sensing the aura of Lin Changfeng, he sneered in his heart. The ancient dragon demon is not that easy to get. When the ancient dragon demon bloodline is activated, Zhou Yaoyao will restore some of the ancient times in a very short period of time. Memory. If it weren't for the halo of the protagonist in the first 5 lives, Lin Changfeng wouldn't know how many times he would have died at the hands of Zhou Yaoyao, who recovered his memory. At the same time, a peak, in a jungle behind the mountain. The young man dressed in black refined the spirit beast crystal core in his hand and felt the increased power in his hands. Then he raised his head with satisfaction and stared at the position of Kaifeng with his dark eyes. Master, what was that thunderous aura just now? After arriving at the back mountain of Yifeng, Lin Changfeng saw a thunderous light and shadow appearing in the sky above the distant 7 peaks. He originally thought it was the method of the Thunder Crane Guard, but now he thought about it, the group of thunderbolts from the deserted city Hiwei could no longer sense any breath at all. In his mind, the sword master hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed heavily. That kind of aura is not something you can come into contact with now. I didn't expect that thing to appear in a place like Shenyang sect. If I guessed correctly, the thunderous aura you see is probably condensed by the woman in white who came from the immortal prison. It's really incredible. If you have the chance, I hope you can get in touch with that woman. Lin Changfeng didn't know, but the Sword Lord knew very well that it was the aura of the Thunder Talisman. The legendary Talisman Master could help him reshape his body. If possible, he really wanted to bring Lin Changfeng to train to be a spiritual master. At the position of Kaifeng just now, apart from Shi Yuan and 2 disciples, there were only Lei Heiwei from Wangcheng and the woman in white. The Sword Master did not think that anyone else could use the Thunder Talisman. Only those from the immortal prison. Only the woman in white has this possibility. Lin Changfeng was confused. Master, do you know something? Why didn't you tell me? I've said it all. Telling you now will only increase the burden of your cultivation. After you leave the northern wilderness territory, you will naturally be able to contact a higher level. CGN Zun and don't say anything. Lin Changfeng curled his lips, shook his arms, stretched out his hands to clear the jungle in front of him, and looked at several wooden houses close together not far away. That was the residence of Yifeng's female disciples. Logically speaking, male disciples were not allowed. Come here. However, In order to achieve his goal, Lin Changfeng would not care. Anyway, he came here secretly. With his current cultivation level, these female disciples will not be able to detect his existence. Maybe if he is lucky, he will see something. Seeing Lin Changfeng's eyes darting around, the sword master coughed and said coldly, "I will do my best for my master all my life. If it weren't for you, my disciple, I would never come here today. Find that girl quickly and take it. The dragon and demon blood in her body, then leave quickly." Lin Changfeng touched his nose and said, "Master, you are overthinking. My disciple definitely has no such intention." While speaking, he suddenly felt a cold breath flying from the sky, and finally landed in the back mountain of this peak. By coincidence, it happened to land in an empty space not far in front of him. On the ground, he subconsciously looked up, just enough to see the face of the person coming. Is her. Lin Changfeng suddenly felt happy. Isn't this Su Ming's junior sister Mu Qingyan? What is she doing in the mountain behind Yifang? The next second, Lin Changfeng saw Mu Qingyan, who was dressed in Xingyi. She was crying alone with red eyes. Her eyes were red from crying, and the more she cried, the more tears appeared in her eyes. She was so pitiful and heartbreaking. Lin Changfeng was stunned. He didn't expect that Mu Qingyan would secretly come here to cry alone. Was she being bullied? He only knew that Mu Qingyan seemed to like his senior brother Su Ming, but Su Ming didn't want to see her, so she came here to cry, probably because of Su Ming. Thinking of this, Lin Changfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Su Ming, you never thought that I would meet Mu Qingyan here. Since I have met you, don't blame me for taking advantage of it. Although Mu Qingyan is still young, this little beauty will definitely be a great beauty who brings disaster to the country and the people in the future. Moreover, the sword master said that she has the aura of the emperor's veins in her body. He will not let go of this kind of emperor's body easily. Pass. The injured little girl needs the warm comfort of others the most. He is familiar with this kind of thing. Chapter 104. Possessed by the demon, the emperor from ancient times. Lin Changfeng stared at the beautiful figure in the open space with burning eyes. He couldn't help but think of the first time he saw Mu Qingyan. She was wearing a purple dress and her posture was graceful, like a fairy. Disciple, you can't go. Don't forget your mission here. The smell of that girl is very strange. It seems that she must have forcibly activated the imperial veins. If there is not enough spiritual power to warm and nourish her body, she will eventually become a demon. The sword master finished speaking. Lin Changfeng shook his head. Master, you are overthinking. The aura on her body is obviously the same as when I first saw her. After saying that, without waiting for the sword master to answer, Lin Changfeng walked out with a smile. Under the huge old tree, Lin Changfeng quietly walked around for a while and stood behind, looking at Mu Qingyan's young and attractive body. The little beauty's face was full of grievances and pitifulness, which made him feel a little itchy and unbearable. Needless to say, although this kind of girl is not as good as those mature and beautiful women, her youthful temperament is also particularly attractive. It can be said that Mu Qingyan in front of him is Lin Changfeng's favorite one of the types. Lin Changfeng took a breath and took the initiative to walk up. Miss Mu secretly came to this place alone, but what kind of injustice did she suffer? I remember I told you when we last met that some people in this world cannot be trusted. Now that I am practicing in Tianfeng, I should call you junior sister based on my age. If you have any grievances in your heart, you can tell me I said so. Lin Changfeng tried his best to make his voice gentle, and the smile on his face was full of warmth. Suddenly hearing other men's voices, Mu Qingyan's body trembled. She suddenly turned her head, and her eyes instantly exuded endless chill. Get away. Call out. In an instant, countless strands of cold blue spiritual power burst through Lin Changfeng's body. The sudden burst of terrifying aura made Lin Changfeng's face turn dark. Don't do it, I'm here to help you. Lin Changfeng hurriedly spread his hands to explain. However, Mu Qingyan didn't listen to his explanation. The powerful spiritual power she erupted knocked his body back dozens of steps, and even scratched some deep blood marks on his face. Lin Changfeng inhaled suddenly. My heart was filled with shock. Why did Mu Qingyan's aura suddenly become so strong? The last time we met, She had not even entered the Nirvana realm. How long had it passed now, and she had already reached the peak of Nirvana? Is this the imperial body? It is indeed terrifying. Sure enough, I guessed it right. This girl has been possessed by a demon. She forcibly activated her fourth and fifth imperial veins in a short period of time. Although her cultivation level can be greatly improved, her body cannot bear this kind of terror. Infusion of spiritual power. Lin Changfeng smiled bitterly. Master, what exactly do you want to say? My teacher wants to say that activating the imperial veins in this way will have a serious impact on her body and soul. Every person in this world who has the imperial lineage has inherited the emperor's inheritance from ancient times. Those emperors are not people with extraordinary means. There are some insidious and evil people among them. Do you think they will keep the inheritance? For what? Lin Changfeng was not a fool. Hearing what the sword master said, he had a guess in his mind and his face was shaken. So what master means is that after Mu Qingyan becomes possessed, her soul is likely to be possessed by that seizing the body of the true master of the imperial vein. The sword master exhaled. Once her spirit is severely stimulated, the evil aura hidden in the emperor's veins for hundreds of thousands of years will take the opportunity to take over her body and take over her body to be reborn. If you practice according to the rules and slowly use your spiritual power to warm your body and imperial veins, this kind of thing will naturally not happen. Hearing this, Lin Changfeng hurriedly raised his head and looked at Mu Qingyan across from him. At this glance, he was stunned. He saw that Mu Qingyan's hair, which was originally as black as ink, started to grow slightly at this time. It turned into an extremely weird purple, and on the left side of her pretty face, there was a looming diamond-shaped ancient mark. The aura exuding from that mark is as ancient and terrifying as if it came from the prehistoric times, as if it traveled through the long river of time and suddenly came to this world. No, run, the sword master hurriedly reminded him. Lin Changfeng's face was dull. Before he could react, an extremely terrifying aura had already suppressed his body. He suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood and knelt down, his face twitching continuously. The other side, Mu Qingyan suddenly held her head with both hands, and her pretty face became extremely painful at this second. She shouted coldly, "Get out of here, get out of here." This moment, a majestic voice came from her mind. I am able to revive this emperor's soul body, and I have to thank your senior brother. If it were not for him, even if tens of thousands of years pass, I would not have a chance. You are not allowed to mention my senior brother. HMPH, those ruthless and unjust people thought you were infatuated with him, but what did he do to you? Your innocence was ruined in his hands, but he turned around and found another woman. If it were this emperor, the first one to cut him into pieces. Mu Qingyan cried out in pain. Shut up, you don't know anything. You and I are of the same origin, and I know everything about you. This emperor said hundreds of thousands of years ago that there is no good man in this world. Instead of living in such pain, today, I will take action for you, solved him. No, I won't allow you to hurt my senior brother. Mu Qingyan spoke in pain. Lin Changfeng, who came back to his senses, knelt on the ground with a confused face. Who is she talking to? Master, what on earth is going on? The sword master sighed and replied, my master has told you not to irritate her. Right now, the soul body hidden in her imperial veins should begin to awaken. In this way, she will become the reincarnation of the emperor body. The soul body will gradually occupy her body. It may only be a day or two at first, until finally, completely reborn. A person reincarnated in an imperial body. Lin Changfeng stared at Mu Qingyan in disbelief. The latter's purple hair was flying in the air, and his painful eyes were also dyed with a strange purple color at this time, giving him a particularly domineering look. The breath slowly emerged from the depths of her body. The next second, Mu Qingyan put down her hands holding her head, and her purple eyes filled with endless indifference slowly rested on Lin Changfeng. Then, the world in her eyes seemed to penetrate the endless ancient space and was frozen at this moment. Lin Changfeng swallowed deeply and spoke carefully, Mu Junior's sister Mu. The voice fell. The air was silent. Mu Qingyan ignored him and slowly moved her eyes away from him. She stretched out her jade hand and grabbed a flying maple leaf. She gently rubbed the leaf body with her palm. Then, She spread her fingers and the maple leaf fell slowly with the breeze, to the ground. This place actually has the aura of chaos green lotus. Those guys must have also found reincarnations. Mu Qingyan murmured, and then she seemed to sense something. She quietly turned her head and looked at a certain position in Kaifeng. A faint and beautiful smile appeared on her pretty face in the next second. Long time no see. Empress Zan. Facing Mu Qingyan at this moment, Lin Changfeng couldn't help but be stunned. Although she is still arrogant and domineering, she is so beautiful. He swallowed thickly. But at this time, even though he was the son of destiny, he was just an ant in Mu Qingyan's eyes. The next moment, Mu Qingyan blinked. In her eyes, leaves were flying all over the sky, and under the leaves, a figure of a young man in white appeared. Chapter 105 I am irresponsible for being heartbroken. Mu Qingyan's eyes were calm, looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of her. Her eyes were full of indifference, but there was an imperceptible madness surging in her eyes. Su Ming removed the spiritual power surging in his body, looked away from Mu Qingyan, and glanced at Lin Changfeng behind him. "What are you doing here?" he said indifferently. Lin Changfeng was ecstatic when he saw Su Ming. He used all his spiritual power to break away from the terrifying pressure. He ran embarrassedly behind Su Ming, pointed at Mu Qingyan and gasped. She is crazy. She wants to kill me. Crazy." Su Ming turned his back to Lin Changfeng and raised his finger. A strong wind swept up his spiritual power and knocked Lin Changfeng to the ground in an instant. Only then did he look at Mu Qingyan carefully and saw the long purple hair of the younger junior sister and the indifferent eyes, as if she had become a different person. "This is the origin of the imperial body. Another worry-free one." Su Ming shook his head and formed a seal with one hand. The whole space suddenly surged with cold air. Cold white spiritual power condensed from the ground, constantly overlapping and merging, and finally formed a huge white ice flower, sealing Mu Qingyan inside. Among the ice flowers, Mu Qingyan tilted her head and stared straight at Su Ming with a pair of purple eyes. Then, she smiled slightly and said, "A man like you should die at the hands of this emperor." Su Ming's figure was reflected in her beautiful eyes, and there seemed to be countless stars twinkling deep in her eyes. Her expression was indifferent a second ago, but after she finished speaking, she suddenly lost control of her emotions, holding her head and yelling like crazy. "No, senior brother, I never thought of hurting you. Even if I kill everyone else, I will not hurt senior brother." Su Ming. The next second, Mu Qingyan suddenly raised her head, with an unconcealed killing intent in her extremely cold eyes. A very majestic aura constantly emerged from her body. Under the breath, the color of the world changes. All the green plants in the entire Shenyang sect were lying on the ground, the ancient trees were swaying, the earth was trembling, and all the creatures seemed to be welcoming the emperor from ancient times. Among the ice flowers, Mu Qingyan looked like an empress, looking down at the world. The aura emanating from her body seemed to make all the creatures here have the urge to worship her. Su Ming sighed. Mu Qingyan smiled coldly. "Didn't you say that you would never care about me again? Then if I kill everyone in Shenyang sect, and then kill Master and the woman named Su, will you still care about me?" Although her cold eyes had regained a trace of sanity, more of them were flashing with madness. At this time, even the origin of the imperial body was suppressed by her, but under the influence of the origin of the imperial body, her spirit was greatly stimulated. And the source of this excitement all comes from the senior brother she misses so much. Ever since she knew what her senior brother had done for her, Mu Qingyan had never regretted it for a day. She knew that because of her, her senior brother was ostracized and hated by all the disciples of the sect, and was also punished by the master. She originally wanted to use her. It took her a lifetime to make up for it, but her senior brother's cold eyes made her heart hurt. I don't know why, but tears gradually filled her eyes. "I want the senior brother who loves me. I was ignorant before and didn't know how good you were to me, but I will change it in the future. Why you would rather find another woman than accept me?" As her voice fell, she stretched out her hand to wipe the tears from her eyes, and instantly returned to her cold and indifferent look. "Since you don't want to care about me, then I will kill people to show you. If killing one is not enough, I will kill 10, 100, 1,000 until you are willing to take care of me." Boom. Her cold eyes full of murderous intent suddenly looked towards Lin Changfeng behind Su Ming, and then she smashed the ice flowers on her body with a palm, and the overwhelming imperial power suddenly blessed Lin Changfeng. Lin Changfeng was stunned, facing Mu Qingyan's fierce aura and feeling the real aura of death. After reacting, his legs became weak and he hurriedly yelled, "Master, save me." However, before she finished speaking, Mu Qingyan raised her hand, palm facing up, and a vast and terrifying spiritual power spurted out, directly grabbing Lin Changfeng's throat and lifting him up out of thin air. At this moment, Mu Qingyan's eyes were cold and violent, completely different from her usual image of a young junior sister, like a murderous Shira witch. Lin Changfeng's face was full of pain, and his body seemed to have been tortured to the extreme. His eyes began to turn white and his whole body twitched. At this time, he thought of the high-spirited ideal he once had. He never thought that he would eventually die at the hands of a crazy woman. Su Ming ignored him the whole time. He also didn't expect that as one of the heroines in this world, Mu Qingyan would actually attack Lin Changfeng. You must know that they are both male and female heroes, and their luck will attract each other under the blessing of the rules of heaven. It's just that this time, something seemed different. As for whether Lin Changfeng was dead or alive, he didn't care at all, but Mu Qingyan was obviously possessed. At this time, she would not have any sense, just like schizophrenia. Another little lunatic. Moreover, the aura on her body even surpassed that of the god emperor, and the terrifying imperial power gave him a headache. Feng Qingling was like this, and so was Mu Qingyan. The junior sisters of his generation were all little lunatics who would go crazy at every turn. Fortunately, Feng Qingling was discovered by him in advance and stopped him, otherwise that crazy girl would still be there. Don't know what will happen. At this time, Lin Changfeng had closed his eyes in despair, but an exciting voice suddenly came from his mind. Master has exhausted his soul power and created a space portal. Let's leave here first, and stay only I can wait to die. Lin Changfeng was ecstatic, and using up the last of his soul power, he found a portal in his conscious space. He did not dare to hesitate, so he exhausted all his strength, squeezed the teleportation seal, and his body turned into a black light and rushed into the teleportation gate. After a while, it disappeared without a trace. Mu Qingyan frowned. She could sense where Lin Changfeng had teleported to. It was not far from Shenyan sect. Killing him was not a problem at all, but there was no need for her to waste her energy on such an irrelevant person. Immediately, she turned to look at the figure of a man opposite, who was dressed in white as snow and as handsome as an immortal, with pathological madness and an undisguised possessiveness in her eyes. Her eyebrows gradually relaxed, and a smile appeared on Mu Qingyan's beautiful and delicate face. Elder brother, do you want to see how I kill people? Facing this witch like Mu Qingyan, Su Ming looked indifferent and said calmly, I don't care what choice you make. Then have you ever cared about me? Mu Qingyan looked at her coldly, her heart aching even more. Su Ming shook his head. The next second, Mu Qingyan's whole body froze, and then she smiled sadly. So, you have never liked me, right? If you don't like me, then why do you come to provoke me? Well, Su Ming originally wanted to completely distance himself from this little lunatic, but he didn't expect that she would become possessed by this incident. Under the influence of the origin of the imperial body, her current state was no different from schizophrenia. You are still young, there are some things you don't understand. Mu Qingyan stared at Su Ming. When she heard Su Ming's softened tone, her eyes regained some clarity. Then she slowly moved forward and came to Su Ming. With her hands behind her back, she raised her head and stared at the senior brother who was full of concern, like a child who made mistakes, whispered softly. Elder brother, those things in the past were all Yan Yan's fault. Can you please forgive me? As long as you forgive me, I will not kill anyone. From now on, I will listen to what senior brother says. Su Ming. When she didn't get an answer from Su Ming, Mu Qingyan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and there was once again a pathological and violent killing intent in her eyes. I've said it before, this man is ruthless and ruthless, how could he listen to you? Let me kill him. From now on, you and I will be heartbroken. We will surely be able to reach the top of the world again and enjoy endless glory. As soon as she finished speaking, she nervously covered her head and shouted angrily, Shut up, I won't allow you to hurt my senior brother. Su Ming. Sure enough, the origin of the Tao Emperor's body had begun to erode her soul. When one day she could no longer suppress it, this little junior sister's memory might be completely merged with that of the Empress from ancient times. In the end, Su Ming reached out and gently placed his hand on Mu Qingyan's head of purple hair. Mu Qingyan's delicate body trembled violently. She felt the warm touch on her head. She could no longer care about anything else. She suddenly moved forward and threw herself into Su Ming's arms. Her delicate hands seemed to be afraid of losing the most important thing, hugging Su Ming's waist tightly, burying her head in his chest with red eyes and crying, "I knew, senior brother, you wouldn't ignore me. You were lying to me when you said you didn't like me, right?" Su Ming was stunned for a moment. "Girl, you got it wrong." He couldn't help but look down, and then he saw Mu Qingyan with red eyes, a pair of beautiful eyes looking directly at him, full of grievances, and more importantly, following his line of sight, he could just see to a touch of white and delicate beautiful scenery. He suddenly felt a headache. In the original plot, Mu Qingyan and the male protagonist split up, and in the end she seemed to go crazy and killed an unknown number of people. May I ask, how does it feel to be liked by such a madman? Moreover, this lunatic is not mentally normal yet and will most likely turn into a yandere in the end. The key is that she still has the origin of the imperial body from ancient times hidden in her body. As long as she is stimulated by something, the Empress will erode her soul. Turn her into a demon who only knows how to kill. The nephrite was warm and fragrant in his arms. Su Ming thought for a moment and lifted her white and soft chin with his fingers. His eyes became narrowed and he said, "You can't wait to deliver it to your door. I won't be responsible after playing with it." Chapter 106 Your senior brother, don't trust anyone. Hearing Su Ming's mesmerizing voice, Mu Qingyan's arms holding him tightened unconsciously. Then she buried her head in Su Ming's arms, rubbed her pretty face against her senior brother's warm chest, wiped away the tears on her cheeks, and couldn't help but raise her head, looking at him with blurred eyes, with a hint of something obvious in her eyes. Partially morbid. While Su Ming lowered his head and looked over, she stood on tiptoes without thinking, wanting to kiss him. Su Ming was silent for a moment. Then, he sneered slightly and tilted his head slightly, not letting the junior sister come to kiss him. Such an obvious rejection. Mu Qingyan's movements immediately stopped, and her delicate body trembled violently. The next second, an even more crazy and perverted possessiveness flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Su Ming took off her two beautiful hands that were hugging him. Looking at the little junior sister who was a little stunned, he joked, "Little junior sister is not very old, but she has quite a lot of fun." Mu Qingyan bit her lip tightly. It was clearly senior brother who said it just now, She couldn't understand why the eldest brother deliberately said these words to anger her when he clearly cared about her. "Throwing yourself into my arms, right?" Su Ming asked knowingly, and twitched his lips. "Your senior brother, I will never trust anyone in my life, including you." Seeing the deep light shining in Su Ming's dark eyes, Mu Qingyan didn't know why, but her heart trembled violently at this moment. When she heard her elder brother say that she no longer trusts anyone, it was as if he had been ruthlessly betrayed by people like himself, so he was so indifferent to her. However, she did not do those things to Su Ming. When her senior brother was punished because of her, she only found out about it later. Why doesn't eldest brother believe her? And just when these thoughts flashed through Mu Qingyan's mind, the source of the imperial body deep in her body suddenly hummed violently and trembled, and a vast and terrifying suction force seemed to pull her soul away. Breathed into the abyss. This is the breath of the reincarnation body. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Chu Shao Emperor of the Chu God clan searched for eternity but could not find a reincarnation, until he finally fell to the end of the world, leaving endless regrets. How many emperors were there? Such sorrow. A cold voice full of majesty sounded in Mu Qingyan's mind. After a moment, the voice actually became a little moving. "Those who enter reincarnation will be despised by the law of heaven, their luck will not survive, and they will be plagued by misfortune, until everyone betrays their relatives and abandons them, and the law of heaven will obliterate them. That's why your senior brother says he doesn't trust anyone, because he himself is a person who has been rejected by the fate of heaven. The betrayal and separation from his family is the most heartbreaking thing for him." Hearing the voice in her head, Mu Qingyan was stunned, and then suddenly shouted like a madman. No way, you are lying to me, I will not betray senior brother, I will not. Then why doesn't he believe you? Mu Qingyan was immediately speechless. It seems like this emperor was clumsy before. Although I don't know how many reincarnations this senior brother of yours has experienced, with his current cultivation and strength, it would be easy to wipe out people like you. His compassion is still too heavy. Ah, if I were the emperor, I wouldn't have so many ideas. Mu Qingyan stared at the ground blankly and murmured, why should I believe you? I don't believe you. You and I are of the same origin, and this emperor can only say this much. It's up to you to believe it or not. After the words fell, the voice fell completely silent. At this moment, Mu Qingyan suddenly felt confused and uncomfortable as never before. She wanted to catch the owner of the voice and ask clearly, but wasn't that person herself? With red eyes, she raised her head and looked at Su Ming dreamingly. Then a sharp throbbing pain suddenly came to her mind, and she fainted. Su Ming, it doesn't matter if you faint, but what does it matter if you faint on me? Bet that I am a gentleman. He put one hand around his slender waist and glanced at the little junior sister who fainted in his arms. Needless to say, although the little junior sister was young, her development was quite good and her hands were excellent. However, after all, it is still a bit too green and lacks that mature and attractive taste. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a beautiful figure full of mature charm appeared behind him. Bai Qingshan's cold and charming face, with a pair of phoenix eyes, was staring at him coldly. Master's familiar body fragrance drifted into his nose along with the breeze. Su Ming turned around and looked. I saw the master in my eyes, her clothes were flying, and she was as beautiful as an immortal. Looking down from her proud position, I could also see a pair of snow-white plump long legs that were unique in the world. This is what a mature woman smells like. Su Ming smiled. When Bai Qingshan saw the smile on his handsome face, he seemed to be even more angry. His pretty face was cold, his phoenix eyes were slightly narrowed, and there was a bit of gritted teeth on that beautiful face that could turn all living beings upside down. What are you doing here? She asked coldly, not wanting to look at Mu Qingyan in Su Ming's arms. Do what? Su Ming moved his palm lightly and once again took advantage of the little junior sister. Then he smiled and said, when the little junior sister and I come to a place like this, of course we do something we love to do. As expected, this answer made Bai Qingshan's face darken. She didn't know whether it was because of jealousy or other emotions. As a master, she actually felt a little jealous of her female disciple, but then she suddenly realized. She hurriedly shook her head at this dangerous thought and snorted towards Su Ming. Do you think I don't know anything? Your junior sister became possessed by cultivation and fainted. You just want to take advantage of her, right? It's not good for you to go somewhere, and you even brought her to the place where Yifeng's female disciples live. If this matter spreads, do you know that your reputation and hers will be completely ruined? What do you think those people outside will think of you? Reputation. Su Ming sneered. Master, don't be so serious about things that you and I agree on. Besides, if I don't take responsibility for her after playing, what do others think about me? Ding, the host's behavior matches the villain's character, and 100 villain points will be rewarded. Bai Qingshan. After getting along with this little bastard twice before, I thought he had calmed down and would practice with peace of mind from now on. Who knew that he was still as annoying as ever? When Bai Junyi left, he told her that this apprentice of his was very hidden and very uncomfortable. Simple. Now it seems, what is not simple, he is still a little bastard. Su Ming still didn't know that this beautiful master was jealous. He held his petite junior sister with one hand. The little junior sister was in a coma, her body was soft and waxy, her face was pressed tightly into his arms, and she occasionally murmured. She also gently rubbed her lips against his chest. Bai Qingshan. Su Ming smiled wickedly. Master likes to meddle so much, why don't I take my junior sister to your room, and the three of us can have a good chat? He also deliberately emphasized the last two words. Bai Qingshan's phoenix eyes stared at Su Ming, her pink cheeks sank. Just when Su Ming thought she would get angry, she bit her lower lip slightly and said with a hint of resentment. Send her back and I'll talk to you alone. Su Ming. According to the character's personality, this plot is wrong, right? Seeing him teasing his junior sister, his beautiful master should punish him severely. What is that resentful look in his eyes right now? Mu Qingyan has become possessed and turned into a little lunatic. Could it be that Bai Qingshan also? Chapter 107 Killing someone to cheer up the master. I know that you resented your little junior sister because of the punishment, but she is still young, has not been deeply involved in the world, and does not understand anything. If you do this, she will be harmed for the rest of her life. She is now cultivating a demon and may lose her mind at any time. If you continue to stimulate her like this, it will only make her even more crazy in the end. Only when she really reaches that point will you feel better. Although Bai Qingshan was strict with her disciples, she had truly cared about most of them, and Mu Qingyan was a disciple she was extremely fond of. At this time, she still had a lot of concern for Mu Qingyan in her heart. Finished talking. Su Ming's expression didn't change much. He clicked his tongue and said, "Let's wait until we get to that point." Bai Qingshan was choked by his words, her pretty face was indignant. This guy made her so uneasy, how could she leave with peace of mind in the future? She should find a place to lock him up to prevent him from coming out and harming other girls. At this time, a stream of light flew quickly from a distance, and finally stayed over the back mountain. It was Zhang Ting, the leader of the first peak. He had just been arranged by Qi Yuan to do other things, and did not go to the seventh peak with the other elders, so I don't know the news that Lei Heiwei was killed by Su Ming. Afterwards, he sensed a strange aura coming from one of his peaks, so he hurried over to investigate. But I didn't expect that it was the beautiful and noble peak master of Kaifeng, and her two disciples. What are you? Zhang Ting's expression was a little exciting, and he took a look at the wooden houses in the deep forest behind the mountain, where the female disciples of their first peak lived. What do people think when people from 7 peaks come to their first peak and come to a place like this? He also glanced at the girl in Su Ming's arms. Isn't that the female disciple whom Bai Qingshan regarded as his treasure? I heard that it was because of her that Su Ming was punished. How long has it been since Su Ming got involved with her again? Bai Qingshan doesn't care. Zhang Ting could never forget the scene where Hong Yu and Su Ming were entangled. He had liked Hong Yu for so long but could not get a good look at her. But what about Su Ming? So now, whenever he sees Su Ming, he feels like it will be very uncomfortable. Peak Master Bai, why don't you bring 2 disciples to my peak? Zhang Ting landed from midair and stared at Bai Qingshan with some malicious eyes. With a wave of his hand, countless spiritual powers condensed from behind him, forming a huge barrier that blocked the entire back mountain. Bai Qingshan's eyes were slightly cold. He glanced at Zhang Ting and said coldly, "Nothing. Nothing." Zhang Ting was amused. "You can give me any excuse, and maybe I can expose this matter. I also hid it from the female disciples, but if they suddenly come to my peak, I can't give any reason. Who believes it? Do you believe it? Anyway, I don't believe it." As soon as the words changed, Zhang Ting looked at Su Ming coldly. "Forget it about you too, but this is the residence of my Yifeng female disciple. How can it be that a male disciple of his sneaks here? I have reason to believe that your disciple Su Ming has evil intentions. He must be imprisoned in my Yifeng dungeon. I will make a decision after I find out." Bai Qingshan let out a breath and stared at Zhang Ting coldly. "I said it's nothing, so it's nothing." Zhang Ting was amused. "That's ridiculous. When will it be your turn to say something to me, Yifeng Ah?" Before the word "forget" came out of his mouth, he was the first to hear a scream, and 2 extremely domineering spiritual powers shot out directly from behind Bai Qingshan, and finally penetrated through Zhang Ting's knees, knocking out the inside of his knees. The bones were smashed into pieces. Zhang Ting didn't have any time to react. He suddenly fell to the ground, and then he hugged his wasted legs like crazy and cried out in pain. The pain that penetrated his bones made the expression on his face become ferocious and distorted. "It's noisy." An indifferent and lazy voice came. Next, buzz. A terrifying and overbearing spiritual energy swept out, sealing Zhang Ting's wailing lips tightly. His skin and flesh were glued and melted together, leaving him struggling in pain without making any sound. Bai Qingshan looked back with astonishment on his face. But all he saw was Su Ming gently putting down his fingers, his eyes looking indifferent and calm. After seeing her astonished look, he said with a contented smile, "I have nothing to do, kill someone to cheer up Master." Also, since the junior sister came to the door on her own initiative, the disciple happens to be short of a bed-warming girl who can serve tea and water, so I reluctantly decided to consider her. Maybe when I get tired of playing with her, I can just find a place to throw her away. If Master still wants her, he can go look for her in the demon-cultivating sects outside. Bai Qingshan, why is his disciple such a scumbag? Then she realized that Su Ming said he wanted to kill Zhang Ting. When she turned to look at him again, even she couldn't help but feel a little shake in her eyes. All the bones in Zhang Ting's body were shattered little by little under the pressure of that spiritual power. He had collapsed to the ground, his body was twitching, the bone-crushing pain, and his lips were melted and sticky again. He couldn't even make the slightest sound, and could only wait for death in endless pain and fear. It can be said that the methods were extremely cruel. Bai Qingshan was a little stunned. Su Ming had never used such cruel methods in front of her. Moreover, Zhang Ting was already close to the spiritual realm. How did Su Ming do it? For Bai Qingshan, she didn't care if an insignificant person died, but she cared about Su Ming very much. She didn't even know since when Su Ming had kept many secrets from her. Call out. While she was thinking, Su Ming had already left with Mu Qingyan and his sword. He walked very gracefully and boldly, as if he was not afraid of what was going on here being exposed at all. Bai Qingshan remained silent. She turned her head to look at Zhang Ting, who was gradually losing his vitality. Finally, her beautiful eyes turned cold, and she stretched out her hand and squeezed it gently. Boom! Crimson spiritual power spurted out from the ground, and the terrifying and scorching heat instantly melted Zhang Ting's body completely. In this way, the master of the first peak of the Shenyang sect completed his short and not exciting life. At the moment of his death, he still couldn't believe that he actually died at the hands of a disciple. At the same time, the main peak, in the majestic hall, Qi Yuan sat in the first place. All the elders below were silent. Speak. I asked you to speak, so you are all mute, right? Qi Yuan rubbed his brows with a headache and glared at the group of elders below. The slightly younger elder on the far left swallowed, looked around, and after thinking for a while, he said with his head held high, Elder Qi, our Shenyang sect has the appearance of a soaring dragon. He stood up excitedly. I watched the sky last night and found a dragon cloud hovering over the sect. This is a sign of the destiny of the dragon son. Today is indeed the sign. I believe that under the leadership of Elder Qi, the sect will have the destiny again. With the protection of the dragon son, it will surely rise day by day, sing loudly every night, live forever in the world, and turn disaster into good luck. The elders were stunned when they heard this. What a fucking talent. The sect is already in disaster, so why do you still want to flatter yourself? Qi Yuan was also speechless. He was still watching the sky at night. He was so drunk. Did these guys not know the seriousness of the matter? All the Lehei guards disappeared without any reason in the Shenyang sect. Even if Bai Junyi didn't say anything after returning, those guys in Wangcheng were not fools. They would come to their door sooner or later, and they might even alarm the extraordinary wife of the Chen family in Wangcheng. Come on, ancestor. Su Ming caused a lot of trouble for the sect. Even if he is a spiritual talisman master, he is only one person, and Bai Junyi also said that once Su Ming's spiritual talisman master's identity is exposed, not only will the immortal prison not let him go, but also those from other regions around the northern wilderness territory. The top forces will also keep an eye on him. At that time, not only will the sect be defeated, but Su Ming will also be besieged on all sides. Who doesn't want the inheritance of the Lingfu Emperor? Even he wants it, but he also knows himself, but the forces outside are different. Those guys are the real leopards, wolves, tigers and leopards. They almost monopolize all cultivation resources in their respective spheres of influence. If they know the news about the inheritance of the Great Spirit Talisman, it is like a shark seeing blood. Chapter 108 Pathological Love. Kaifeng, Qingyu Cliff. The room was filled with the girl's fragrance. Su Ming casually put Mu Qingyan from his arms to the bed. The girl's delicate body sank into the soft bed, leaving his warm embrace. Even though she was unconscious, she took the initiative to let out a dissatisfied moan. Like a kitten, it is inaudible, but it is sultry. Su Ming stood beside the bed and glanced down. Then he stretched out his hand, along the white and smooth shoulders, slowly unbuttoned his clothes, and took off his outer shirt. The soft green clothes were covered with the woman's body fragrance. Su Ming's eyes were dim, and under the clothes, only a pure white piece of obscene clothing. Although I have seen the little junior sister's figure before, it has only grown a lot in just a few months. When he was putting down his clothes, he inevitably bent down a little. As a result, the sleeping girl under him suddenly opened her eyes that were as blurry and intoxicating as the bright moon. A pair of big eyes stared at him without blinking. It's affectionate and has a bit of morbid charm. "Big brother," she called him softly. "You know, I just had a dream. In the dream, you said you wanted to marry me, and then we got married. You loved me, doted on me, and didn't let me suffer any grievances. But suddenly one day, you told me that you don't love me anymore. You have never liked me. You have always liked other women." So she buried the world in her dream with her own hands. Her hands were stained with the blood of countless creatures. Then, the world is destroyed. The dream is over. She also woke up, and her senior brother was still there. "It's great that he's still here." Mu Qingyan's pink cheeks were hot. At this moment, her temperament changed a lot again. She had already figured it out in that dream. No matter what, her senior brother could only belong to her in this life. If she wants to possess the senior brother, then she must have the means and strength to match him. As long as she is stronger than the senior brother in practice, even if her senior brother is not willing, she will have a way to keep him by her side until he truly fall in love with yourself. Thinking of these, Mu Qingyan had already leaned into her senior brother's ear when Su Ming put down her clothes. Her eyes flashed with a hint of domineering imperial power from ancient times, and she breathed softly with her soft lips. "Even if one day, everyone in the world betrays senior brother, then I will betray the world for senior brother." From this moment on, she would not let go of anyone who was an enemy of her senior brother. She didn't know how many times Su Ming had been reincarnated, but she had a deep understanding of the feeling of betrayal and separation in her dreams, especially being betrayed by the person you love most is even worse than killing her. This world holds such deep malice towards senior brother. He obviously did nothing wrong, but he has to bear the responsibility alone. He is obviously a very warm person, but he deliberately pretends to be indifferent, and all indifference is just he didn't want to experience the feeling of being betrayed by someone he trusted again. Since the eldest brother didn't want to talk, she wouldn't ask. But she will love him in her own way. Mu Qingyan closed her eyes, and a pair of warm red lips slid down the side of Su Ming's face, gently sliding to his lips. She carefully and tenderly kissed the corner of his lips. After kissing for a few minutes, she opened her eyes with some lingering feelings, her lips parted, her cheeks were red, and her eyes were filled with the shyness of a girl. Su Ming's eyes were calm throughout the whole process. He also reached out and touched his lips, which were a little wet and had the unique taste of a girl. "Did you enjoy the kiss?" he sneered. Mu Qingyan nodded imperceptibly, and then when she saw Su Ming's cold gaze, she hurriedly shook her head, her wet eyes staring closely at her senior brother, for fear that the senior brother would be unhappy again. "Su Ming, are you really good at pretending to be wronged?" He glanced sideways at Mu Qingyan and said, "Forget it this time. I can understand that you have become possessed by cultivation and your brain is not normal. It is Master's intention to bring you back here. You don't really think I want to take care of you, do you? Next time if you want to kill someone, please run away. Just don't disturb his peace." After saying that, Su Ming stopped caring about her. After tugging on his clothes, he left a rather disgusting look in his eyes and turned around to leave. Bang! The door is closed. His cold figure disappeared into the gap in the door frame and disappeared into Mu Qingyan's eyes. Until Su Ming left here completely. Mu Qingyan slowly hugged her legs, tilted her head and stared at the ancient forest outside the window in a daze. On her beautiful cheeks, a pair of dull beautiful eyes gradually revealed a morbid look. Scarlet murderous intent. She remembers. When the eldest brother was punished by his master, a senior brother named Fei Yu from Yifeng came to her and slandered the eldest brother in front of her. He also said that people like the eldest brother were not worthy of being in the Shenyang sect, not even in the Shenyang sect. Living in this world, at that time, Many people did not want to see their senior brother. Those who had slandered his senior brother should all die. If I remember correctly, that senior brother Feiyu should have gone to Wangcheng now. Deserted city. Mu Qingyan took a gentle breath of the cold air. She opened her palm, and in the center of her palm, an ancient mark that exuded the aura of endless killing slowly condensed out. This emperor has killed countless people throughout his life. It's just a deserted city, what does it mean? I will make those who have hurt my senior brother pay a heavy price. At this moment, she was the domineering and unparalleled Empress of the Nine Heavens from ancient times. She was also Su Ming's junior sister, Mu Qingyan. Chapter 109 Lu Hanyan. I'm looking for someone. When Su Ming left Mu Qingyan's residence, he thought about Bai Qingshan's inappropriate attitude today. He shook his head and smiled. His master must be hiding something from him. In terms of cultivation alone, she was not only at the peak of nirvana, but also her best friend. Qin Ru smells like an evil cultivator and is probably not a serious woman. It seems that Qin Ru has gone back, and her breath has not been sensed in the sect since yesterday. Su Ming touched his chin and thought for a while. Along the way, he walked through several busy streets. When the junior brothers and sisters passing by saw him, their expressions changed instantly. Then they hurriedly gave way to him, stood aside and said hello. Big brother. Although they were saying hello, many of the male disciples were curled up inwardly, somewhat offended. What kind of senior brother? Since he came back from being punished, he has not practiced all day long, but he only knows how to harm the younger junior sister, and even talks to Elder Hongyu's woman. The disciple is entangled, so what if he has great talent? If this continues, he will fall into evil ways sooner or later. They all knew that the female disciple named Feng Qingling had a truly evil cultivating constitution. Elder Hongyu was right not to let her practice, but their senior brother actually brought that witch to Chunyuan Hall. Go. If this continues, the sect's reputation will be over sooner or later. Su Ming ignored the greetings of his junior fellow apprentices, but when some junior sisters greeted him, he smiled and nodded. At least his smile was charming. It can be seen from the rosy and pretty faces of the junior sisters that although his senior brother's style is not very good, his appearance and temperament are definitely attractive to these young girls. Until Su Ming left, there were still many female disciples staring at his back in a daze. Among them was a female disciple who had just started in the past 3 months. When she saw Su Ming for the first time, she reached out and patted her red face, and murmured to herself. Is this our eldest brother from Kaifeng? He is so good looking, and the way he looks at me is clearly a gentleman. He is not as scary as the senior sisters say. That's right, I heard that senior brother is the most talented person in our 7 peaks. He is a young genius and charming. Whoever becomes senior brother's Taoist companion in the future must not be envious of others. After Su Ming left, several junior sisters began to discuss among themselves. The faces of the male disciples next to them were not very good looking. They sighed in their hearts. Every new junior sister would be shocked by their senior brother's appearance. To confuse. Wasn't this what junior sister Mu Qingyan was like when she first started? At that time, she was lively and cute, and she often pestered her senior brother to ask about her cultivation. He seemed to dote on her, and the relationship between the two should have gotten closer over time. Who knew that in the end, his true identity was exposed, and he turned out to be that kind of people. Although I don't know why, junior sister Mu's attitude towards senior brother has changed in the past few days, but it is undeniable that senior brother deeply hurt junior sister. At that time, junior sister believed in him and admired him so much. Well, to put it bluntly, the senior brother is just coveting the body of his junior sister. Who knows, in his heart, the junior sister may only regard him as a brother-like existence, so he is so angry that he would do such a thing to his junior sister. Thinking of this, many male disciples gritted their teeth. Master Mu personally recruited junior sister Mu to Kaifeng. I don't know how many disciples liked her at first. Senior brother wanted to use force on junior sister when he couldn't get it. At that time, all of them the disciples were all furious. I originally thought that senior brother would be able to restrain himself a little after he came back, but who knew? I just hope that these new junior sisters will not go astray, but they must not trust that senior brother. Su Ming didn't know that his cold and mysterious temperament and appearance like a god descending from the earth had already touched the hearts of many new female disciples along the way. As they looked around, their eyes were filled with the back of their senior brother, wanting to know where this senior brother was going. Turned an intersection. As soon as Su Ming took a step, unexpectedly, a completely different woman's fragrance hit his nose. He slowly raised his eyes. When he saw the person in front of him clearly, his eyes dimmed slightly, and then returned to normal. "Is something okay, girl?" he asked nonchalantly, his eyes not changing at all. The fragrant and attractive body fragrance, with a light and cold smell, passed through little by little. The first thing that appeared in Su Ming's mind was a pair of charming snow-white legs. Following his line of sight, he could just see a pair of slender, snow-white legs standing together under the dark purple dress of the woman in front of him. Such slender and straight legs with perfect curves can be said to be the best quality that is hard to find in the world. It happened that he accidentally touched one when he was in the forbidden area of the immortal prison not long ago. The touch was really memorable. Su Ming clasped his hands behind his back, pretending not to recognize the person coming. His eyes and expressions were all traceless, as if he really didn't know her. As his words fell, the woman in the dark skirt stood in front of him so handsomely. Her long dark blue hair was draped over her shoulders, and her hair was flying in the breeze. Her light blue eyes were just staring at the man in front of her quietly. "I'm looking for someone." An elegant and cold voice slowly came out from her ruddy and attractive mouth. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and glanced at several peaks in the distant sky, and a blue light flashed in her eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the clouds and mist among those mountain peaks exploded, and the entire huge mountain peak began to disintegrate instantly, and all the sect forces located on those peaks were not spared and were buried in them. "Su Ming," he coughed lightly. The girl turned around and stared at him with her green eyes without blinking. Then, she gently raised a jade finger and pointed at the halls behind Su Ming at the top of the 7 peaks. The next second, there was a terrifying blue light condensing on the fingertips. If this attack were successful, Kaifeng would be razed to the ground in an instant, and everyone here would not survive. The sudden appearance of the woman in black skirt also made the Kaifeng disciples around the road look shocked. It was not because of anything else, but because that woman was so beautiful. That kind of beauty was not just a simple appearance, but a true beauty. The beauty that combines temperament and appearance in the sense of the word is a beauty that is enough to make heaven and earth eclipse. Even their master, Bai Qingshan, might be inferior in front of this woman in black skirt. Countless male disciples looked at it with stupid eyes, and their eyes showed deep obsession unconsciously. They even forgot to think about why the woman came to their senior brother. Su Ming was quite helpless. This woman still came to the door. In the original plot, there was a murderous cold female devil, the most ruthless female villain, and in the end, she was a character who drove the male protagonist who had inherited the divine world into a panic. The lord of the immortal prison, Lu Hanyan. Most importantly, she is a super yandere. Chapter 110 Speech from a yandere. You can only belong to me. Su Ming looked at the girl in front of him. He stretched out his palm to tease the girl's black hair, and then said a little strangely, "We haven't seen each other for a few days, are you so reluctant to let me go, girl?" The girl in front of her has a slender and soft waist. Under her tight-fitting skirt, she has full and alluring curves. Her exquisite and perfect face is even more addictive. The breeze blows, and her long dark hair flows with the wind. Flying actually brings a thrilling beauty. Like a queen among royal sisters. Cool, noble, yet still retaining the innocence of a girl. Su Ming couldn't help but take a few more glances, especially on that beautiful face that was as shiny as jade. The unique charm of a girl's youthfulness and maturity could not help but make people feel amazing, even a little bit uncomfortable. Reality. This is a completely different beauty from Su Qingning and Hongyu. But one thing is the same. They are all rare beauties in the world. As if feeling Su Ming's gaze, Lu Hanyan's beautiful eyes automatically abandoned everything around her and stared straight at him. Then her small nose tip moved slightly, and her fingertips glowed with cyan aura. The next second it stopped at the position of Su Ming's heart. "You smell like other women." Her voice was soft and beautiful, but the coldness contained in her voice was a bit chilling. "Su Ming, Can you still remember the smell of him after so long? Immediately, in the shocked and jealous eyes of many junior brothers behind him, he gently grabbed the jade hand and put it down from the position of his heart. I am just practicing with a few junior sisters, don't think nonsense. The palm of his hand was held by Su Ming. He noticed the malicious gaze of the man in front of him and the masculine aura that hit his face. Even Lu Hanyan's usually calm eyes could not help but show a hint of shy affection, the cheeks also turned slightly crimson. She struggled slightly but couldn't get free. Although she misses him a lot, she doesn't like to be seen by outsiders when she is intimate with him, especially when there are so many people here. As soon as she thought of this, she felt an extremely cold murderous intention in her heart. If she killed them all, no one would be able to disturb them. The next second, the terrifying aura coming from the 9 netherworld instantly made the disciples behind them start to tremble. The eyes of all the disciples changed at this moment. That kind of aura is simply not something they can compete with. It is countless times more terrifying than Elder Qi Yuan and the original sect Master Du. Who is this person? Su Ming grabbed her jade hand with a headache, glanced at the disciples behind him with indifferent eyes, squeezed the cold and tender hand in his heart, and then left with Lu Hanyan. Where to go? Su Ming grabbed his little hand and led him away. Lu Hanyan couldn't break free, so she let him go. She didn't dare to use force for fear of hurting Su Ming. She was just secretly looking at the back of her beloved man from behind. On her beautiful and refined face, there was a trace of shame as light smoke. When her eyes moved, they were as clear and transparent as water. Su Ming looked back at her. A girl is always ready to kill people. Who did you learn this temper from? Lu Hanyan tilted her head, blinked her beautiful eyes gently, and then asked in a soft voice, somewhat cautiously, don't you like it? Su Ming, which man likes a murderous female devil? He likes fairies. Seeing that Su Ming was silent, Lu Hanyan bit her red lips slightly. She lowered her eyes and stared at the ground. After being silent for a while, she slowly raised her head and whispered. You should know the environment I grew up in. In that place, if I didn't kill others, others would kill me. I started killing people when I was 6 years old, and I'm used to it by now. Before I met you, in my life, there is nothing but killing. While speaking, her mind inevitably flashed to a little girl covered in blood, who was cruelly thrown into a battlefield full of murderous intentions by her tribe, and everyone there was like the most brutal wolf, wanting her. He wants her life, wants her body, wants to swallow her alive. She can only survive by killing everyone. After her words fell, Su Ming sighed, took her to a quiet place in the forest, and then turned to look at her. Lu Hanyan also stared at Su Ming, with affection in his eyes. Su Ming caressed her cheek gently, then slowly leaned over, nibbled on her earlobe, and spoke softly, his hot breath hitting the base of her ear, making Lu Hanyan feel her heart tremble. I don't care what your past was like, but now, you have me. The gentle and low voice, like the most touching words of love in the world, made Lu Hanyan's heart tremble, because all the fears and worries she had after seeing him were swept away at this moment. She tilted her head slightly and said emotionally looking at Su Ming, the sparkling water in his eyes became extraordinarily gentle. I know. Sensing the hot masculine aura on Su Ming's body, she blushed shyly and murmured. But her little hands pushed against his chest. Su Ming was unmoved, and took a deep breath of the charming fragrance from her jade neck. Then he distanced himself a little from her, gently raised her white chin, and said with a wicked smile. After not seeing each other for a few days, I became so shy. When she forcefully kissed him, she was not as shy as she is now. She was very domineering at that time and would not let him go unless he kissed her. Now she is a shy little woman again. Lu Hanyan shook her head and stared at him angrily. Her pretty face turned red immediately. She broke away from Su Ming's hand, and her eyes regained a hint of coldness. When Su Ming didn't even react, she directly grabbed Su Ming's clothes. Then he leaned over and sniffed it gently. Su Ming still smelled like Mu Qingyan. Women are very talented in the sense of smell, especially when it comes to the smell of their men. As long as there is the slightest bit of strangeness, they can detect it. Lu Hanyan smiled slightly, but a dangerous light quietly passed through his eyes. Brother Ming, won't you explain it to me? Su Ming spread his hands and said, I just explained it. Lu Hanyan glared at him. I don't believe it. Where is that woman? I want to find her myself. Su Ming spoke with righteousness. You are the only woman I have. Lu Hanyan stared at Su Ming, curled her lips slightly, stretched out her hand to push him away. You have only been away from me for a few days, and you already smell like someone else, not even a junior sister. HMPH, I should have listened to my mother, tied you back, and planted the magic spell of infatuation on you so that you can't live without me for the rest of your life, and you can only like me. Su Ming. Lu Hanyan stretched out her hand and touched Su Ming's face, her eyes full of strong love and possessiveness. I don't care anyway, you can only belong to me in this life, and whoever dares to snatch it from me, I will take that person away. Catch her, let you watch her with your own eyes, and torture her to death. Are all yandere's thoughts so dangerous? Chapter 111 8 Ancient Tribes. Hearing Lu Hanyan's dangerous words, Su Ming glanced at her quietly, and then flicked her smooth forehead angrily. You dare to talk to me like that now, right? Believe it or not, I will kill you directly. Earth Jungfa, even if your mother comes later, she can't save you. Lu Hanyan bit her rosy mouth with white teeth, her pretty face blushed instantly, and then she stretched out her jade hand to push Su Ming away, who was about to come closer. How do I know if you are lying to me? What little junior sister? She didn't believe it. Su Ming took a breath and looked at the bright and delicate cheeks of the girl in front of him. If an ordinary person saw her so shy and attractive, he would probably be tempted to take a bite. Su Ming held it back and sighed. It's not like I haven't told you before that no one in this place will like me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met you. Hearing Su Ming talk about this, Lu Hanyan was silent for a moment, then she turned her head and glanced at the mountain peaks shrouded in clouds and mist not far away, and asked curiously, is this your sect? It turns out that her sect is like this, but the people here are too weak in cultivation. After all, they don't have much cultivation resources, so it's better to go back to the immortal prison with her. I don't want to stay with a little broken sect for a long time. Su Ming smiled lazily, put one hand around the slim waist of the girl next to him, and said narrowly, with a little fairy like you and a little rich woman here, I don't want to work hard anymore. Otherwise, will you support me from now on? Okay. When Su Ming said this, Lu Hanyan nodded quickly without thinking. She wished she could spend every minute with Su Ming. Su Ming smiled hoarsely, stretched out his hand and pinched her nose. For some reason, Lu Hanyan looked a little cute in his eyes at this moment. What's good? I should be the one to raise you. Lu Hanyan tilted her head, with a puzzled face. Isn't it the same? In her opinion, Su Ming was hers, Su Ming's things were hers, and her things were Su Ming's. There was no need to distinguish between the two of them. Su Ming didn't explain it to her. Anyway, it was useless to explain it based on her character. This girl had never been in love before, and her relationship was like a blank slate. Otherwise, she wouldn't be deceived by him so easily. Ahem, it's not a lie. That's called teasing. To tease a girl, you have to use some tricks. The key is that Su Ming didn't know that the girl was a yandere at that time. Otherwise, he might have to think about it carefully. Let's change a topic. Su Ming changed the subject, let go of his slender waist, grabbed a small hand as white as jade, and then led him to a peak on the mountain behind the 7 peaks. Looking at the sunset gradually setting on the horizon, he asked softly. You probably came here not just to find me. Lu Hanyan shook her head, her starry eyes staring at him softly. You are the most important. Su Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Unexpectedly, these words came not from the mouth of his master Bai Qingshan, nor from the mouth of the little junior sister he once cared about, but from the mouth of the biggest female villain in this fantasy world. What's wrong? Seeing Su Ming staring at her in a daze without saying anything, Lu Hanyan gently hooked one of his fingers, blinked, then tilted her head and asked him with a smile. Su Ming came back to his senses and shook his head lightly. It's okay. Oh. Seeing that Su Ming didn't want to say anything, Lu Hanyan nodded obediently, and then she seemed to think of something again. She smiled and said, there are a total of 10 realms around the northern wasteland. Our immortal prison is located in the center of the immortal spirit realm. The remaining the lower 9 realms are also under the control of immortal prison. If you are in a bad mood, I will take you to kill anyone. Except for people in the fairy world, you can kill others. When I was in a bad mood before, I liked to go and kill people. Hear the words. Su Ming was silent for a moment. The female devil's habit of killing people cannot be changed in a short time. He changed the subject and said, "When I left last time, I heard that a prince from the Alligator clan in the North Sea came to your Lu clan immortal dynasty to propose marriage." Lu Hanyan nodded, wondering why Su Ming mentioned others when he was with her. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. What then? Then, Lu Hanyan thought for a while and then said, "My father sent someone to beat the prince, peel off his keel, and then threw him back to the celestial crocodile clan." Su Ming couldn't help but smile. "Your father is really bad-tempered. I finally know where your character comes from." The full name of the celestial crocodile clan is the ancient celestial crocodile clan. It is a super race that is famous throughout the eastern part of the northern spiritual realm. There is a real powerful god emperor in the race. They were once able to sit together with the Tianwu dynasty of Xuanlong domain. The prince born from such a race must be the true pride of heaven, but it is a pity that Lu Hanyan's fairy prison may not be as good as the celestial crocodile clan, but behind her is a man who has stood in the eastern part of the northern spirit realm for tens of thousands of years. The super overlord, the Lu clan immortal dynasty. Put aside the identity of the female villain in the plot. Lu Hanyan can be regarded as the proud daughter of heaven who is beyond the reach of countless geniuses and monsters. Among the hundreds of realms in the eastern part of the northern spirit realm, she is recognized as the most beautiful woman. No man does not want to marry her. It was normal for the prince of the Sky Crocodile tribe to fall in love with her. Not only the prince of the Celestial Crocodile clan. As far as Su Ming knew, among the 8 ancient races in the eastern part of the northern spirit realm, the princes of at least 6 races were thinking about her. Anyone would feel uncomfortable if their woman was missed by another man. In this life, Su Ming was not a bad person. If he felt unhappy, someone would have to pay the price. And as far as he knew, because of the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty by the Yudian palace, hundreds of lower realms and 3 super realms in the eastern part of the northern spirit realm, Xuanlong realm, Xuanluo realm, and Xuantian realm, have been acting secretly to prepare for the 100 Realms Conference. The content of the conference is to unite all the righteous forces to conquer the Yudian palace and rescue Queen Tianwu and her children. Even the 8 ancient races will come to participate. As for the northern wilderness territory, because it is too close to the far north, and its geographical location is remote, and there are no truly powerful top forces that can get into the eyes of the 3 super realms, so no sect has received it. Invite. Su Ming's Royal Heaven Palace received an invitation letter, which was a magic book, delivered directly to the dragon girl Lang Shi. Those guys were obviously going to go against him. Nowadays, the title of Yudian Demon Lord makes all the powerful people in the super realms in the eastern part of the northern spirit realm extremely fearful. This is just because he has not appeared for a long time after killing the powerful god emperor of the Tianwu dynasty. This made some people's minds start to get excited. And in these countless realms, apart from Lin Changfeng, there are even many children of destiny who have destiny. According to the settings of ordinary fantasy novels, his status as the villain of the heaven-conquering demon lord will soon be revealed. I want to become a stepping stone on the growth path of these children of destiny. Especially Queen Tianwu's 2 talented children, Prince Wu Luo and Princess Wu Yao. Chapter 112 Someone you can't afford to offend. The Northern Wilderness Territory. For any of the outside realms with super sects, this place is nothing more than a remote place, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of barren mountains. For hundreds of years, not even a true god emperor has no strong person has ever appeared. But at this moment, beyond the Shiwen barren mountain, strange spiritual power waves suddenly rippled in the sky. An old man in gray-white robes slowly emerged from the fluctuating spiritual power. The old man stood with his hands behind his hands, looking towards the direction of Shenyan sect. "Uncle Xie, have you found her?" After the old man appeared, in the space to his right, a very young and handsome man walked out slowly. This man was wearing a blood-red robe, and half of his hair was blood-red. On the bright robe, there was a tattoo of the aura exuding from the ferocious crocodile dragon is also particularly bloody and cruel. Seeing the man in blood-clothed clothes, the man he called Uncle Evil, glanced at him lightly, and then said calmly, "We have found her, but it's a pity that you can't touch her." Hearing this, The man was stunned for a moment, and then said with gritted teeth, "Why can't I touch her? Uncle Xie, you should know that my brother liked her, so he went to Lu's immortal dynasty to propose marriage, but they beat my brother no matter what she is like. Lu Hanyan, I will never let her go. Now that she has left the immortal prison, this is a good opportunity to catch her. With Uncle Evil taking action, I don't believe she can escape from our hands." Hear this. The old man in gray shook his head with a heavy face. His old and turbid eyes seemed to see something terrible through the space, and then whispered, "She won't run away. Maybe I shouldn't come with you on this trip. Uncle Evil," the man raised his voice, "even if Lu Wudao comes, I have to give you a face. She is just Lu Hanyan, why should you be so afraid of her? I swear today that I will capture her and bring her back to me, brother, please give me an explanation." After the words fell, the man in blood-clothed waved his hand, and the spatial spiritual energy behind him suddenly became violent and raging. Then, an old man in green robes, as dry as bones, appeared with a smile on his hands. Ancestor Lue. Seeing the old man in green robe, Xie Yan was a little surprised. "You actually invited him here?" The man in blood-clothed clothes smiled proudly. "Uncle Xie, with Patriarch Lue helping us, do we need to be afraid of her? That woman's strength is as strong as the first-level God Emperor. Uncle Xie, you and Ancestor Lue are both first-level God Emperors, and with my half-step God Emperor cultivation, today I want to see how she escapes from the palm of my hand." The old man in green robe smiled coldly. His eyes were as terrifying as a poisonous snake, and the fluctuations emanating from his body made the spiritual energy of the surrounding world tremble violently. Xie Yan also didn't expect that his young master would actually invite the ancestors of Lue. It seemed that he was determined to avenge his brother, but the next second, he shook his head and sighed. "Young master, listen to my advice and let the matter between your brother and the Lu clan immortal dynasty be revealed. Now that your father cannot come out of seclusion, if something happens to you again, I will bear the blame. See this." The man in blood-clothed eyes was full of horror. "Uncle Xie, you are afraid of the Lu clan immortal dynasty, but I am not afraid of them. Our Tian Crocodile clan is one of the 8 ancient tribes after all. My brother was bullied by her in this way, how can I swallow this tone? Then Lu Hanyan doesn't rely on his own aloofness and doesn't put all the geniuses of my 8 ancient clans in the eyes. I will destroy her today and let her remember this day for the rest of her life, making her regret rejecting the marriage proposal from my Tian Crocodile clan." At the end of the sentence, the man in blood-clothed clothes seemed to see that woman being held in his hands and allowed to play with him. He was so excited just thinking about it. Isn't she Lu Hanyan cold and arrogant, and doesn't take everyone seriously? I have imagined in my mind a long time ago what it would be like to ravage that woman at will. Xie Yan shook his head heavily. "I'm not afraid of the Lu clan's immortal dynasty, nor am I afraid of Lu Wudao. Just listen to me and don't mess with that woman. We can't afford to mess with the people around her." The first time he heard such shrinking words from his evil uncle, the man in blood was stunned for a moment, and finally he said angrily, "Is there anyone in this world that our 8 ancient tribes cannot afford to offend? I finally waited for this opportunity, how could I let her go? Uncle Xie, what happened to you today? If I kill her in the northern wasteland, what will happen even if the Lu clan's immortal dynasty finds out?" Xieyan fell silent. Finally, he said coldly, "If you don't listen to me, the only thing that awaits the Sky Crocodile clan in the end is destruction." The man also sneered, "Uncle Xie, I see that you are getting better and better as you live. Even Lu Wudao doesn't dare to say such things as destroying our celestial crocodile clan. She is just Lu Hanyan. Today I will let her you know what will happen if you offend my celestial crocodile clan." Having said this, he clasped his fists at the old man in green robe beside him. "Uncle Lu, when the matter is completed, I will not lose even a penny of what I promised you." The old man in green robe grinned, his eyes sparkling. "Let's talk first. I will use that woman's immortal body to refine it into a furnace. I will never encounter such a top-quality furnace in my life." The man hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded heavily. "Okay, I promise Uncle Lu." Letting Lu Hanyan be ravaged by people like Patriarch Lue made him feel a little uncomfortable, but he didn't know why, but he just felt relieved. Xie Yan exhaled for a long time, and unconsciously squeezed his hands. His old face twitched fiercely, and he gritted his teeth slightly. Finally, when he saw the man in blood-clothed clothes with a cold face, he felt mixed emotions in his heart. Lu's immortal dynasty is not scary, because even Lu Wudao is not capable of killing the powerful God Emperor, but that person is different. The Tianwu dynasty, which was at the height of its power, was slaughtered overnight, with blood flowing into rivers. Several God Emperors all died with hatred. That is the real powerful God Emperor. Those who have cultivated to their level have already possessed the immortal body of the God Emperor. Therefore, wars between powerful God Emperors are basically determined by victory or defeat. But that person is different. In the hand, there is no victory or defeat, only life and death. Even the God Emperor is the same. He finally understood why Lu Wudao knew clearly that the Lu clan's immortal dynasty had offended the 8 ancient clans, yet he was so relieved to let Lu Hanyan come out alone. Not to mention the 8 ancient tribes, even if the overlord of the central continent comes, in his eyes, it probably means nothing. Only a man like him can conquer a woman like Lu Hanyan. Their young master's brother is still thinking about her. Maybe he wants to eat shit, he just doesn't know how to write the word death. It's just that Xie Yan never imagined why the being who turned the Black Dragon territory upside down would come to a desolate place like the Northern Wilderness territory. Could it be that there is something hidden here that they don't know about? Just when this thought came to mind, the figures of the man in blood and the old man in green robe suddenly disappeared. Xie Yan's body trembled violently, and his hands and feet began to feel a little cold. Now, the Celestial Crocodile clan is really about to finish. Chapter 113 The Demon Suppressing Monument, the Supreme Demonic Way, Lin Changfeng's mother. Zhongzhou Continent, Tianyuan Sea area. Descendants of the Holy Clan, the Li family. After the Sea Demon tribe, which had occupied the Tianyuan Sea for hundreds of years, was expelled by the Sword Immortal Pavilion led by the White Sword Immortal, the Li family has returned to its status as one of the 2 major families, and has recently had many connections with the 3 major divine sects. The saints of the Central Continent once sent the powerful God Emperor to the Tianyuan Sea. Unfortunately, no matter who came, they could not see the Sword Immortal in white. Even the overlord of the Central Continent was extremely afraid of the Sword Immortal Pavilion, and several ate the powerful God Emperor came forward and set up a demon-suppressing monument at the center of the Tianyuan Sea. A huge ancient stone tablet stands from the abyss of the sea to the sky. At the top of the stone tablet is a line of purple and gold fonts, shining with golden light and eye-catching. It can be seen even on the sea tens of thousands of miles away. Look at the words on this stone tablet. And this purple gold font is just a name, but under the sunlight, it exudes an indescribable sense of majesty. The Sword Immortal in white, Su Bai. This name, like a true emperor, is at the top of the demon-suppressing monument. It makes countless people in the entire Tianyuan Sea have admiration in their eyes when they look at that name. That legendary figure actually caused the saints to use such means to win him over. This demon-suppressing monument in the Tianyuan Sea will still stand as firmly as it does today even after thousands and tens of thousands of years, and everyone in Tianyuan Sea area will remember that name forever. The Sword Immortal in white has become the anchor in the hearts of all the strong men in the sea, a majestic existence who helps them dispel darkness. There is no one who does not support him. The saints obviously knew this too. Now they are trying their best to win over the Sword Immortal in white. Unfortunately, since the Sword Immortal last appeared in the Li family and killed the remaining powerful God Emperor of the Sea Demon clan on behalf of the Li family, he has disappeared. No one can meet him. The powerful God Emperor of the Holy Clan came several times, but in the end they returned without success. The floating island is the ancestral land of the Li family. Li Zishan, who was wearing a black and purple training uniform, sat cross-legged on the spiritual power stone platform, and kept making terrifying black spiritual seals in her hands. After each spiritual seal was formed, it floated quietly in front of her, and finally, followed the purple mark between her eyebrows, and entered her body. And the aura on her body became more and more powerful. Buzz. Until a certain moment, she quietly opened her eyes. In her originally cold and indifferent eyes, there was actually a large amount of purple-black evil spiritual power surging. Reverse the exercise and the demonic energy enters the body. Now, she has initially cultivated into the supreme demonic way. Half an hour later, Li Zishan stopped practicing, and her heart suddenly became abnormally cramped and panicked. She hurriedly stretched out her hand to hold her heart, and looked up at the towering demon suppression monument thousands of miles away from the floating island. When she saw the dazzling purple gold name, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and her beautiful face became a little pale. Senior Sword Immortal, don't you even support me doing this? As she murmured in her mouth, Li Zishan's energy and blood rushed to her heart, and a mouthful of dark purple blood spurted out sadly. Senior Sword Immortal is an existence that cannot be desecrated in her heart, and is the only ray of light in her dark career in the Tianyuan Sea for more than 10 years. But he is also the leader of the righteous path, the swordsman in white who slays evil spirits. He is incompatible with any evil cultivator. But now, she has cultivated into the supreme demonic path and has fallen into the demonic cultivation. She has become farther and farther away from the white-clothed swordsman she admired. She hates herself for falling into the demonic path, but she hates those who deceived her even more. If she doesn't fall into the devil's trap, her future can only be manipulated by others. Falling into the devil's path, she and that person will have to completely separate themselves in this life. She is a devil, and the sword fairy in white is the emperor who slays devils. So in the future, she will also die in the hands of that person, right? Li Zishan smiled sadly, her beautiful and sad smile was moving. If it weren't for Li Shuiyan, if it weren't for Lin Changfeng, she thought that after meeting Lord Sword Immortal, she might have spent her whole life chasing that person. Even if it is just a few unrealistic fantasies in her heart, at least she is not a demon, she is very clean, and she is qualified to chase him. But now, maybe in the eyes of Master Sword Immortal, she is no different from those evil demon cultivators. When she thinks of being disgusted by Master Sword Immortal, whom she admires, Li Zishan feels like she is suffocating. At this moment, she felt an unparalleled hatred for Li Shuiyan, Lin Changfeng, and the indifference of the elders of the Li family. The head of the family and the elders had secretly known what Li Shuiyan did to her, but they pretended not to see it and let it go. Therefore, she would not let any of these people go. Lin Changfeng. Li Zishan gritted her teeth, and the cold murderous intent surged in her eyes. You deserve to die. Floating Island, Xuanian Pavilion. In the crystal ball filled with spiritual power, a boy in black and a man in white with a vague face appeared. Fenger. The charming lady Li Shuiyan was staring blankly at the young man in black in the crystal ball. Her eyes turned red and tears gathered in her eyes. It was the result of her 10-month pregnancy. Her child is a close relative in her heart who is more important than anything else. However, just today, she suddenly felt a throbbing pain in her heart, which was the feeling of a mother and her son connecting. Her intuition told her that something had happened to Lin Changfeng, and it was very likely that it had endangered his life, so she ignored the clan's decision according to the rules. She forced the use of forbidden spells, and she saw that her Fenger fate was damaged. Another man in white with a blurry face in the crystal ball was the one who damaged her Fenger's fate. The man couldn't see his face clearly, but she could feel that he was very young, and it was his appearance that made her Fenger. His destiny has undergone tremendous changes. Li Shuiyan's cold and beautiful eyes were staring straight at the figure in white, her jade hands were clenched tightly, and there was murderous intent in her eyes. No matter who that person was, if he endangered his Fenger's fate, he shouldn't live here, in this world. Take a deep breath. Li Shuiyan's proud chest rose and fell, and finally she forced herself to calm down. As if she thought of something, she hurriedly turned her head and looked at the demon-suppressing monument in the distance outside the window. Sword Immortal in white, Lord Sword Immortal. In her mind, she couldn't help but picture the young and indifferent face of the Master Sword Immortal. If Fenger can take this Master Sword Immortal as his teacher, then his future achievements will definitely not stop at the Tianyuan Sea and the Central Continent. With the support of this Master Sword Immortal, then his Fenger will definitely be able to grow up safely. That kind of protection is something that even the Li family cannot give Fenger. Li Shuiyan bit her red lips tightly. For Fenger, she couldn't care so much anymore. In the past, she always believed that her Fenger could grow up safely to the extent that the Li family had to pay attention to it. But now, something appeared in the crystal ball. The man in white and her family's chaotic fate made her completely panic. No, I'm going to find Master Sword Immortal to help Funger. As long as he is willing to accept Funger as his apprentice and help Funger survive this life crisis, no matter what excessive demands he makes, I will agree to him. Thinking about it at the end, Li Shuiyan felt a rare sense of shame. The Master Sword Immortal was a person who made all the young girls in Tianyuan area moved by him. Although she was not young, she had not seen him since the last time. On the one hand, occasionally, that young and handsome face will appear in my mind by accident. Chapter 114 Senior Brother, he is the best person to me in this world, I can't harm him. The sunset is approaching. Shenyan sect is hundreds of miles away, in the desolate forest at the foot of the mountain. A young man in black got up from the ground panting. His body was covered in bruises, as if he had been treated inhumanely. Both arms of the young man were bleeding profusely. He gritted his teeth and roared to the sky. Even the weak breath on his body could not stop the aura that soared to the sky. You bastard named Su, wait for me. Today's humiliation, if I don't trample you under my feet in the future, I, Lin Changfeng, will never be a human being. Cough cough cough. Because he spoke too hastily, he gasped for air and almost choked him to death. Lin Changfeng blushed, spat at the big tree in front of him, and cursed viciously. That bastard deliberately asked his junior sister to harm me. I'm so smart, do you think I can't see it? His junior sister has cultivated into demons and has become evil. Yet she still dares to stay in the Shenyan sect. She is really not afraid that I will report him. She is looking for death. Haha. Luckily the Ghost Elder is on my side. When I go back to find the Ghost Elder and expose the affair between him and his junior sister, I'll see how he ends up. The more Lin Changfeng talked, the brighter his eyes became. He thought he had found a way to deal with Su Ming and Mu Qingyan. Little did he know that it was in his mind. The Sword Master sighed. Master, why are you sighing? The Sword Master seemed a little speechless, but after a moment of silence, he still asked with some concern, your brain is not injured, is it? Lin Changfeng shook his head blankly, no. That's good. The Sword Master stopped talking. Lin Changfeng. He took a breath, stood up with support on the tree trunk, and looked towards the darkening sky with his dark eyes, a fierce light surging in his eyes. And at this moment, the top of the 7 peaks, outside the training hall, the 2 charming girls looked at the cultivation scroll in their hands. They looked at each other, and then hurriedly thanked the senior brother in front who took the scroll to them. Thank you, senior brother. The crisp, clean and melodious voices, as well as the 2 girls' young and particularly attractive rosy cheeks, made the rather handsome senior brother stunned. No, you're welcome. The senior brother waved his hands blankly, and then something suddenly occurred to his mind. He forced himself to calm down, and waved his hand. This is originally the scroll that senior brother used to store in the training pavilion. We can't practice it even if we take it back. It's just right to take it back. You must leave it in the hands of senior brother. After saying that, he saw the weird looks in the eyes of the junior brothers and sisters around the training pavilion, and hurriedly coughed, and reminded Feng Qingling with a cold face, the scroll is not for you to practice. You are probably still young anyway. I don't understand many things, but without the consent of your master, Elder Hongyu, you will never be able to practice in the sect, you know that. At this moment, there were already many disciples from Kaifeng around. When they saw Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao standing in front of the training pavilion, their expressions changed instantly. Many disciples showed undisguised disgust in their eyes. The Shenyan sect is a well-known and upright sect in the northern wasteland. All of them hate evil cultivators in their hearts. They are a group of evil demons with no moral bottom line. Now everyone knows that the female disciple brought back by Elder Hongyu is a born evil cultivator. Physique. This disciple is Feng Qingling. If she is practicing in the sect, once the news spreads, it will cause the Shenyan sect to become an evil sect in the eyes of everyone in the northern wasteland. Didn't you see that Wangcheng sent Leihei guards to their sect to investigate? She still dares to come to the cultivation pavilion. Snort. Many disciples looked at each other coldly. Feng Qingling squeezed the scroll in her hand slightly. She lowered her head and did not look at those senior brothers and sisters. She had no idea why these senior brothers and sisters hated her so much. It was obvious that she had done nothing wrong, and it was obvious that she was the one who was always being targeted. The person that Master beat and scolded. In the end, she stopped thinking about it. Anyway, she was used to being rejected by these people. Now, she just wanted her senior brother not to hate her, and then she would practice well and stay with her senior brother until she grew up. Again. Her little face suddenly turned red, and Feng Qingling's big, moist and bright eyes were full of the shyness and affection unique to a girl. She didn't care what others thought of her, as long as her senior brother had her in his heart, that was enough. The two left holding the scroll. There was a lot of chatter behind him. What on earth is senior brother doing? Our sect master has already said it. Doesn't he still know that Feng Qingling has an evil cultivator's constitution? He still asks her to get the cultivation scroll. This will only harm us, Kaifeng. I have to tell my master that if this continues, senior brother will be harmed by her. She is a scourge. Wouldn't it be better to kick her out of the sect as soon as possible? Our Shenyang sect is a well-known and decent sect. The senior brother is now the most talented disciple in Kaifeng. His future is bound to be limitless. If he has anything to do with this Feng Qingling, Wangcheng will investigate it in the future and cancel the senior brother's promotion. If you have the qualifications, then you will really harm senior brother. If this continues, senior brother may really be revoked as a disciple by the sect. Feng Qingling didn't care what others said and didn't take it to heart, but suddenly a few people said something behind her back, which irritated her very sensitive nerves. Those people said that if she stayed in the Shenyang sect, she would harm Su Ming and the only senior brother who was good to her in the future. Her existence would only be an obstacle to his growth. He would even lose the opportunity to join other senior brothers because of her. Qualifications for a top sect. This moment, the girl held the scroll in her hand, and her back looked particularly gloomy as she walked under the sunset. When she lowered her head, she inadvertently saw the black mark on her wrist that had not completely disappeared. It was left behind when she practiced the magic technique. Therefore, her unhesitating willfulness almost harmed her senior brother. Therefore, she is the evil cultivator who is despised and hated by everyone. No wonder the master has not wanted to see her since she was a child. No wonder everyone hates her. It turns out that she is also having such a disgusting identity. Feng Qingling took a deep breath. She stopped slowly. What's wrong? Ning Xiaoxiao looked over in surprise. Feng Qingling shook her head gently. It's okay. The smile on her little face was dim. Do you also think that my senior brother doesn't blame me for being so willful? I know he treats me sincerely, but she couldn't use his care and love for her to harm such a good senior brother. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red. She was not a fool. She had long known that her senior brother was disliked by many people in the sect, but even so, he was still so gentle and warm-hearted in front of her. Such a gentle senior brother, how could she bear to harm him because of herself? You go back first, Feng Qingling said calmly. After saying that, she smiled at Ning Xiaoxiao and handed her the scroll in her hand. Tell your senior brother that I will go to the master to get some. I may have to go back later. Ning Xiaoxiao was silent. She took the scroll and stared deeply at Feng Qingling. You don't need to care about what those people say. Master doesn't care about your identity either. I know. Feng Qingling nodded and smiled, the smile on her face still sweet and pleasant. Senior brother, he is the best person to me in the world. Then you still? Ning Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Feng Qingling's eyes suddenly became a little sour. Her senior brother was the best person to her in the world, but he was also the only person she cared about in the world now. But now, she can't give her senior brother anything. Chapter 115. Are you lying to me? The mountain behind the sect is on the trail going down from a certain peak. Su Ming looked at the woods at the end of the road. The maple leaves were all over the sky and the scenery was beautiful. However, the woman beside him gave him a headache. Lu Hanyan said that he wanted to go to where he lived. Su Ming said that it was just a wooden house, nothing interesting to see. Who knew Lu Hanyan was keenly aware of something, and immediately raised her eyebrows, holding his hand tightly in hers, preventing Su Ming from having a chance to break free. I'm going anyway. If you use your spiritual power to send messages during this period, it means you feel guilty and have done something sorry for me. Su Ming was speechless, looking at the unusually bright face of the girl next to him. Why is such a great beauty so yandere? It would be better if she was normal. At least he could coax her to be with Su Qingning. Cough. Although Su Qingning was also jealous, that was a normal sign of a woman liking him, but Lu Hanyan was different. Her liking was somewhat pathological. Su Ming held her jade hand with his backhand and frowned slightly. How long do you plan to stay here? Lu Hanyan held Su Ming's arm. She thought about it for a moment, then stood on tiptoes, brought her delicate mouth to Su Ming's ear and whispered softly, "My mother said that if you like a man, you have to get everything from him. I haven't got you yet, so I won't leave now." Su Ming. Was this what her mother taught her? So does she understand the meaning of get? Su Ming rubbed his eyebrows. Now that he is with Lu Hanyan, he has not done all the things between men and women. At least there is a way out in the future. If he does, this sick girl will be completely troubled. Fuck him. After thinking about it, Su Ming said, "Actually, not only in the world of cultivation, but also in the secular world, many men will not only marry one wife. This is not greed, but a contribution to the world of cultivation. Even ordinary people are like this, but we cultivators should even more." Lu Hanyan blinked her beautiful eyes and interrupted him, "What should I do more?" Su Ming raised his eyebrows. "What do you think?" Snapped. The arm was hit hard. Lu Hanyan gritted her teeth and stared at him, her eyes full of jealousy. "I don't care what other people do, but you can only like me. Look, he hasn't said anything yet, but he is so fierce. If he finds out that he has another woman in the future, he might do something." Su Ming pinched her tender face, and in Lu Hanyan's ferocious expression, he gently touched her slightly pursed rosy mouth with his fingers. "You are so fierce now, believe it or not, I will make you cry later." "I can't even cry. This woman will do nothing if she doesn't teach her a lesson." Lu Hanyan opened her small mouth, bit Su Ming's finger, raised her head slightly and stared at him, frowned, and said vaguely, "Who said I would cry? I haven't cried since I was a child. Pass." His fingers became a little wet in a warm space. Su Ming's eyes narrowed and he glanced from top to bottom. The peak scenery was really charming. He said jokingly, "You haven't cried before, are you sure?" Lu Hanyan nodded proudly. Even when she was sent to that ferocious ancient battlefield as a child, where she was covered in bruises and bruises, she never shed a tear. She was so proud of being the heir to the Lu family's immortal dynasty that she could cry easily. Su Ming knew that this girl didn't know much about things between men and women. In the past, Su Qingning and Hongyu were either like this, or they were tough talking. In the end, they still cried softly and begged for mercy, looking like they were crying in his arms with red eyes, like being bullied miserably. Su Ming couldn't help it. When he was calm, he was very calm. When he was not calm, he would not deliberately restrain himself. However, Lu Hanyan's girlish and charming appearance surprised him a little. At this time, she didn't have the cool temperament of a queen. She was just a little woman who put down all her defenses in front of the man she loved. Actually, sometimes, the love of a yandere is also very simple and pure. What she wants is just you. If she can't get you, then she'll have to give in to you. Su Ming reached out and lifted up a strand of green hair on her forehead that was ruffled by the breeze, then leaned over and kissed her seductively scented hair. The sudden gentle kiss made Lu Hanyan stunned. When she realized it, she stared at Su Ming with a pair of beautiful eyes. The face of the man in front of her was reflected in the starry eyes. The tight and beautiful face, there was also a touch of sweet tenderness. However, the blush on her face soon spread to her ears. "Well, Su Ming's palm slid down the shoulder dishonestly. A place that had never been touched before was violated. Lu Hanyan's pretty face instantly turned red. She buried her head in Su Ming's arms and pressed her delicate body tightly against his chest, not letting his hands touch her. "No." A shy and soft voice came from his arms. Su Ming's palms froze slightly in midair. But the extremely soft touch of the two balls in his arms made his eyes look strange. Doesn't this girl know that it is her shy look of refusing to welcome that is what attracts men the most? What's more, her hands, although he couldn't touch it, the two of them were close together, and he felt more clearly. Su Ming didn't point it out either. He hugged her delicate body with his backhand. He is upright. The moment he lowered his head, Lu Hanyan's exquisite and perfect snow-white collarbone was in his eyes. Looking down, because it was so close to her, only a blurry outline could be seen. Su Ming took a gentle breath of her body fragrance, then smiled softly and said seductively, "I'll take you to a place. There are many disciples practicing nearby where I live, and you don't want to stay with me. Don't be disturbed by others." Hearing this gentle and charming voice, Lu Hanyan fell into Su Ming's full tenderness. She blushed and nodded without thinking. Wrong. But then, she reacted, nodded in Su Ming's arms, and then quickly shook her head. "Su Ming, what does this mean?" Lu Hanyan raised her head and stared at him shyly. "Are you lying to me?" Chapter 116 The Celestial Crocodile Tribe Takes Action, by Junyi is shocked. The sky gradually darkened. On a barren forest hill dozens of miles away from the 9 main peaks of Shenyang sect. 2 figures slowly lowered their figures. At the front, Long Zan, the young master of the Sky Crocodile clan, was dressed in blood. He looked in the direction of the Shenyang sect with a sneer in his eyes, and said in a cold tone, "Uncle Green, this is the place. I can sense the immortal prison." The breath of a disciple. Behind him, the ancestor of Lue nodded and said in a hoarse voice, "I took a big risk to help you this time. After I succeed, the woman's immortal body will belong to me, and what happened today cannot be changed. Don't reveal anything about me." Although he is a powerful god emperor of the generation, dealing with Lu Hanyan means dealing with the Lu immortal dynasty. Even he has to be extremely cautious. "Don't worry, Uncle Lu." Long Zan licked his lips, with a cold light and desire rising in his eyes. "I want to tear off that woman's coldness and arrogance with my own hands. I really wish my brother was here and let him see with his own eyes how Lu Hanyan looked like being ravaged by me. Do it." At the end of the sentence, Long Zan waved his hand. "Call out." Suddenly, countless low-pitched wind sounds resounded, and batches of black shadows swept out from behind Long Zan like ghosts in the night, and then quickly turned into ferocious and terrifying black light, rushing towards the 9 main peaks of Shenyang sect. "And go." Ancestor Lue put his hands behind his back and watched this scene quietly with a calm face. When people like them do things, it is normal for people from 1 or 2 domains to die. What's more, in this place in the northern wilderness territory, there is not even a powerful spiritual master who can handle it, so he has nothing to worry about. Even if Long Zan was not prepared, he would not let the sect in front of him survive. The ghostly black light quickly disappeared from the eyes, and where they disappeared, the space around Shenyang sect began to distort violently. The next second, Ancestor Lue frowned slightly, slowly raised his head, and looked into the air. Long Zan was also startled for a moment. His eyes were cold, and he shot straight into the air. Disciple of immortal prison, Long Zan made a surprised sound, and the look in his eyes became even more playful. In their eyes, they saw a graceful figure in white slowly staying in the sky. Then she seemed to sense something, frowned and looked down at the hills below, just in front of Long Zan and Lu Yi. The gaze cast away by the ancestor. Bai Junyi's beautiful eyes were startled, and then she sensed the terrifying and violent aura on Long Zan's body. Her pretty face instantly turned cold. Celestial Crocodile Clan. After leaving Kaifeng, she originally wanted to leave the Shenyang sect, but she was delayed for a while because of something, and she felt a little unwilling to leave like this. Who knew that before she left, she met someone from the Tian Crocodile tribe here. As the protector of the immortal prison, she naturally knows certain things about the Celestial Crocodile Clan. For example, there is a prince of the Celestial Crocodile Clan who wants to marry their prison master, and she often sends people from the tribe to the Celestial prison to give things to their prison master. The news about their prison master has long spread in the fairy world and even several surrounding areas. There are even rumors that their prison master will marry into the Celestial Crocodile Clan sooner or later, and the immortal prison will also be under the control of the Celestial Crocodile Clan. It was only when the news came that the prince of the Celestial Crocodile Clan had been deprived of his keel by the Lu clan immortal dynasty not long ago, did everyone know that the relationship between the Celestial Crocodile Clan and the immortal prison was completely severed. It's just that Bai Junyi never thought that people from the Tian Crocodile Clan would actually come to this place in the northern wilderness territory, and judging from their target, it seemed that they were the Shenyang sect. Could it be that the news that Su Ming had obtained the inheritance from the spirit talisman emperor was exposed so quickly? Just when Bai Junyi was confused, Long Zan below showed a playful and cruel look in his eyes. He sneered. It turns out that he is a little protector, and he is quite handsome. Since you have been met by this prince, you are unlucky today. Buzz. The moment the words fell, a cold light surged in Long Zan's eyes. His body flashed, and his whole body turned into a strange bloody light and appeared behind Bai Junyi. Snort. Bai Junyi's pretty face turned extremely cold in an instant, and a hint of coldness flashed across her beautiful eyes. Her delicate body moved, and she flashed out. She swirled her jade hands, and saw countless white spiritual powers sweeping out and forming a line directly in front of her. 100 feet huge spiritual energy whirlpool. Laugh. With a palm of her hand, the terrifying whirlpool of spiritual power crushed Long Zan's bloody spiritual power that was raging towards her. Oh, interesting. Long Zan's face was full of sneer, his eyes looked at Bai Junyi's mature and charming body from top to bottom, and then he gently grasped it with his palm. I didn't expect it to be a rose with thorns. This prince is a little interested in you. As he closed his hands, the blood-red spiritual power behind him became more and more solid, and finally turned into a hideous and terrifying crocodile shadow. Roar. Long Zan stopped talking nonsense and took action directly. He punched out. The crocodile phantom carried a terrifying aura that could destroy the heaven and earth. It shattered the whirlpool of spiritual power condensed in front of Bai Junyi in an instant, and then all the power invaded her delicate body. PFF'd. The spiritual power vortex exploded, and the terrifying spiritual power shock wave directly hit Bai Junyi's body, causing her pretty face to turn pale in an instant, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth, and dark red blood stains flowed from the corners of her mouth. Her delicate body was in the sky. Under the terrifying impact of the phantom, it fell like a broken flower. Long Zan stood in the sky. He smiled playfully and said, "This prince is very compassionate. Seeing you in such a miserable state really makes me feel bad." Boom. Bai Junyi's delicate body fell to the ground. She stabilized her figure precariously. Chi and blood surged in her body, and bright red blood flowed down her snow-white arms, dyeing the ground red in a moment. Most of the spiritual veins in her body were shattered by Long Zan's blow, and 1/3 of the spiritual energy in her body dissipated in just a few seconds. I smiled bitterly in my heart. Bai Junyi gritted her teeth and stood up, holding on to a tree trunk next to her. As soon as she raised her head, she was a little surprised to see a young man in black with a long sword on his back in the jungle not far ahead. He stared at her blankly. At the same time, seeing Bai Junyi covered in blood in front of him, who looked extremely sad, and Lin Changfeng who was reaching out to open the jungle, his palms instantly froze in midair. He raised his head blankly, sensing the vast and terrifying aura of cruelty on Long Zan's body, and the corner of his mouth they were all whipped hard. Lin Changfeng. I was just passing by. He wanted to turn around and leave. As a result, the vibrating voice of the sword master suddenly came to my mind. It's actually the royal bloodline of the ancient celestial crocodile clan. I can't leave, please save that woman. She has the fluctuations of the supreme divine body in her body. That divine body will be of great benefit to you in the future. If you save her, she will definitely fall in love with you. Then the supreme divine body will be at your fingertips. This is your great opportunity. Lin Changfeng smiled bitterly. Master, seeing such a beautiful woman being bullied, I also want to save her, but I can't risk my life. That guy in the air is not easy to mess with at first sight. The sword master muttered. That is the royal bloodline of the ancient celestial crocodile clan. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed difficult to mess with, but today I can help you as a teacher. Real. Lin Changfeng's eyes lit up instantly. Bai Junyi was a rare beauty no matter what. He was a passionate young man and naturally had a hero's complex in his heart to save beauties. If he could save her and win her heart, contacting the immortal prison would definitely not be a problem. Moreover, he is also a person who loves beauty. Bai Junyi was in line with his inner aesthetic. It was completely different from the young girls like Ning Xiaoxiao and Mu Qingyan. He fell in love with her after just one look. Master, how can you help me? I will control your body later, and use all your soul power to disguise yourself as a powerful god emperor. At least you can scare him, and saving that woman will not be a problem. Furthermore, If you take this opportunity and use your disguised identity to contact the Sky Crocodile clan, it will be a huge opportunity for you to soar into the sky. Lin Changfeng smiled. If that were the case, Su Ming and Mu Qingyan would be nothing in his eyes. He, Lin Changfeng, would be the one who would reach the top of the world in the future. Half a minute later, Lin Changfeng's eyes changed from young and passionate to filled with vicissitudes of life. He took a step forward, and the slim figure carrying a long sword appeared in the eyes of Long Zhan and Luwei ancestor. Half empty, Long Zhan was a little surprised. Sensing the extremely strange ancient aura on Lin Changfeng's body, he turned to look at the Luwei ancestor. Ancestor Luwei also stared at Lin Changfeng, his cloudy eyes reflecting his figure. Then he seemed to notice something. He sneered and quietly sent a message to Long Zhan. A soul body, it's just a bluff, don't pay attention to him, just. When he said this, his voice changed, and his originally relaxed and indifferent expression suddenly became serious at this moment, and he looked behind Lin Changfeng. I saw the space there slowly fluctuating, and a young figure covered in a black robe appeared with a calm face. The young man in black stood there quietly, his body seemed to blend into the space, making it difficult for people to notice his presence, and his indifferent dark eyes, after lightly glancing at Lin Changfeng, his gaze fell to the bottom covered in blood. On Bai Junyi. He frowned slightly, then raised his eyes. The hoarse voice was extremely indifferent. Before it affects your majesty's mood, you guys, get out. The hoarse voice was very calm, but underneath that calmness, it seemed that an unparalleled terrifying storm was brewing. Once it broke out, the world would collapse. Bai Junyi's beautiful eyes were a little moved. When she heard the voice of the young man in black, she was even more shocked. Who was the lord in this young man's mouth? Why at this moment, a gentle and handsome face unexpectedly appeared in her mind. That is, Su Ming. Chapter 117. Of course I'm wearing it for you to see. A ghostly black light sneaked into the Shenyan sect. In a certain mountain peak shrouded in clouds and mist, at the end of the red maple forest, there was a quiet room. As a pair of slender snow-white jade hands touched the woman leaning on the bed, her beautiful legs without shoes were gently put on the alluring snow-white ice stockings. The two beautiful legs were elegantly crossed together, and the ice covered the silk-reinforced wanshou toes point downward, and the arches of the feet look even more sexy and charming. Such attractive and beautiful legs are enough to make any man unable to take his eyes away. Hongyu leaned lazily on the bed, and her beautiful eyes glanced casually not far away from the bed, where there was a petite and exquisite figure, kneeling quietly on the ground. Look up and look at me. Feng Qingling raised her head as she was told and looked at her master's graceful mature curves on the bed. She bit her lip and said firmly, Master, Ling has thought clearly. No matter what will happen in the end, whatever it looks like, as long as it can make Ling stronger, I don't care. At this time, Hongyu also noticed that something was wrong with Feng Qingling. She thought for a while, staring at the beautiful and young face under the bed, and finally said leisurely, You have such a tender face, and men like it. I can't bear it if it gets damaged. Feng Qing's delicate body trembled. Although she was ignorant about many things and had only a partial understanding of them, she had known for a long time that if she wanted to get what her parents had left her from her master, she would have to pay a heavy price. When she got the Zi Ling Qin to practice the magic technique, she had to sacrifice her future life, but Su Ming stopped her. The magic Qin was also confiscated by Su Ming. Naturally, she could no longer practice, but Hongyu still had something else for her. The things her parents left behind, she came here this time for that. Only, my master once said that that thing is more terrifying than the purple Ling magic piano. It is a box sealed by the purple spiritual power mark. Even Hongyu doesn't know what is inside the box, but it is the only thing she can be sure of. Yes, once the box is opened, the contents inside the box will most likely corrode her soul. Although she will gain unparalleled powerful cultivation, at that time, she will no longer be her. Have you figured it out? Hongyu stretched out her jade hand and slowly raised Feng Qingling's chin. Looking at this apprentice who had been disliked by her since she was a child, she breathed a sigh of relief. This girl didn't know what kind of stimulation she had received. She had never wanted to do it before. Now they are rushing to get things for cultivation. Feng Qingling nodded dully. The words said by her senior brothers and sisters still lingered in her mind for a long time. She said that she would always listen to her senior brothers, but she didn't want to be a burden to her senior brothers. What kind of evil cultivator? What kind of righteous way? If she has strong enough cultivation now, what if she is an evil cultivator? If she is with her senior brother, how dare others say anything? Hongyu smiled lazily. She waved her jade hand, and a delicate box wrapped in a purple spiritual power mark appeared in her hand. This is something your parents left for you. They said they could only give it to you when you reach adulthood. Since you can't wait, I'll give it to you. Feng Qingling took the box. Her hands were cold. She hugged the box hurriedly and kowtowed lightly. Ling thanked Master. Hongyu sneered. Your parents said that once the box is opened, the purest evil in your heart will be released, and anything you can do is possible. Don't blame me for denying you as my apprentice, and your senior brother, do you think he will still recognize you as my little junior sister? Hear the last words. Feng Qingling's beautiful eyes instantly became dull. She stared blankly at the box in her hand, her heart became bitter and uncomfortable, and the corners of her eyes turned red. Senior brother, do you really want her? She is so disobedient, even if her senior brother hates and dislikes her, she is asking for it. But otherwise, what qualifications does she have to stay with her senior brother, and what qualifications does she have to follow in his footsteps and be with him? If her senior brother really doesn't want her, then she will kill those who slandered her and her senior brother behind their backs, destroy this sect that she has no nostalgia for, and finally leave here with her senior brother and find a place where no one can disturb them. A place where I live with my senior brother. What if senior brother doesn't want to? Thinking of this, the look in Feng Qingling's eyes suddenly became determined. When she becomes more powerful than her senior brother, if he doesn't want to, she will have a way to take him away so that no one can find them again. Feng Qingling hugged the box and left. Her beautiful red eyes stared at her petite and charming back, and she sighed softly at the end. She actually regretted that she let Feng Qingling come into contact with Su Ming, and made this initially ignorant little girl have those unrealistic thoughts in her heart. Thoughts. It's all because of that bastard Su Ming, who clearly said he only regarded this girl as his junior sister, but as a result, this girl is probably thinking about him now. Otherwise, how could Feng Qingling do this for him? This girl didn't know how much she rejected the things left by her parents before, but now she seems to be a different person. She wouldn't believe it if it wasn't because of Su Ming. When I think of Su Ming, Hongyu curled her little mouth, her eyes full of resentment. That guy, now with a beautiful woman in his arms, might have forgotten her somewhere long ago. She didn't mind that Su Ming had other women, but she did mind that Su Ming hid his relationship with her after he had other women. She was obviously the one who came first. It was also the first time that she liked a man so much. She treated him wholeheartedly and gave him everything she had. But that guy was an out-and-out little bastard. After seducing her heart and taking advantage of her innocence, he put her aside. He wanted to be beautiful, and he would never think of leaving her clean in this life. Hongyu quietly stood up from the phoenix couch and reached out to touch her soft and flat belly. Does that little bastard think I don't know? Every time it's critical, he deliberately doesn't get in because he doesn't want me to get pregnant. Next time I'll secretly use some medicine and see what he does, and when we have his cub, see if he still dares not to hurt me. Just when she was thinking about what medicine to use on Su Ming next time, a strange wave suddenly came into her mind, and a chill suddenly flashed across her beautiful red eyes. Call out. An extremely rapid sound of breaking wind sounded, and the sharp wind directly tore the air. The terrifying spiritual power turned into a black spear and stabbed towards her fiercely. At the same time, 3 black shadows appeared outside the house, and 3 pairs of cold eyes filled with violence and evil aura locked onto her in the room. The peak of the 3 spiritual masters. Hongyu's beautiful eyes were cold, and with a wave of her jade hand, powerful spiritual power burst out, shattering the black spear into spiritual fragments in midair. Court death. Terrifying evil energy surged out of her body, and her aura was rising steadily. In an instant, she surpassed the peak of the spirit master, and was even much stronger than Bai Junyi, the protector of the immortal prison who came to Shenyang sect in the afternoon. Outside the house, 3 black figures looked at each other. Damn, is this woman so strong? The next second, Their faces were even more shocked. In the house, they didn't even know when a man appeared next to Hongyu. It was a young man in white with an aura as deep as the sea. His face was calm, and the look on his face was not because of himself and others. Any changes occur. The young man took off his white clothes, and with Hongyu's slightly startled expression, he put the clothes on her delicate body, covering her beautiful long legs wearing ice stockings. After Hongyu came back to her senses, her eyes were full of surprise and tenderness, and then she curled her lips and said, "These guys can't hurt me." Although he said this, he couldn't suppress the sweetness in his heart. Wasn't this stinky man accompanying other women? He didn't run over to her as soon as he saw her in danger. He clearly cared about her in his heart. Fraud. Su Ming couldn't help but glare at her. Then he put his arms around her slender waist, picked her up from the phoenix couch, and said angrily, "Who do you want to show to her dressed like this?" Hong Yu's charming body hung on him, looking at him with a smile, and poked his chest with her jade finger. "Of course I wear it for you to see." Su Ming. If Lu Hanyan wasn't still here, he couldn't help but want to punish this woman severely, so that she wouldn't be able to get out of bed in pain. She didn't know where she went wrong. "Where is Feng Qingling?" Hongyu pinched him, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment, and she turned her head away from him. "I don't know." Chapter 118. The plot collapsed. Feng Qingling is also a little sick girl. Seeing the resentful expression on Hongyu's pretty face, Su Ming twitched the corners of his lips. How old is she, and yet she's still jealous like a little girl? "That's your apprentice. Isn't it normal for me to care about her?" Hongyu looked up and stared at him again, with a hint of anger on her delicate and charming face. "What you mean is that you dislike me for being older than you. So when you first seduced me, did you ever think that your master and I were the same age? Did you have any sense of propriety, justice or shame in your heart? After all, you should call me senior uncle. It's a taboo between you and me. If you like someone else, just put me down and go find your junior sister." Su Ming. He gently put the person in his arms down. Hongyu was startled, and her beautiful eyes instantly turned red. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. "That's not seduction, it's you seducing me. Don't you think this feeling is exciting? Forbidden love, stimulate, exciting you big-headed devil." Hongyu slapped him again. Su Ming didn't feel any pain at all, and even grabbed the jade hand and kneaded it. At the same time, the three celestial crocodile clan secret guards outside the room. Damn, what a bad luck. That woman's aura was too strong. And that man, who is he? When they came, the young master didn't tell them that there were hidden strong men in this sect. The three of them saw that something was wrong. They immediately thought of running away. They couldn't deal with just one Hongyu, let alone a mysterious and powerful young man. They have to report to the young master. Call out. The three figures suddenly turned into black light and shot towards the distance. However, just when they were about to leave the range of Shenyang sect, the expressions of the three people suddenly changed drastically. Aha! The next second, three figures fell from the sky, kneeling on the ground with faces full of pain and embarrassment. The spiritual power in their bodies was instantly drained, and the bones in their bodies creaked. After a moment, the spiritual veins exploded. They also became three corpses kneeling on the ground, with their dilated pupils full of shock and unwillingness. After getting rid of these three people, Su Ming's heart didn't change much. He sensed it and found that Feng Qingling had actually gone to the place where Tianfeng sealed it. This girl is really worrying. Why do I suddenly feel that the junior sisters in this life all have a bit of a yandere smell about them? Mu Qingyan is like this. Although Feng Qingling is still young, she also has a little bit of that feeling. Could this girl be? Thinking of a certain possibility, Su Ming was silent for a moment. Considering what Feng Qingling had done before, she would not have done those rebellious things when she was staying here with Hongyu. It was only after she was taken away by him that she became so disobedient. So, everything Feng Qingling did was because of him. That girl must have fallen in love with him, right? Think of this. Su Ming really thought it was possible. Although the heroines in the previous 5 lives would not have any affection for him under the influence of the rules of heaven, the situation in this life was obviously different. Su Ming couldn't help but glance at the charming Hongyu behind him. Feng Qingling was Hongyu's apprentice. In addition to his relationship with Hongyu, he had never thought about it from the beginning. After all, a half-grown girl was ignorant. I can understand things about love. What's more, he had already tricked Feng Qingling's master. If he also tricked that little girl. So, master-disciple rice bowl. It's a bit exciting to think about it. However, it is against moral ethics. And despite the fact that Feng Qingling is now an ignorant little girl, in the original plot, in the later stages, she transformed into Empress Zan, achieved the position of Empress, and ruled the 9 heavens. Her possessiveness was no less than that of Lu Hanyan, so she is also a yandere. Otherwise, the male protagonist would not have been forced to be so embarrassed by her after inheriting the inheritance of the divine world in the later period. It's a pity that in this life, under his control, Feng Qingling and the stupid male protagonist are destined to have no intersection. If Nizi likes him, will she treat him the same way she treats the male protagonist in the future? I originally thought that the little girl had a simple mind, and if he nurtured her, the little girl would treat him like a brother in the future. After all, he was raised by his own hands, so he must have some affection. Who knows, in the end, it turned out to be him who had a pure mind. Su Ming sighed secretly. There have been enough yanderes in this life. Feng Qingling, a little girl, should try to enlighten her as much as possible. The most important thing is that he really has no interest in this kind of young girl. Even in the previous 5 lives, he just treats them as junior sisters and treats them with the mentality of an elder brother. At this time, a soft white jade hand grasped his palm, and her beautiful red eyes looked at him with concern. After thinking for a while, she asked, "Those people just now don't seem to be from the northern wasteland, right?" Su Ming nodded. "The people from the celestial crocodile clan in the Xuanluo territory have arrived with 2 divine emperors and a prince." Hongyu frowned. "What do they want to do?" Su Ming smiled faintly and said, "I don't know, maybe he came here to kill someone." Hongyu looked at the smile on her lover's handsome face. Based on her understanding of this man, she knew very clearly that the celestial crocodile clan would probably cease to exist. "Didn't you say that you want to live here peacefully for a while and don't want to cause trouble?" Su Ming turned around. In Hongyu's confused expression, he sensed that Lu Hanyan was about to find this place. Then he stretched out his hand to hold Hongyu's head, and kissed her fiercely as her seductive red lips opened and closed slightly. Hongyu's pretty face turned red instantly. Forced to accept Su Ming's domineering aggression, her long, snow-white legs without any fat inadvertently touched the legs of the man in front of her. When she was in love, she couldn't help but gasp in her throat. Su Ming let go of her, stretched out his fingers to wipe away a few drops of crystal liquid from the corner of her mouth, and said with a smile, "To them now, I am the trouble." Hongyu rolled her eyes at him. "I still want to kiss you." Su Ming, "It's addictive, right? In other words, that yandere Lu Hanyan is here. He just wants to have fun, but if that woman really sees him and Hongyu being intimate like this, his lover will probably become an enemy in the future. Unlike Lin Changfeng, that scumbag who pursues cultivation and sacrifices women, although he also has many women, he is not a scumbag. At the very least, he will not hurt a woman who is sincerely interested in him. However, forget about little girls like Mu Qingyan and Feng Qingling. In Su Ming's eyes, they are just little girls who have not grown up. Compared with mature women like Hongyu and Su Qingning, the young and immature body is still far from perfect. After Su Qingning leaves with that woman, I will stay with you. Don't be blindly jealous. Su Ming stroked Hongyu's hair and comforted her in a gentle voice. Feeling the gentleness of the man in front of her, Hongyu stopped making trouble with him and nodded gently. "Then you have to hurry up. Anyway, if I can't help it, I will go find you. When they know that you are with, don't blame me for my relationship." Su Ming glared at her. The little goblin needs discipline, right? Hongyu was not afraid of him, and said with a smile, "I am the same age as your master. You want to call me uncle. Also, if you have the ability, you can take care of me tonight." Su Ming. He looked at Hongyu's alluring red lips, and thought of the warm, wet and slippery feeling inside this small mouth, and his heart was still a little hot. This woman is so seductive. It is estimated that few men can resist her temptation. He himself was partly attracted by Hongyu's mature and seductive temperament. Chapter 119 Nine-Tailed Sky Fox, the Mirror of Reincarnation appears. Buzz. As the secret guards of the celestial crocodile clan around the Shenyan sect all fell silently into the darkness, Lu Hanyan's unparalleled figure slowly descended from the sky. When she saw Su Ming below, the coldness in her eyes quickly melted away, and her beautiful eyes became slightly brighter. However, when she was about to speak out, she noticed the clothes on Su Ming's body. She stared at Su Ming hesitantly. "I just wanted to speak out." As a result, a strange fluctuation of spiritual power suddenly came out, and the space around her solidified little by little. Lu Hanyan frowned and turned to look behind him. In her eyes, the space there was being torn open by a fluffy paw, and then a fox with 9 colors on its tail gracefully walked out of the space vortex while licking its paws. Nine-tailed fox. No, I am a nine-tailed sky fox. They are just one word different, but they are two completely different species. The fox speaks human words. Lu Hanyan glanced at her. The fox stopped in midair and said quietly, "You shouldn't come here. You should not have been in his destiny in this life." Lu Hanyan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. The fox stretched out his paw and licked it again, and said slowly, "It's Su Ming. Although I don't know how many times he has been reincarnated until now. But since he used his life to fight against the calamity for me last time, a trace of my soul origin has attached to him and followed him to reincarnate to the present. And at this moment, this soul source tells me that this life of his is not the last reincarnation. In other words, under the rules of the reincarnation body, all of you, including the master he still cares about in his heart, will betray him." The fox said it calmly. Lu Hanyan was a little confused when he heard this, reincarnation body. The fox stuck out his tongue. "I forgot. Many people in this era don't know about the reincarnation body, and you are the same, but you can simply understand that Su Ming has died many times, and his previous deaths, it has nothing to do with you." Hearing this, Lu Hanyan's eyes were cold. "Do you think I will believe you?" The fox shrugged. "It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I have told you that since he is not the last reincarnation, you are destined to betray him in the future. Instead of doing this, it is better to take the initiative to leave him now." After the fox finished speaking, Lu Hanyan's eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. She was the only person she fell in love with in her life, but someone told her that she would betray Su Ming in the end and asked her to leave Su Ming voluntarily. Court death. The cold murderous intent mixed with terrifying spiritual power instantly overturned the entire sky, and the space trembled behind her. The fox shook his head and sighed. "Since you don't believe me, I can let you see something. After reading it, you will understand what I mean. If you really like him in your heart, you shouldn't let him suffer the pain of reincarnation. Perhaps you yourself don't believe that you will betray him, but that is the destined ending. Before reincarnation ends, the rules of heaven will do everything possible to eliminate him in the future. And those of you who have the destiny of heaven are just tools used by heaven's rules in the end. With the judgment of God's realm, his congregation will betray their relatives. When the time comes, I will be the only one by his side. Perhaps even he himself doesn't know this." The fox waved its paw lightly, and a dazzling white light flashed in front of Lu Hanyan. The world in her eyes also began to change at this moment. The whole world seemed to be turned upside down. A fantasy projection actually appeared in the void, and the picture in the fantasy was a young man in black with a long sword in his hand. There was a disdainful sneer on his lips, the tip of the sword pointed downwards, and the figure was kneeling on the ground. The figure in white is crumbling with wounds all over his body. Behind the young man in black, there are countless figures with vast auras. Those people have indifferent faces and appear to be incompatible with this world, but they are protecting him behind the young man in black. As for the injured figure in white, how could Lu Hanyan not recognize him? That is Su Ming. The next second, murderous intent surged in Lu Hanyan's eyes, but then she was stunned, because at this time, she actually saw herself next to the boy in black. In the illusion, her face was full of indifference, and she stared at Su Ming below with such indifference, as if the figure in white was just the most ordinary passerby in her eyes, and she turned a blind eye to the injuries all over Su Ming's body. At this time, she heard the conversation in the fantasy world. It's a good thing that Miss Lu can catch him on my behalf. If he is allowed to inherit the Su family's demonic lineage, he will become a big disaster in the future. This man has evil intentions and often bullied his junior sister when he was in the northern wilderness territory. I spared him a few times, but I didn't expect that he would still dare to come here. This is what the boy in black said to her in the fantasy. Lu Hanyan clenched her jade hands tightly. In that illusion, it was she who took action and injured Su Ming. I have no control over your grudges with this man. He broke into our immortal prison 9 Tribulations Mountain without authorization. It is a capital crime. He deserves to be attacked by the 9 Tribulations Thunder Formation. This is what Lu Hanyan said in the illusion. His tone was extremely cold, without any emotion. Oh, then I'm too lazy to let you take action. Since the Su family in the God realm no longer cares about him, letting him die here can be regarded as pure. The young man in black took back the sword in his hand and answered with a smile. Then let's talk about the cooperation between the Lu clan's immortal dynasty and the God realm. Lu Hanyan in the illusion glanced at the young man in black and the group of divine guards behind him. She said nothing, but the smile on the young man in black soon became proud. As for the shaky white-clothed figure below, he lowered his head and stared at the ground. There was bitterness in his eyes, but also a lack of fear of death, and more importantly, unwillingness. Lu Hanyan gritted her silver teeth and looked at Su Ming in the fantasy with trembling eyes. That was not the Su Ming she knew. The person she liked in her heart was domineering, stern, gentle and charming. How could he be defeated in front of others like this? Su Ming, you said that you have been against me from the beginning, but what benefits have you obtained so far? Why don't your several junior sisters obediently sacrifice their imperial bodies to me? That beautiful master of yours, you are still worried about me in your heart. For a person like you, it is really not a pity to die. The boy in black sneered, his face full of amusement. Lu Hanyan in the void stared coldly at the black-clothed young man in the illusion. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed to have condensed into substance, and the entire void was trembling. At this moment, a fox's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Hanyan's ears. Everything you see in the samsara mirror is what happened in the past. The 9 Tribulations Thunder Array you personally arranged injured him, causing his spiritual veins to be destroyed by others, and he was reduced to a useless person for the rest of his life, and was looked down upon by the world. I can only go back to my sect to survive the day. Under the betrayal and separation from his relatives, his heart was filled with despair and he wanted to die. That's why he used his body to fight the catastrophe for me when I was going through the catastrophe. Maybe in reincarnation, you and he were just strangers who didn't know each other. He didn't even leave any impression on you at that time, but now, do you think you are worthy of liking him? Hearing this, Lu Hanyan was stunned. The fox finally said, so, leave him. The reincarnation is not over yet. Don't wait until the end. You people will become the ones who hurt him the most. Chapter 120. Don't you think it's ridiculous to want him to forgive you? The night is getting darker. The forbidden area of Shenyang sect Tianfang. A rainbow of spiritual power descended from the sky, and Mu Qingyan, wearing a purple dress and with a beautiful figure, came to the top of the peak. She waved her jade hand gently, and the dozens of Shenyang sect elders hidden in the darkness around her didn't have time to react. Their eyes turned black and they fainted. Mu Qingyan looked at the huge pitch-black tower standing in front. A purple light flashed in her eyes, and then she saw a closed space inside the tower, with several dying figures bound in the space. Those people were almost all sent by the Holy Land of Taichu to arrest her. Because her imperial body was favored by the Holy Land, and she refused to go to the Holy Land of Taichu to be a saint, and did not want her destiny to be controlled by others, so the Holy Land sent people came and wanted to take her away. But she didn't know anything at that time. When she first entered the sect, she thought she could practice without any worries every day. Little did she know that behind her carefree life, it turned out that her senior brother was secretly helping her to bear all the troubles. Thinking of the cold and disgusted look in her senior brother's eyes when he left her room just now, she felt very uncomfortable. If the 9-tailed fox hadn't let her know everything her senior brother had done for her behind the scenes, she might still be in the dark, and maybe she would still hate her senior brother. At this time, the dark sky suddenly started to drizzle. Mu Qingyan raised her head in confusion, letting the raindrops hit her face. She stretched out her hand to catch a drop of rainwater. Her hands were cold, and her heart was also cold. She missed the gentle and charming senior brother when she first entered the sect, the senior brother who secretly hid it from everyone when she almost became a demon during her cultivation, and sacrificed his spiritual veins to help her awaken the imperial veins, the senior brother who deliberately bullied her and made her others who covet her appearance dare not approach her senior brother. She suddenly hated herself a little. Why was she so stupid at that time? Elder brother, what should I do so that you are willing to forgive me? She murmured, and all she could think of was the cold and disgusted look in her senior brother's eyes when he looked at her. She knew that she had hurt her senior brother's heart, but at that time, she didn't know anything. Just when Mu Qingyan was in a trance, she suddenly discovered that there was a bright white light shining not far in front of her. When the white light faded, she appeared in the void. In front of her, spiritual power slowly rippled out. Mu Qingyan was stunned. A faint voice came from my mind. Now, do you really think your senior brother will forgive you? This voice was very familiar to Mu Qingyan. It was the voice of the nine-tailed fox. It was because of this nine-tailed fox that she knew everything Su Ming had done for her. But that's not what the nine-tailed fox said at that time. Mu Qingyan's beautiful eyes turned cold. Why do you say that senior brother will not forgive me? Fox's cold voice came. Because of everything you have ever done, he has long since given up on you, my little junior sister. I let you know the truth in the first place because I felt sorry for him and didn't want him to live in as much pain as he did in his previous reincarnation. Mu Qingyan gritted her silver teeth. Don't think that I don't know anything. From the memory of the origin of the imperial body, I already know the secret of senior brother. Are you talking about the reincarnation body? The fox chuckled. What a secret this is. The reincarnation body is the only flaw in the rules of heaven. In the eyes of those guys in the god realm, it is not a secret. Defect of heaven. Yes, precisely because it is the only flaw in the rules of heaven, that group of people will try every means to eliminate him. It was not until his last reincarnation and death that the rules of heaven were truly complete and became the supreme being that dominates everything. Your senior brother originally possessed the purest bloodline of the ancient imperial clan, but he was still abandoned by the imperial clan to the lower world and suffered the pain of reincarnation. This means that the imperial clan has completely given up on him. Mu Qingyan's face was filled with emotion. This is my senior brother's life experience. Of course, he is an abandoned son abandoned by the imperial clan, a person rejected by the rules of heaven. In this world, except for me, there will be no other person who treats him sincerely, including you. Hearing this, Mu Qingyan's heart suddenly trembled, and she roared, "You are lying." The fox sneered, "So, do you want to know why he won't forgive you? Do you really think that if you let him get a little punishment in this life, he will ignore you? Think about the things you did to him in reincarnation, you will know how painful his life was before this life. Now that the Son of Heaven and Destiny has appeared, you people are all tied to that man of heaven, and you are all people who will hurt him deeply in the future. I felt the despair in his heart and the hatred for you people at the last moment of his death. Before this life, he was very kind and warm, and he treated the world with kindness. It was you who made him. It became what it is now. You lie, you lie." Mu Qingyan kept shaking her head, repeating this sentence in her mouth, staring blankly at the gray void in front of her. All that came to her mind was the gentle and handsome face of her senior brother. The senior brother in this life, obviously very warm too. Laugh. The fox sneered, "Why do you think he is approaching you in this life? He is using all his strength to prepare against the so-called heavenly way. He is suppressing the cruelty in him. He has always known that you people will not treat him sincerely, including his master and those so-called junior sisters. Only it's just the last remaining kindness in his heart that made him try to give you one last chance. But such an opportunity is ridiculous. Because you don't deserve it." This moment, Mu Qingyan's eyes were full of terrifying anger. "Then why did you tell me what the senior brother did in the first place? Why did you let me know how good the senior brother was to me?" I said, "I feel sorry for him," the fox said faintly, "but reincarnation is not over yet, and your harm to him will not stop. If you really like him in this life, you should take the initiative to leave him. That's the only way. Only by being really good to him can we give him a chance to fight against the God realm and the man of heaven. Hear this. Mu Qingyan was completely stunned. She liked the senior brother so much in her heart, and even her mind was filled with the figure of the senior brother, but now someone told her that she would deeply hurt the senior brother in the future, and asked her to leave the senior brother. Buzz. Suddenly, the space in front of her gradually began to subvert, and the darkness in front of her eyes lit up with dazzling white light. Under this white light, countless strange but familiar scenes appeared. I'll let you see with your own eyes how you treated him. After suffering countless reincarnations and being betrayed countless times by you people, don't you think it's ridiculous that you still want him to forgive you? Buzz. The space trembled again. The picture in Mu Qingyan's eyes gradually became fixed, and she was in a trance, as if she had seen herself when she first joined the sect, and also saw her senior brother smiling gently at her in the picture. Chapter 121. It turns out that I hurt senior brother so deeply. In the mirror of reincarnation. Snapped. With a crisp snapping sound, it took Su Ming several months to travel through countless dangerous mountains and dangerous places to find the elixir refined from medicinal materials. Being slapped to the ground mercilessly. The elixir bottle was broken, and a green pill filled with a strong medicinal fragrance rolled out from it and fell into the dirty soil. Junior sister Mu. In the picture, Su Ming froze on the spot, staring blankly at the elixir on the ground. Because the elixir absorbed the dirty air, most of its power dissipated in half a second. This is for repairing your spiritual veins. Su Ming, who was dressed in white as snow, knew better than anyone the difficulty of refining this pill. Regardless of the dirt on the ground, he hurriedly and carefully picked up the spent pill and wiped it clean. I've told you a long time ago that you and I are from two different worlds. Instead of wasting your time on me, you might as well spend more time practicing. Opposite Su Ming was Mu Qingyan, who was sitting cross-legged on the training platform. She frowned. After glancing at Su Ming, she felt even more disgusted with this senior brother who had mediocre cultivation. She has the imperial bloodline and is like an empress. She came to Shenyang sect to practice just to escape from the people in Taichu Holy Land. However, this so-called senior brother has mediocre qualifications and is a little ignorant. He is so unbearable. How dare you give her the elixir you refined through cultivation? I heard from many disciples of Kaifeng that this senior brother only became senior brother of Kaifeng because of his relationship with his master Bai Qingshan. He has low cultivation and mediocre qualifications, and he even often uses the excuse of caring about his junior sister. If you have bad intentions, you are simply a scumbag. She has seen many such people in her family. She is afraid that she will never leave the northern wilderness territory in her life, but she still has wishful thinking about her. It is really ridiculous. Seeing that Su Ming still refused to leave, Mu Qingyan knocked the spent pill out of his hand and said with disdain, "My imperial veins were damaged due to cultivation. Do you know what grade of elixir is needed to repair it?" At this time, Mu Qingyan showed a completely different arrogance and indifference towards Su Ming, whom she disliked. Su Ming had good intentions towards this little junior sister, but in Mu Qingyan's eyes, his concern for her turned out to be dog-licking behavior. The pills were knocked away again, and he explained with an embarrassed look on his face, "This is..." "Okay." Mu Qingyan interrupted him impatiently, "I'm going to practice, please go, and don't bother me here again." Su Ming hesitated to speak, but finally he picked up the pill again, wiped it clean in his hand, put it in his arms, and said with a gentle and concerned look, "Brother, I'm here today, and there's something else I want to tell you." Seeing the obviously impatient expression on Mu Qingyan's pretty face, Su Ming felt bitter in his heart, but he still had a smile on his face and continued. "Tomorrow there will be a person who joins our 7 Peaks. He has evil intentions and you are extremely talented. He will definitely covet your imperial bloodline. If he approaches you then, you must ignore him. Hear this." Mu Qingyan smiled coldly, "You really take yourself seriously. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Take care of yourself first." Su Ming was obviously a little anxious. He wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by a wave of his hand. "If you don't leave, I will report it to Master and ask her to personally drive you away." Under Mu Qingyan's indifferent driving, Su Ming had no choice but to leave the place where she practiced. When leaving, he touched the elixir in his arms with a bitter look on his face. Under his sleeves, his arms were covered with criss-crossing hideous wounds, all of which were caused when refining the elixir. The picture in the reincarnation mirror is frozen in this scene. Immediately afterwards, the scene changed. A young man named Lin Changfeng became a member of the Shenyan sect. He was extremely talented and loved by all the elders of the sect. He even got the opportunity to choose his own master. In the end, he chose Bai Qingshan and became a member of the 7th sect, Peak. And then, he easily defeated Su Ming in the sect competition and won the first place in the end, attracting the attention of all sect disciples. He clearly had ulterior motives for all of Su Ming's junior sisters, yet he managed to impress many female disciples. Be fond of him. He is obviously a sanctimonious hypocrite, but he always manages to blame Su Ming for everything at the last moment. For example, when Mu Qingyan awakened the 4th imperial vein, he secretly hid in the dark and wanted to use shameless means to make Mu Qingyan fail in awakening and seize the imperial body. But in the end, while destroying Mu Qingyan's awakening of the imperial vein, he was also discovered. What a coincidence was that Su Ming knew that Mu Qingyan was awakening the imperial vein. He hurried over to protect him, but was killed by Lin Changfeng framed him as the person who sabotaged his junior sister's awakening of the imperial line out of jealousy. One can imagine, everyone only believed in Lin Changfeng, no one believed in him. Mu Qingyan hated him even more, and instead got closer to Lin Changfeng, who really tried to harm her imperial lineage. No matter how Su Ming explains it, Mu Qingyan didn't even believe a word that came out of his mouth. Su Ming was severely punished by the sect and hated by all the disciples of Kaifeng. From then on, Su Ming, who was mediocre in cultivation, became a senior brother with corrupt character in the eyes of countless disciples. He would be looked down upon and ridiculed wherever he went, while Lin Changfeng became the object of worship by these disciples. At this time, he had secretly seized the dragon demon body from Su Ming's other junior sister, and his cultivation level was rising step by step. The cause of the little junior sister's death was quickly found out by the sect. It was clearly Lin Changfeng's fault. However, in the end, it was Su Ming who activated the dragon demon bloodline in her body through evil cultivation methods, which directly led to her death. Su Ming he was caught by the sect, whipped for 3 days, lost most of his cultivation, and left to fend for himself in the fallen demon cave. Click. The picture in the samsara mirror did not continue. The undulating mirror surface was dented by a trembling jade hand. Waves of terrifying spiritual power poured out from Mu Qingyan's hand. The picture in the void, there were even countless cracks opened. Extremely cold murderous intent soared into the sky. Tisk, tisk, are you in a hurry? The fox's voice sounded in Mu Qingyan's mind with a hint of teasing. That's not me at all. Mu Qingyan's face was filled with violence, her eyes were even redder, and some hysterical madness was surging in her eyes. Why was she so stupid and stupid? From the beginning to the end, Su Ming was the only one who really cared about her, but what did she do to her senior brother? She wished she could rush in and slap the person inside to death. No, she should be sentenced to death just like the people inside treated her senior brother. Despair. Unfortunately, that's you. Not only what you will be like in reincarnation, but also what you will be like in the future. Mu Qingyan looked at the scene where Su Ming was covered in blood, lying alone in the dark demonic cave, silently waiting to die. She could feel Su Ming's despair and helplessness at that moment. That feeling almost made her suffocate. Finally, she smiled sadly. I only know now that I hurt my senior brother so deeply. No wonder he refuses to forgive me. No wonder he dislikes me so much. Chapter 122 This person must die. What you see is just one reincarnation, and such reincarnations have happened countless times before, and he has also been disappointed with you countless times. Su Ming only treats you as brothers and sisters, but his sincerity is nothing in your eyes. I told you that you are not worthy of being around him. Mu Qingyan's breath tightened, and she said expressionlessly, so you tell me this because you want me to leave senior brother. The shadow of the fox condensed in the void, and she stared at Mu Qingyan, with a pair of green eyes twinkling slightly on that fluffy little head. Even if you don't leave, he won't accept you. He will never trust anyone in his life. Even the women around him may betray him in the future. The fox licked his paw slowly. Betrayed by someone you love most, the pain is unimaginable. Only I can understand his feelings, and only I can heal him. Mu Qingyan felt pain in her heart like a knife. She let the cold wind slap her face. She stared blankly at the dark void in front of her. Thinking of what the nine-tailed fox said, a deep feeling surged from the bottom of her heart. A deep sense of helplessness. Senior brother will never forgive her in this life, right? Big brother. Suddenly there was a sharp throbbing pain in her head, and Mu Qingyan seemed to hear the Empress' sarcastic voice in her mind again. This emperor has long said that under the rules of heaven, reincarnation will inevitably be the result of betrayal and separation from relatives. If you have him in your heart, I can help you once. Mu Qingyan raised her head, her voice trembling. How can you help me? It's very simple. What he hates is you, a junior sister, and you are not the emperor. Now you commit suicide and hand over the control of the origin of this body and soul to me. From now on, I will accompany him on your behalf, and together with him, we will control the divine world. Hear this. Mu Qingyan covered her head in pain and fell completely silent. In the void, the fox laughed and said, I think you should find the person with the destiny of heaven. After all, you are a match made in heaven. Mu Qingyan raised her head and stared at the fox. The expression on her pretty face was as cold as the frost. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, In my heart, there is only one senior brother. The fox spread his paws and said, Who knows, now I only have Su Ming in my heart. When I meet that Lin Changfeng, maybe I will fall in love with him soon. Mu Qingyan gritted her teeth tightly. The stupid and ignorant woman in the mirror of reincarnation deserved to be deprived of her imperial body by Lin Changfeng and died miserably in his hands. That was the retribution she deserved. The senior brother had reminded her from the beginning, but as for her, she broke the senior brother's heart time and time again, pushing the people who were really good to her further and further away, but she turned around and talked to her. The people who want to harm her are getting closer. She really deserves to die like this. Buzz. The next second. The undulating images in the void were all shattered, and the dazzling white light shone again. When the light faded again, she found herself back in the forbidden area of Tianfeng. The fox's goal had been achieved, and her shadow gradually disappeared into the darkness. But at the last second of disappearing, the playful and sarcastic look in those green eyes made Mu Qingyan unforgettable for a long time. She knew that in the eyes of the nine-tailed fox, people like her were not worthy of being by the side of her senior brother. Now she even despised herself. Then she turned her head in despair and looked at the position of Kaifeng. The eldest brother must hate her very much. Hee. Smiling to herself, Mu Qingyan didn't realize that her mentality had changed a lot under the influence of the nine-tailed fox. Senior brother, you tell me what I should do, and then you will forgive me. She laughed sadly. It was impossible, the senior brother could not forgive her, she was so stupid, the senior brother would only hate her even more now, despise her. No, even if the elder brother hates her and despises her, she will not leave his side. Since the rules of heaven do not allow the existence of the elder brother, and since everyone is targeting the elder brother, then it doesn't matter if she kills all the people in the world for the sake of the elder brother. Boom. At this moment, Mu Qingyan was acting like a madman, and even became a little nervous. One moment, her face was full of pain and regret, with tears streaming down her face. The next moment, her eyes were filled with violent and terrifying murderous intent, which was extremely shocking. Let Qingyan finally do something for senior brother. Until the end, she finally calmed down a little. While muttering to herself, she suddenly wanted to see her senior brother, and wanted to throw herself into his arms and comfort him for all the grievances he had suffered. She also wanted very much to never leave her senior brother's side. In mind, a cold voice came. How have you considered the emperor's conditions? Mu Qingyan's eyes were extremely cold. I want to kill someone first. On the dark sky, a figure landed down in a daze. Lu Hanyan stood there in a daze, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at the wooden house in the maple forest. Her thoughts were very confused. She didn't know why, but at this moment, she felt like she didn't dare to face it. My feelings for Su Ming. She obviously missed Su Ming very much in her heart, missed the way he smiled evilly, missed his gentleness and doting, and even wished she could spend every second with him, but because of what the nine-tailed fox showed her, she had actually made her flinch a little. Because I love him, I don't want to hurt him. This moment, as the future heir to the throne of the Liu clan's immortal dynasty, and the first proud daughter of the Liu clan's immortal dynasty in thousands of years, she started to feel a little unconfident. What's wrong with me? She couldn't believe that she would actually question her love for Su Ming in her heart. It was clear that her heart was filled with that man. Lu Hanyan raised her right hand blankly and looked at the ring with a faint white light on her right thumb. When Su Ming left the immortal prison, she pestered him not to leave, and then Su Ming took it out to give to her. A space spirit ring. At that time, he said that giving a ring to a girl would represent the love of a lifetime. He clearly knew that he had hurt him so much. The corners of Lu Hanyan's eyes turned red unconsciously. The love for Su Ming in his heart surged out again, becoming stronger and stronger, and even couldn't be suppressed at all. She didn't care whether Su Ming was using her in this life. She only knew that from the moment that man saved her from the brink of death in the forbidden area of the immortal prison, and from that man's care and companionship for her for several months, he has been integrated into his life, and nothing can separate them. Lu Hanyan took a deep breath of the cold air. Even if Su Ming was really using her, she would be willing to do so. She had never liked someone as much as she did now, and she had never cared about someone as much as she did now. Besides, Lin Changfeng. Lu Hanyan's pretty face instantly turned as cold as ice. This man deserves to die, he must die. The next moment, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual power from the celestial crocodile clan outside the Shenyang sect, there was an aura nearby that made her both familiar and particularly disgusted. Killing intent surged in her beautiful eyes. Her body disappeared silently into the darkness. In the maple forest, outside the quiet wooden house, Hong Yu took off the clothes on her body, held them in her two jade hands and handed them to Su Ming. Here, your clothes. Su Ming looked at her, moved his gaze downwards, and glanced at the pair of beautiful white legs exposed to the air. Hong Yu pouted, stingy. She put on Su Ming's clothes again. The clothes smelled of Su Ming, which made her like it so much. If she didn't want it, she didn't want to give it to her yet. Su Ming didn't say anything. Just turning his head to look at a certain place in the darkness, Lu Hanyan left suddenly without saying what happened. It was indeed impossible to guess what this woman was thinking, but he didn't think much about it, as long as it didn't affect his ability to seize the ancient emperor. Bing's plan was left to his own devices. Anyway, in the end, it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 123 Witch Feng Qingling. The night was as black as ink, and a desolate crescent moon emitted a cold gleam in the sky, under the Tianfeng cliff covered with first-order spiritual grass. You came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A gentle and bewitching voice sounded. Under the cold moonlight, a mini version of the nine-tailed fox slowly condensed on the cliff. She walked through the air and reached the ground in a moment. In front of the nine-tailed fox was a beautiful girl who looked fair and delicate. She was holding a box sealed with a purple mark in her hand. She was lowering her head and looking at the ground hesitantly. Give me the box. The nine-tailed fox stretched out its paw. Feng Qingling suddenly raised her head and stared at her with eyes like autumn water. The nine-tailed fox smiled and said, Look at what I'm doing. I'm not your senior brother. Feng Qingling's heart tightened. Don't tell my senior brother what happened today. Tisk, tisk, you're talking about a senior brother, he's so sweet. Do you like him that much? You can't control it, Feng Qingling muttered. The fox shook his head. I don't want to get involved in your affairs. Last time I asked you to practice the magic piano, you gave up halfway. Don't you want to have a strong cultivation level and then be with your senior brother? It's a waste of time for me to use such a good method. Let me tell you, it's such a shame. Feng Qingling held the box in her arms tightly with her small hands, and she hesitated. Senior brother doesn't allow me to practice that. You listen to him so much. Yeah, she nodded sharply. The fox smiled. You can't make him like you like this. In his heart, you are just a little junior sister at best. No, Feng Qingling hurriedly retorted. The fox's pair of green eyes exuding a strange spiritual light stared at Feng Qingling faintly. Do you want your senior brother to only like you and be with you only? Her voice was full of bewitchment, and this bewitchment made Feng Qingling particularly moved. This was what she longed for most deep in her heart. She didn't want to remain a little girl who hadn't grown up in the eyes of her senior brother. The fox stretched out a paw. "There is a way, see if you are willing." What method? Feng Qingling's beautiful big eyes looked at the fox, eyes flashing with water. The fox smiled strangely and said, "Drug him, knock him out and take him to a place where no one is around to imprison him until he likes you." Feng Qingling was shocked, but. The fox curled his lips, "But what?" However, she can't hurt her senior brother. Seeing the hesitant look on Feng Qingling's little face, the fox snorted coldly, "I just said it casually, but you took it seriously. It turns out that's what you think in your heart. It's in vain that your senior brother is so kind to you, but you actually want to is he imprisoned." Feng Qingling shook her head hastily, "I didn't. You don't need to explain." The fox said quietly, "I know what you are thinking. Your physique is already destined. No matter where you go, you will be hated by others, and he is the only person in the world who will treat you well, so it's normal for you to like him. Give me the box. Since you care about him, you should have the strength to chase him. His future enemies are beyond your imagination. If you can only hold him back, there is no need to stay by his side." The words fell. The girl's slender and delicate body trembled violently in the darkness, and her clear eyes flashed with some kind of determination. "Senior brother, will he dislike me?" If she really opened the box in her hand like what the nine-tailed fox said, causing the entire northern wilderness to be devastated, would senior brother start to hate her at that time? But the lives of other people have nothing to do with her. When she opens the box, she will gain powerful cultivation. Even if those people who spoke ill of her and her senior brother behind their backs are all dead, so what? Finally, Feng Qingling made up her mind and slowly handed the box in her arms to the nine-tailed fox. Buzz! The moment the nine-tailed fox touched the box, a terrifying purple light suddenly emitted from the box, then rushed into the sky and condensed into a strange purple mark above Feng Qingling's head. The nine-tailed fox raised his head and stared at the mark, sighing in his heart, "She is indeed the Nine Heavens' mysterious queen. If all her inheritance is awakened, she will not even be afraid of the powerful ones in the god realm. No wonder Su Ming wants to train her." Just when the nine-tailed fox was sighing, he suddenly discovered that the clear eyes of the girl in front of him gradually became dull. After being stunned for only half a minute, an extremely terrifying and cold light emerged from her eyes. Under the cold moonlight, a terrifying aura was exuding from her body bit by bit. On his forehead, an ancient and mysterious pattern loomed. Feng Qingling is still underage, her spiritual veins have not even truly formed in her body, and her soul is not yet stable. Awakening the bloodline of Queen Zan in advance will only fail and turn her into a witch who only knows bloodthirsty. Of course the nine-tailed fox knew this. However, it was precisely because she knew this that she deliberately seduced Feng Qingling. In her opinion, Su Ming was too kind to these so-called daughters of destiny. Instead of letting Feng Qingling become the scornful Judean in the future, it would be better for the Empress who came to be their enemy to destroy her bloodline now and let her refine the imperial vein into demonic vein. This moment, the delicate aura on Feng Qingling's body has all faded away. In her cold eyes, the pupils have begun to turn into a strange dark purple, and the aura on her body is as frightening as the nine netherworld. The nine-tailed fox stared at the box in her hand. The next second, she stretched out her claws, and the ancient spell formed under her claws, seeping into the box little by little. As a result, just when the spells were about to enter the inside of the box, they were suddenly blocked by a strong repulsive force and could not enter at all. What happened? The nine-tailed fox was confused. He raised the fox's head and looked at Feng Qingling. Aha! A pair of forest white jade hands passed by, and the box in the fox's hand returned to Feng Qingling's hand. This thing does not belong to you. Feng Qingling tilted her head and stared at the nine-tailed fox, her dark purple eyes flashed with a strange light, and the voice coming out of her mouth seemed to be a different person, no longer as delicate as before. Instead, he felt extremely indifferent. Nine heavenly mysterious Empress Fox narrowed his eyes. Feng Qingling neither admitted nor denied. She lowered her eyes and looked at the box in her hand. After just one glance, he raised his head again and glanced at the nine-tailed fox with cold eyes. You shouldn't use my feelings for him to deceive me. The nine-tailed fox curled his lips. So what? I will kill you. Feng Qingling glanced at the palm of her right hand, and there was an ancient mark emerging there. From the mark, terrifying cold spiritual power was exuded. The next second, she squeezed it gently with her right hand and closed her hands. Boom! The space around the nine-tailed fox suddenly fluctuated violently, and her projection was almost crushed to pieces by the space. As for the broken space, not only Tianfeng, but also the other 9 peaks of Shenyan sect were severely affected. Many disciples who were staying up late to practice or were sleeping and resting had their faces filled with pain as the space was squeezed. When I opened my eyes, all the bones in my body were crackling, and even many disciples had most of their limbs' bones broken. The screams of cruel pain echoed through the night sky. The nine-tailed fox was silent for a moment. She didn't expect that Feng Qingling had such a variable. It was probably because the demonic veins in her body affected her mind, turning her from the ignorant girl she was just now to this cold and ruthless look. Now she doesn't care at all how many people she kills. And at the last moment when her projection was about to disappear, the nine-tailed fox suddenly felt Feng Qingling's delicate body tremble slightly, and then the terrifying spiritual power that had been blessed on her disappeared in an instant. As if he noticed something, the nine-tailed fox quickly used his paws to tidy up the messy fur on his head, then turned his head and looked not far away, where there was a cold figure that appeared in the moonlight at an unknown moment. Meow! She couldn't help but scream when she saw the man. This cute cry-maid Su Ming, who had just arrived here, couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at her with a strange expression on his face. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. How could I make such a shameful cry in front of him? The nine-tailed fox panicked and hurriedly covered the fox's mouth with his paws. The other side, Feng Qingling looked straight at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes. When she saw Su Ming's indifferent and distant eyes looking towards her, she suddenly looked like a child who had made a mistake. She lowered her little head pitifully and said nothing. There was a hint of the domineering witch just now, and she murmured, "Brother, I was wrong." Chapter 124 Deserve to be deceived. Facing Su Ming's calm gaze, the nine-tailed fox shrank its head. He probably doesn't know what he did. If he knew, would he be angry? She did all this to help him. She didn't want to see him go back to the old path of his previous life and be deceived by these women. Su Ming's eyes were indifferent. His eyes swept from the nine-tailed fox to Feng Qingling, and he said expressionlessly, "Have you become more capable?" Feng Qingling looked aggrieved and shook her head weakly. Fox saw the cold expression on Su Ming's face and sensed the blocked space around her. She curled her lips and raised her head arrogantly to look directly at him. "What do you want?" Su Ming glanced at her. Fox puffed out his chest. Later, he realized that she had not yet transformed into a human form. In Su Ming's eyes, she looked like a little fox. However, he could not lose face. He glanced sideways at Feng Qingling next to him from the corner of his eye. Even this little girl could develop so well. The desire to compare came out, and she pushed forward again. Su Ming, with a wave of his hand, the space spiritual power that blocked the fox was removed. You have evolved into a nine-tailed sky fox. It is easy for you to break through the seal of Tianfeng. Why are you still staying in a place like the northern wilderness? Facing Su Ming's deep eyes that seemed to see through her heart, the fox felt panicked for a moment, and then hesitantly said, You care about me. I like staying here. What does it have to do with you?" Su Ming was surprised. "Why are you panicking?" Fox's eyes widened and she looked at Su Ming's handsome and charming face. She said firmly, "Who is panicking?" "I didn't panic." Su Ming shook his head. "Then let's go." The fox snorted coldly, and then pointed his little paw at Feng Qingling. This little junior sister, has demonic veins. She must be unkind when she is around you. You don't know this, right?" Su Ming glanced at Feng Qingling's delicate appearance, nodded and smiled. "I know, so what? You know you are still." The fox was a little angry. She was worried about this guy, but he looked like he didn't care. She really wanted to scratch his face with her paws. Su Ming shrugged. "My affairs have nothing to do with you." He felt a little baffled. The last time this little fox appeared, he was still possessing Mu Qingyan, and now he came to trick Feng Qingling. He didn't know what the fox wanted to do. He could obviously leave the northern wilderness territory. But he refused to leave. Could it be that he was struck by lightning when he was going through the tribulation? Many spiritual beasts will be hit in the brain by the tribulation when they are going through the tribulation. This kind of thing is not uncommon. You are just a piece of wood, the fox couldn't help but complain to him. Su Ming. After scolding, the fox snorted coldly, turned around and left directly, rushing into the space vortex without looking back. Looking at the back of the little fox arrogantly leaving, Su Ming had a strange expression on his face. The only interaction he had with this fox was that he had to shoulder a natural disaster for her in the previous life. Apart from that, the two of them were the closest friends. Strange stranger relationship, but the little fox always had a strange feeling when he looked at him. Leave the northern wasteland as soon as possible, he still reminded. The fox glanced back at him before finally disappearing. Why should I listen to you? You are not anyone like me, huh? Her voice became farther and farther away, and by the time the last word fell, her body had disappeared. Su Ming stared at the dark night sky. This fox is a bit interesting. Turning around, he waved to Feng Qingling, come here. Feng Qingling lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. Su Ming spread his palms, his meaning self-evident. Feng Qingling quickly handed him the box in her hand without any hesitation. Su Ming took the box and tapped her head lightly. I just forgot what I told you yesterday. I can't teach you a little girl. Go back to your master. After saying that, he left an indifferent look and turned around to leave, as if he really wanted to abandon Feng Qingling. Feng Qingling looked at the back of her senior brother. At this moment, her whole body felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She couldn't help but tremble violently in her heart. Her eyes suddenly turned red. The feeling of being abandoned by the person she cared about most made her feel sad. Her eyes filled with tears in an instant. Silent tears fell down and quickly wetted my cheeks. In the dark, Su Ming paused slightly. He sighed inwardly. Senior brother. Seeing Su Ming stopped back, Feng Qingling seemed to have grasped the last straw in the sea. She murmured, her two red eyes staring blankly at her senior brother, and her little hands tightened even more. Pinch it up. In her world, only her senior brother is left. If her senior brother doesn't want her, then she doesn't know what she will become. Su Ming was not distressed, but just found it strange that Feng Qingling could inherit part of the spiritual power of the Nine Heavens Zon Empress in advance before she had awakened the memory of the Zon Empress. From this, her parents were probably not simple people. Perhaps her parents had long predicted that the male protagonist Lin Changfeng would be born in the northern wilderness territory, thinking that this destined son would allow Feng Qingling to perfectly inherit the legacy of Empress Zon in the future, so they left Feng Qingling in the northern wilderness territory, just to let her meet Lin Changfeng. Thinking of this, Su Ming turned around and looked at Feng Qingling again, his eyes lingering on her forehead, where there was a mysterious and ancient mark, looming. This moment, the Nine Heavens' mysterious Empress who ruled the world in ancient times seemed to reappear in front of her eyes. Her green hair was like a waterfall, her eyes were like stars, and there seemed to be thousands of stars gathering in her eyes. Her beautiful figure that captivated the country made the whole world eclipse her. It is said that in ancient times, the Nine Heavens Xuano was the most beautiful woman in the world. Just a simple look from her was enough to make countless powerful people of that era intoxicated. There are even records in ancient classics that even the great Emperor Chu Shao, who once dominated the ancient times and the present, and was the first genius of the Chu divine clan, once pursued the Queen Zon, but in the end, no one succeeded in pursuing her. In that era, there was the immortal king of gods, the void emperor of the abyss, the evil ghost emperor, and even the evil geniuses who left a great reputation in the long history. If the plot of this fantasy novel world is allowed to develop normally, Lin Changfeng will definitely grow up in the end. For someone to be as famous as these characters, it's really a bit ridiculous. If Lin Changfeng knew Feng Qingling's true identity, given that guy's character, he would probably get close to Feng Qingling at all costs. Su Ming retracted his thoughts. In Feng Qingling's nervous, frightened and aggrieved eyes, he clasped his hands behind his back and said softly, running out alone, have you thought about the consequences? In fact, the consequences were just to scare her. The most important thing was that Su Ming suspected that after she met Lin Changfeng, the plot might get back on track. After all, it was not like this in all the previous 5 lives. Feng Qingling didn't dare to speak. He just stood there pitifully. Su Ming glanced at her, and his body appeared in front of Feng Qingling in the darkness with a hint of coldness. When he put his palm on Feng Qingling's forehead and stroked her mysterious mark, Feng Qingling held back the tears in her eyes, and she just looked up at Su Ming blankly. Looking at it, my little face turned red unconsciously. Su Ming glared at her and pinched her tender little face. You're a little fool who deserves to be deceived. Do you dare to do it next time? Feng Qingling looked at Su Ming with tears in her eyes. She didn't dare to say a word even after being pinched. She looked pitiful, as if she had been bullied. But in the next second, a crisp voice came out of her shiny and alluring little mouth. I don't dare anymore. Chapter 125 Lin Changfeng, can you give me a face? At the same time, outside the Shenyang sect, when he felt that all the secret guards of the Heavenly Crocodile clan who had been sent out disappeared silently, the face of Long Zhan, the eldest prince of the Celestial Crocodile clan, turned completely gloomy. That woman must have taken action. In a place like the Northern Wilderness, no one except Lu Hanyan could kill the secret guards he sent out in an instant. This also put a stern sneer on his face. Lu Hanyan, if I don't torture you to death, this prince will take your surname from now on. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and his tall body appeared in midair. He glanced at Bai Junyi, who was injured by him, and then at Lin Changfeng, who was possessed by the Sword Master. Finally, his eyes stayed on the man behind Lin Changfeng, on the mysterious young man in black. Even Uncle Lu paid some attention to the aura of this black-clothed young man. He curled his lips and said, I am the eldest prince of the Alligator clan, Long Zhan. I don't know what you call him. The young man in black frowned slightly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. The terrifying black sword light in his hand burst out. The sword energy that could even tear apart the space enveloped all the vital points of Long Zhan's body in an instant. This sword exudes a deadly aura. Long Zhan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly used all his spiritual energy to resist. Boom! The sword light burst out, and an old figure in green robe appeared in front of Long Zhan with a solemn face. The surging green spiritual power formed a huge shield in front of him, blocking the black sword light. But his own face turned red instantly, blood surged in his body, and he felt frightened. What a terrifying sword energy! Ancestor Lue was terrified. He stared at the young man in black with his turbid eyes. Your Excellency is very good at cultivation. We are members of the Sky Crocodile clan in the Xuanluo domain. Are you sure you want to go against us? Celestial Crocodile tribe, Lin Changfeng, on the side pretended to be surprised and said curiously, as we all know, the Sky Crocodile clan has always only been active in super large areas like Xuanluo territory. What are you doing in the Northern Wilderness territory now? Ancestor Lue frowned and looked at Lin Changfeng. Who are you? Lin Changfeng smiled flatly. It doesn't matter who I am, but I have heard about the name of the Celestial Crocodile clan for a long time, and when I saw it today, it seems that it is well deserved. Ancestor Lue snorted coldly. At this time, Lin Changfeng suddenly turned around and smiled at the young man in black behind him. Senior brother, these two people are unwilling to say their purpose of coming to the Northern Wilderness, but the aura on their bodies is indeed that of the Celestial Crocodile clan. Hear what Lin Changfeng said. Long Zhan's eyes moved slightly, and his heart jumped wildly. Senior brother, is that boy in black the senior brother of this kid? What kind of force are they from? Long Zhan simply doesn't believe that some super force will suddenly appear in a place like the Northern Wasteland. That is simply impossible. Gui Mie glanced at Lin Changfeng, his eyes indifferent. Lin Changfeng touched his nose. This Gui Mie was the disciple of Elder Gui. Now he could be regarded as practicing with Elder Gui. It was normal for him to take advantage of the situation and call him senior brother. Moreover, what he wanted to know most was the person behind Gui Mie. Who were they, and why did they come to a desolate and barren place like the Northern Wilderness? Long Zhan gritted his teeth and stared at the young man in black. If Patriarch Lue hadn't taken action, the sword energy just now would have stabbed him seriously at least. That kind of purely terrifying sword energy could never be used by ordinary people. Behind this young man in black, there might be a top superpower, but I don't know where this power comes from in the northern spirit realm. Thinking of this, he glanced at Bai Junyi, who was seriously injured below, and said to Lin Changfeng, "This prince is here just to do one thing. When the thing is done, we will leave." Lin Changfeng took advantage of the situation and succeeded. Long Zhan had already placed him in the same position as the young man in black in his mind, and his tone of voice was not as domineering as before. The sword master breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The ghost elder's disciple came just in time. Otherwise, with his disguised aura, he probably wouldn't be able to scare the eldest prince of the celestial crocodile tribe. Now he is in Long Zhan's eyes, can be regarded as people with a background, so the next contact with them will be much easier. The situation has basically been stabilized. The sword master returned control of his body to Lin Changfeng. Controlling Lin Changfeng's body consumes a lot of his soul power every moment. It is okay for a short time, but over time, his soul body will also be greatly affected. Lin Changfeng regained control of his body. He had been watching the whole process just now. Now as soon as he took over the body, the first thing he thought of was the great beauty Bai Junyi, and his eyes hurriedly looked down with concern. "Miss Bai, are you okay?" Bai Junyi's white clothes were now stained red with blood. She gently stretched out her jade hand to wipe away the blood on the corner of her mouth. When she raised her eyes, she looked directly around Lin Changfeng and looked at the young man in black behind him. Lin Changfeng touched his nose in embarrassment, but in line with the principle that only by being thick-skinned can he pick up girls, he said nonchalantly, "This is my senior brother, his surname is Gui, and he is usually responsible for handling some things for you. No one can disturb your majesty's purity." Under the reminder of the Sword Lord, Lin Changfeng said this on purpose. Sure enough, after saying this, the eyes of Long Zhan and Lue ancestor changed when they looked at him. Even Bai Junyi's cold and beautiful eyes changed. She gave him a very surprised look. Lin Changfeng was secretly proud. Fortunately, he met Elder Gui when he entered the Shenyang sect. Sure enough, he still has great luck, and this will be his chance to soar into the sky. Ancestor Lue pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke out to test. "I don't know who the venerable force is." The elder of the inner hall of the old celestial crocodile clan, Lue, came to the northern wilderness territory to deal with important matters. "I don't mean to disturb you, please. Come out and see this venerable man." Lin Changfeng curled his lips and smiled. "My senior brother said that he likes to be clean." Long Zhan suppressed the anger in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Even so, you have to give me the Sky Crocodile clan some face. When I catch someone, I will leave naturally." Mid-air, Gui Mie glanced at Lin Changfeng indifferently. This clown, if it hadn't been for your majesty's orders, he would have died 100 times based on what he just said. Seeing Gui Mie's somewhat cold gaze, Lin Changfeng smiled. He thought of what Long Zhan said, and hurriedly frowned and said, "You said you came to arrest people. Who in this place in the northern wilderness could offend you, Sky Crocodile clan?" Ancestor Lue said calmly, "She is not from the northern wasteland." Her Lin Changfeng was surprised, female. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Bai Junyi below, his eyes sweeping over the latter's plump and proud body. Bai Junyi glanced at him coldly. Lin Changfeng was confused. Could it be Bai Junyi? Seeing Lin Changfeng's gaze, Long Zhan sneered, "Of course not her." Not her. Lin Changfeng was relieved again. Since it was not Bai Junyi, it meant that he still had a chance to save Bai Junyi from Long Zhan and Lue ancestor. He couldn't bear to watch such a great beauty disappear like this. Thinking of this, Lin Changfeng smiled and said, "Since she is not this girl, can you two give me some face and don't embarrass her?" The anger in Long Zhan's heart could no longer be suppressed. If it weren't for the young man in black behind Lin Changfeng and the mysterious lord they talked about, he would have struck out in anger at this moment and smashed the guy in front of him into pieces. What kind of thing, what kind of class, dare to talk to him, the eldest prince of the celestial crocodile tribe, like this? Chapter 126 Pretending Failed. The woman you want to arrest is the woman who has nothing to do with me. As the eldest prince of the 8 ancient clan and the celestial crocodile clan, Long Zon naturally has his pride in his heart. He doesn't care who these people are in front of him. Anyway, he is bound to win Lu Hanyan today. No one can stop it. Uncle Lu, are you sure you can stop that person? The young man in black is what they fear the most here. As long as Patriarch Lu Yi takes action to stop this man, after Uncle Xie arrives, he and Xie Yan will join forces to capture Lu Hanyan as quickly as possible. There is no need to completely offend the noble person mentioned by the young man in black. Ancestor Lu's eyes flickered, and he shook his head gently. It's difficult. Long Zon was surprised. Even Uncle Lu can't stop him. How is this possible? After all, having lived for thousands of years, the ancestor of Lue was not a fool. He reminded in a deep voice, "Young master, I want to remind you that Lu Hanyan suddenly ran to a place like the northern wilderness, and it is very likely that he and what's the connection with the person in front of me." Long Zon was silent. He squeezed his palms tightly. "Uncle Green, what you mean is that Lu Hanyan's coming to the northern wasteland has anything to do with the person in front of him, the Lord? Maybe Lu Hanyan came to find that person." Ancestor Lue nodded. Long Zon took a deep breath, and his heart fluctuated violently. He was unwilling to give up, seeing that he could catch Lu Hanyan today. "Who are you?" He raised his head again and stared at Lin Changfeng. His eyes were particularly cold and stern, and there was even suppressed violent murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Changfeng was so frightened that he almost lost his composure. Finally, he thought that his current background was that of the mysterious and mysterious lord. Faced with Long Zon's questioning, he felt confident. He coughed lightly. In order to show off in front of Bai Junyi, he said inscrutably, "You have no control over who we are, but you have now disturbed the purity of His Majesty and His Majesty. To tell you the truth, even if the top experts from the 8 ancient tribes are here, they are not worth mentioning in front of your Majesty." Ancestor Lu's eyes jumped wildly. Long Zon's face twitched. Although they knew that Lin Changfeng might be showing off, the young man in black behind him really made them feel oppressed. Seeing that the two of them were fooled by him, Lin Changfeng smiled proudly in his heart. According to what the Sword Master said, the old man in green was the powerful God Emperor of the Celestial Crocodile clan. He was one of the most elite beings in the top realms, and yet he was actually defeated by him. I was frightened by just 2 sentences. I have to say, it's good to have a background. He just didn't know if that lord could take a fancy to his talent and accept him as a disciple. He thought that his talent was not bad, at least he was among the top among his peers. If he could get that mysterious lord, with some advice from the superiors, he might have a better future than practicing with Sword Master now. The other side, Gui Mie watched Lin Changfeng show off quietly. He crossed his arms and waited for Lin Changfeng to finish speaking before he said indifferently, "Have you said enough?" Lin Changfeng sneered, "Senior brother, after all, Miss Bai is also from our northern wilderness region. I just thought that I would help her if I can. After all, he is also the person that the Ghost Elder likes, and the Ghost Slayer is the apprentice of the Ghost Elder. For the sake of the Ghost Elder, this Ghost Slayer should also be on his side." Hear the words. Gui Mie glanced at Bai Junyi below and sneered, "If you want to save her, then do it yourself." He removed the terrifying spiritual power that filled the space. Lin Changfeng was confused. Why didn't this man play his cards according to the routine? He was the one favored by the Ghost Elder. If he didn't give him face, wouldn't he be afraid that he would complain to the Ghost Elder? In the darkness, Demon Slayer's thin body slowly descended to the ground. He walked slowly to a boulder, folded his hands across his chest, and leaned lazily against the stone. Then his fingers slipped, and a fierce light spread out from under his feet. In Bai Junyi's extremely surprised gaze, this sharp light passed right behind her and extended to the distant dark sky, as if dividing the entire world into 2 halves. Several people were stunned, not knowing what Demon Slayer meant. Under Lin Changfeng's puzzled gaze, Gui Mie raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and with a hint of joking, his voice slowly sounded in the darkness. "Don't you like saving people? Then I'll give you a chance." As he said that, he raised a finger towards Long Zon and Lue Ancestor in midair. "I'll give you a quarter of an hour. You are not allowed to enter within the light. Outside the light, you can do whatever you want. After a quarter of an hour, leave the northern wilderness territory." His voice was calm. But that light just separated Lin Changfeng and Bai Junyi, and indeed, as he said, it gave Lin Changfeng a chance to save the beauty. Long Zan and Lu Yi ancestor looked at each other. Ancestor Lu Yi pondered for a moment and then said, "In this case, we still have at least a quarter of an hour to capture Lu Hanyan. The woman in white is the protector of the immortal prison. Capture her first and use her to force Lu Hanyan out." His sharp eyes locked on Bai Junyi for an instant. This made the latter's pretty face suddenly turn pale. She, who was already seriously injured, spat out a mouthful of blood again, and her aura was extremely weak. She had no ability to resist in front of the ancestor of Lu Yi. Long Zan sneered, "Leave that woman to Uncle Lu." As he spoke, his solemn gaze fell on Lin Changfeng. "This prince just wanted to tear your mouth apart, you bitch. Damn it, this kid was pretending to be cool, and it was all on him." The young man in black was acting like this, and he could see what he really meant at a glance. The brat in front of him was just pretending, and he and the young man in black had nothing to do with each other. Not in one group. You dare to pretend in front of him, you are looking for death. The other side, Lin Changfeng was confused. He didn't want to play like this. He was the person that the Ghost Elder liked. According to what he thought, even for the sake of the Ghost Elder, this Ghost Slayer would not expose him. Who knew? The guy didn't give him any face at all. Lin Changfeng clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying and violent murderous intent in Long Zan's body, and his whole body trembled from the bottom of his heart. He's going to die, he's really going to die. Master, save me. However, the sword master whom he regarded as the last life-saving straw ignored him at this time no matter how he called in his heart. Lin Changfeng broke out in cold sweat, his throat kept trembling, and his legs became a little weak. Finally, he turned his head suddenly, and his desire to survive made him see the light that divided the world in half in the darkness. As long as he rushes into the light, he can save his life. Yes, rush in. He seemed to see hope, and wanted to rush into the light with all his strength, but suddenly he saw Bai Junyi outside the light, and saw her beautiful and sad pale face. Lin Changfeng's heart moved and he hurriedly said to Long Zan, "The woman you are trying to arrest has nothing to do with me. She is standing outside the light. If she is allowed to rush in, you will have no chance." Chapter 127. There has to be a first time for everyone. In order to practice enlightenment in the past 5 lives, Lin Changfeng, the destined protagonist, could even sacrifice all the heroines. Now facing a life threat, even if Bai Junyi is a mature and charming beauty, he must first save his own life. Say it again. And his double-faced behavior only made Bai Junyi give him a cold look. There was no expression on her pretty pale face. In my heart, I felt a little bit like death. With a bitter smile, Bai Junyi had given up her resistance. Her originally snow-white sleeves were now soaked in blood, and most of her spiritual veins were cut off. This made her unable to use her spiritual power at all, and she could only wait to die here. Demon Slayer curled his lips and felt disdainful in his heart. In his eyes, any woman is just a pink skull, no matter how beautiful she is. He only has cultivation in his heart. Besides practicing every day, he is practicing. He can also be said to be a cultivation madman. In fact, according to his character, regardless of who these people are in front of him, even if they disturb your majesty, he just wanted to kill Bai Junyi. It was only because of the sudden order from his majesty that he did not go on a killing spree. Demon Slayer scratched his head. In his eyes, how could someone like you indulge in the tenderness of women every day, especially that Hong Yu, who would seduce your superior? Otherwise, your majesty would have taken him out of the northern wilderness territory to seize territory in other super regions. The blood in his body was boiling for fighting and killing. He had been holding it back here for several months, and he was feeling somewhat panicked. He felt uncomfortable if he couldn't get an outlet. The other side, Long Zan sneered and took a step forward. His body shot up behind Lin Changfeng. Seeing the panic in Lin Changfeng's eyes, he slapped his head. "You brat, how do you want to die?" Long Zan joked. Lin Changfeng felt a chill in his heart. This Long Zan is the pinnacle of spiritual masters, even infinitely close to the God Emperor. His current cultivation level is no different from an ant in front of others. If he doesn't find a way to escape, he will definitely die today. Thinking of this, Lin Changfeng squeezed his palms. The character he had experienced in countless dangerous situations of life and death allowed him to stabilize his mind, and he tried to pretend to be calm. Kill me, have you sky crocodiles ever thought about the consequences? His palms were shaking, and he gritted his teeth to control it. Do you really think what I just said to you was a joke? The man behind is indeed my senior brother, but I am more favored than him in front of your majesty. He is jealous of me and wants to kill me. If you dare to kill me, his majesty will crush your celestial crocodile clan. Under the threat of death, Lin Changfeng's eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Long Zan with a trace of violence in his eyes even in the desperate situation. Long Zan paused with his palm, and then said indifferently, "Which force do you belong to?" Lin Changfeng was furious. How the hell do I know which force he belongs to? Why don't you just let me go? The air was silent for half a minute. Long Zan still had a serious smile on his face, but he let go of Lin Changfeng's head with his palm and pointed at Bai Juni's position. Since you said so, I will give your senior brother some face. You go kill that woman, then put her body in the air, and strip off all her clothes in front of this prince. You should know what to do next. Lin Changfeng was confused. He hurriedly turned to look at Bai Juni. Is this a fucking pervert? Let him play with corpses. Long Zan's real purpose was just to lure out Lu Hanyan, but the dignified immortal prison protector was killed and then played with the body in public. This is a great humiliation for a force. I don't believe that the woman will not come out. If you don't do it, then you will die. Long Zan smiled and patted Lin Changfeng's face, then slapped him away with his backhand. Lin Changfeng bared his teeth and fell down under a tree in embarrassment. He hurriedly got up and saw the light behind him. His eyes suddenly lit up, but before he could make any move, his body was directly hit by a terrifying pressure. Crushed to the ground, he turned his head with difficulty and saw Bai Juni, who was only 2 meters away from him. A look of struggle flashed in his eyes. Finally, he felt cruel. He was just playing with corpses. There must be a first time for everyone. Bai Juni frowned. Watching Lin Changfeng approach her step by step, her eyes became extremely cold. If you dare to come close to me, you are seeking death. Lin Changfeng clenched his fists with both hands. He gritted his teeth and whispered, I have a way to save you and get us all out of trouble. If you believe me, don't resist. Bai Juni shouted coldly, get lost. Lin Changfeng couldn't care about that much anymore. He looked at Bai Juni's body covered in blood and seriously injured and unable to move. He then took off the long sword behind him, pointed the sharp sword tip at Bai Juni slowly. Don't blame me. If you don't resist, I still have a chance to keep you alive. If you resist, I can only borrow your body for use. What do you want to do? After hearing the last words, Bai Juni suddenly panicked. She was not afraid of death, but if her body was still tainted by such a person after death, then what was the point of keeping her innocence all her life? If that were the case, she would never let this person go until she died. Lin Changfeng's eyes swept over Bai Juni. It was a pity that such a charming beauty died. He had to think about how to kill her so that the wound would be minimal, so that he could feel more comfortable when he got to work later. Looking at Lin Changfeng, who was getting closer and closer, Bai Juni's heart became completely panicked. She tried desperately to activate the spiritual power in her body, but as soon as she exerted her strength, a heartbreaking pain came from the spiritual veins in her body, which made her feel uncomfortable. She spat out a mouthful of blood again, and her whole body looked extremely sad. You helped me get out of trouble today, and I will always keep you in my heart. I, Lin Changfeng, swear to God that I will avenge you in the future and slaughter the entire crocodile clan that day. Lin Changfeng spoke against his will, holding in his hand used the long sword to find the position of Bai Juni's heart. This sword can pierce her heart with a very small wound, and it can also use the spiritual power in the sword to protect her heart, so that she will not die immediately, or at least wait until he has finished his work. What's the point of a corpse? He doesn't want to actually charge at a corpse. In this way, his reputation will be completely ruined. Sorry. Lin Changfeng's eyes were cold, and the last trace of hesitation in his heart finally disappeared after seeing Bai Juni's murderous gaze. If you don't die today, you will be like a blue sky. I will kill you. The cold murderous intent in Bai Juni's eyes made Lin Changfeng stunned for a moment. Then he took a deep breath, and with a cruel heart, he stabbed violently with the sword in his hand. Phew! A sword energy surged out of the long sword, and the sharp sword light cut through the air and pierced into Bai Junyi's heart. Chapter 128 Villain's Mission, Looting the Supreme Divine Body. Lin Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Bai Junyi, who was lying on the ground with his life force rapidly draining away, he inserted his long sword into the ground and walked up to pick up Bai Junyi's body. But he himself didn't notice that the moment he pierced Bai Junyi's heart, the originally illusory golden luck in the latter turned into black in an instant, and it was even darker than the original golden luck. More massive. Laugh. A shock wave of spiritual energy pierced the night sky and hit Lin Changfeng, sending him flying straight away. At the same time, beside Bai Junyi, I don't know when a long and erect figure appeared in white. He put his hands on his back and slowly looked at Bai Junyi, who was lying at his feet with indifferent eyes. In mind, congratulations to the host for completing the villain mission. The heroine Bai Junyi was killed by the Son of Destiny herself. She has lost all her destiny. The host can start the task of plundering the divine body. The mission begins, plunder Bai Junyi's supreme divine body. If the mission is successful, you will gain a 100-fold increase in spiritual power by cultivating the supreme divine body. Host villain points plus 1000. The cool moonlight shines down. At this moment, Bai Junyi seemed to see a handsome face like a god descending from the earth, and a pair of eyes as bright and deep as the starry sky. Those eyes made her heart tremble. Su Ming. Her throat was soaked with blood, and she could only spit out two vague words hoarsely. Su Ming's face was calm. Loot the supreme divine body. If you want to plunder this kind of divine body, unless the latter is willing, otherwise if there is rejection during the plundering process, the divine body will explode instantly. Will Bai Junyi voluntarily give him the divine body? Thinking about it, it shouldn't be possible either. He lowered his head and glanced at Bai Junyi, looking at the woman's sad look covered in blood, feeling indifferent in his heart. The fifth generation Bai Junyi betrayed Xianyu for Lin Changfeng, and protected Lin Changfeng many times when he was chased by Xianyu. He even damaged the foundation of his spiritual veins because of this, and finally became a useless person who could not cultivate and was plundered by Lin Changfeng. The divine body was later abandoned, and finally, in despair, his heart was broken and he died. In this life, his heart was stabbed by Lin Changfeng himself. What a sad and ridiculous woman. Su Ming thought about it. A supreme divine body would at least become a great emperor in the future. If he cultivated to the extreme, it might even allow him to reach the legendary realm of God. That would be a great weapon against the God realm. Thinking of this, he gently raised his fingertips and touched the air. Rich white spiritual power rippled out from his fingertips and entered Bai Junyi's body. It's not that he pitied this woman, but the supreme divine body was indeed rare. If he could plunder it, he wouldn't bother to care whether the woman was alive or dead. The other side, Lin Changfeng crashed into the rubble, and the severe pain caused him to pass out. At the last moment of his coma, he seemed to see a middle-aged man in purple robes, sitting cross-legged in the void, watching quietly. Looking at him. Suddenly a young boy in white appeared. Long Zan and Lue ancestor couldn't help but look over. When they saw Su Ming's method of stabilizing the life force lost in Bai Junyi's body with a raised finger, their eyes shook. Long Zan couldn't help but said, "Are you also with them?" Hear the words. In the moonlight, Su Ming smiled gently, "No." Behind him, Gui Mie, who was originally cold-faced, suddenly felt something in his heart. Looking at the figure in white who was so cold under the moonlight, his eyes were full of respect. He was about to speak, but Su Ming raised his finger and stopped him. He spoke. Demon Slayer shut his mouth obediently. Long Zan's eyes were twitching wildly. Looking at such a young Su Ming, with just the simplest action, the young man in black shut up obediently. A somewhat unbelievable thought suddenly appeared in his heart. Ancestor Lue had a solemn face and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency is probably not from the northern wilderness territory. Even our celestial crocodile clan still has some respect in the Zhongzhou continent. Why did you send someone to stop us from doing business here today?" The celestial crocodile clan Su Ming was confused, and he smiled. Is there such a race in the Bailing realm? What did you say? Ancestor Lu's eyes darkened. the name of the 8 ancient clans is that even the strong Saint clan is here, and they don't dare to speak like that. Su Ming slowly raised his head. On that handsome face, his eyes were as calm as waves. He looked into the air and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I'll give you a face today. I won't kill Lin Changfeng, but you have to do it for me. Let's do something. Anyone else? Ancestor Lue and Long Zan were completely shocked. With their cultivation, they didn't notice when the boy in white came, but they didn't even notice that there was someone hiding in the void. They looked up quickly. Sure enough, they saw a fluctuation in the space there, and then a figure wearing purple robes emerged. The figure sat in the sky, with a pair of turbid purple eyes projected towards them. Seeing this purple figure, Patriarch Lu's heart began to beat uncontrollably. He was so shocked that he murmured unconsciously. Purple Chess Saint. Impossible, how is this possible? He disappeared in that catastrophe for thousands of years. No one has heard of him for thousands of years. How could he appear in a place like the northern wilderness? When Long Zan heard the murmur of Lue ancestor, his whole body was cold, and he felt an unprecedented fear from the bottom of his heart. Although he had never seen this middle-aged man in purple, the purple man who was famous in the world thousands of years ago, how could he not have heard of the chess master who casually crushed dozens of holy places? Uncle Lu, did you see it wrong? Long Zan gritted his teeth and said. He simply couldn't believe how someone like that could appear in a place like the northern wilderness. Buzz. But before Patriarch Lu could answer, the space around them was blocked and solidified. Mid-air, Zi Wuji's eyes moved away from Long Zan and Lue ancestor, and looked at Lin Changfeng who had passed out. He shook his head and sighed. The temperament of such a person with the luck of the golden dragon cannot match it. It doesn't matter, if not those guys in the upper realm have told me that I won't care about him. With a wave of his hand, Lin Changfeng's body appeared directly in midair, suspended in front of him. His eyes were full of disappointment, and he turned to look at Su Ming below. You tell me what it is, and I will do it for you. These words. It was no different than a huge stone falling into the sea, instantly creating a storm in the hearts of Long Zan and Lue ancestor. That's the chess saint in purple. The terrifying existence that even the saints did not dare to provoke would actually listen to the boy in white. In their extremely shocked expressions, Su Ming still looked calm and calm. He smiled and said, these two people asked me just now if I have heard of the celestial crocodile clan. What do you think? Zi Wuji was startled, and then he instantly understood what Su Ming meant. He nodded and smiled. After today, there will no longer be this race in the northern spirit realm. Suddenly, Long Zan and Lu ancestors felt a real sense of fear from deep in their hearts. It was the fear of facing death. Zi Wuji's calm words, and the gentle smile on Su Ming's face, all appeared in their hearts. In their eyes, they looked like the two most terrifying devils. And Zi Wuji, the purple-robed chess saint, appeared in the world, and when they really faced that monstrous holy power, they knew better than anyone else how big a huge wave this person would cause in the northern spirit realm. Chapter 129 Why is he so cold to me? In the extremely repressed breathing, Bai Junyi felt as if all her strength had been drained away. Her heart was throbbing. Finally, her fair forehead was covered with sweat beads, and her proud chest was rising and falling violently. Suddenly, from there, I woke up in a suffocating environment. Call, she breathed heavily, feeling her heart aching uncomfortably, and hurriedly pressed the position of her heart with her palms. When she felt a little better, she later realized that the blood-soaked clothes on her body had been replaced by a thin blue underwear at some point, and the wounds on her arms had also become scarred. Although it still hurts, it is not as uncomfortable as when I was first injured. I'm not. You died. Bai Junyi couldn't believe it. Her heart was clearly pierced by Lin Changfeng's sword energy, and her body was seriously injured at that time. How could she survive? Immediately afterwards, she was stunned, and looked forward blankly with her beautiful eyes. It turned out that she was lying on a strange bed. It was a very strange room, but it was extremely quiet. There was even a nice fragrance in the air. The most important thing is that in front of the bed is a wooden table. Next to the wooden table is a young man in white. He is reading an ancient book in his left hand and tea in his right hand. He is reading quietly while taking a sip. Tea. even if he noticed that she was awake, had no intention of paying attention to her. Bai Junyi stared at the young man. The memory before her death came back to her mind. She remembered that at the last moment when she thought she was going to die, she seemed to have seen a handsome young man in white. The white-clothed figure in her mind overlapped with the white-clothed young man in front of her. Bai Junyi's beautiful eyes were filled with emotion. She couldn't help but murmured, "Su Ming." She couldn't believe that it was Su Ming who saved her. Her heart is obviously broken. Cough cough. After getting angry, he immediately coughed twice violently, and bright red blood dripped from the corner of his mouth again. Su Ming frowned and put down the book in his hand. "Can you be quiet while I'm reading?" Bai Junyi stared at him deeply, gritted her teeth and said, "Did you save me?" Su Ming lowered his eyes to drink the tea and took a sip. When he put down the teacup, he said slowly, "If you think so, then so be it." The expression on Bai Junyi's beautiful red cheeks was a little dazed. Finally, she suddenly thought of something. Her face was instantly stained with a deep blush, and she murmured, "My clothes." She really wanted to ask if her clothes had been changed by Su Ming. If that was the case, wouldn't all of her innocent body be seen by this man? Seeing the rosy and shameful expression on Bai Junyi's pretty face, Su Ming looked calmly and said, "My life is gone, so I still care about this." Bai Junyi bit her lower lip tightly. Who says innocence is no longer a concern if one's life is lost? Their women's innocence is sometimes more important than their lives. If the person in front of her was not Su Ming, she would have burst into shame and anger by now. But for some reason, when facing Su Ming's cold eyes, she thought that this man had saved her. Apart from the feeling of shame and anger in her heart, she actually didn't reject him at all. This discovery shocked Bai Junyi herself. She has always been cold-tempered and treats all men the same way, but why now, when facing Su Ming, she feels a little flustered.